Prime Minister standing firm over Cummings, and the new way of shopping, follow the arrows. I mean, it seems it could be the way forward. Could be the way forward. I was sort of queuing up the other day in a garden centre down the road from me. I went in, and he went, "Do you need a trolley or a basket?" I said, "A trolley." And he said, "There's a trolley there, it's been disinfected. If you'd like to use the hand lotion." So I used the hand lotion, pushed my trolley around, picked up 2 plants, and then headed into the one-way system. It's here, we've got it in the building. In this building, we've got the one-way system. We went down the stairs yesterday with an arrow point. Were we going the right way or the wrong way yesterday? I can't remember. I think we were going the wrong way. Yeah, no, we were going the wrong way. Well, you're definitely going the wrong way. Because I remember thinking, but how do we get down? I don't know how we get down. I mean, which other way is there? You go up with the lift and down with the stairs. Oh, I'm not sure about that. And there's only one person in the lift, so if there's any more than 3, we could be waiting for days. Days. We could each be in our own separate... I don't mind being in a lift by myself, but I have a feeling I went the wrong way the other day. But I mean, at this time of the morning, I have to be brutally honest and tell you there's nobody else here. There is only just a little handful of us. And then my friend Rich, who works for one of the other radio stations around the corner, he was nearly late. And the reason? They closed the M25 off without telling him. It's a 200-yard stretch of the M25 that he needs. They closed it off. He's then got, a route that takes him through Crystal Palace. Oh, poor soul, honestly. See, that would they do that sometimes in Twickenham. Not very good at all. Break out the barbecue. Garden get-togethers are on the way. Also, there's the story of a tragic gambler. I don't know if I would call myself a gambler. I do gamble. I do play the lottery, and I have been to Vegas, and I've had a little go on different bits and pieces. But I'm what they call a feeble gambler. I can afford to do it, and I can afford to lose, but I don't want to lose a lot. This bloke lost a lot. In fact, he lost so much, but they were encouraging him to lose. They were sort of saying, "Oh, here's a bonus." He was banking big amounts of money. I'll run through his sort of timeline, because at the end of it, I mean, at one point he banked 78,000 quid. Well, I'd have stopped gambling immediately. The moment you gamble something like that and you win that sort of money, I would stop. I'd go, listen, I'd rather have 78,000 quid than not have 78,000 quid. In the end, he took his own life, because they kept offering him incentives. They bought him an Apple Watch. They do the same all over the place. Once they've found somebody who likes gambling, you're at their mercy. And, I never quite understand why you'd want to start putting stuff on credit cards and that sort of thing. Because as far as I'm concerned, he was earning about 60k a year. So £60,000 is a lot of money. And he was banking some good amounts of money, but then he was losing big time. It's a sad story that's been repeated time and time again. I've noticed, what they said, is it 1st of next month they're going to open garages or car showrooms? Now they've started dropping stories like, you need to act fast to get the bargains. Don't you worry about it. Listen, if they can't sell them at the discounted prices, they ain't going to be selling them at the new prices. So I think you're in a very strong position if you're going out to look for a car. But don't be rushed into it. Do not be rushed into it. I understand what they're doing. I've seen the game being played a million times. They do it on the shopping channel. They do it. In fact, the worst offenders would be Ideal World, where they go and they've got a couple of their regulars who go, 20% of the stock has gone already. And you think, yeah, so there's 80% left. 20% of the stock. I mean, perhaps the people they're appealing to think, oh my God, that sounds like they've only got one bicycle left. Or sort of one little... No, they seem to have loads of them. They do it on a regular basis. So don't ever be fooled when they go, better get him really quickly. That's the old trick, buy them today because tomorrow they'll be going up in price. No, they won't. No, they won't. You don't need to worry about things like that. Romesh and Rob are back as well. Total wipeout without Richard Hammond. They've used no likey, no lighty. I'm sorry. It was only good with Richard Hammond. I don't want to see 2 people, and shame on them for taking on the programme, because they just dropped it with Richard Hammond. It was brilliant. It was brilliant. It's all the extra sound effects. When they sort of bounce off those giant balls on the sticks. It's a bit like watching tennis, isn't it? Where they're very... And that's just the women. Seriously, you've never heard such noisy people doing the tennis. It's almost like a car... I really knocked myself out there, and I tell you, that was... woo! Knock yourself out, Stephen. Ryanair are going to fly more planes, which is lovely. And Disney have made history by airing its first ever film with a gay main character. They did a thing on the television the other day, and it was... Oh, what's gone on there? Wait a minute. Sorry, just tick, tick on something, thank you. And they were looking at, would you think you would ever see the time when there would be a gay MP? Do you think people would ever vote for a gay MP? And this was back in the 1970s, and they had a gay Liberal. But they didn't use the word gay, they used the word homosexual. And he would knock on somebody's door and go, hello, I'm sort of do you have any objections to me being homosexual? I mean, seriously, it was as bizarre as that. I mean, it seems so dated now where, I mean, nobody cares, you know. You can have gay members of the royal family or royal family behaving very badly. And nobody cares. You know, the very idea that sort of, you know, Pip Schofield came out some time ago was of no interest to anybody, apart from himself and the Sun newspaper for some strange reason. One wonders what they had, you know, what stories they were going to print, because I think we've all got a rough idea. But anyway, and so they had this poor man, and then they found a Conservative, another Liberal, and a Labour member, and they were from up north, and I don't think anybody would be voting for a homosexual. Seriously, they were sitting there. The only decent person was the woman who was going, I can't believe that you men are saying this. She said, I cannot believe that you're saying this. They were saying, you know, I mean, you know, we don't have any problem with it, but I wouldn't be welcoming him into my house. And you think, my God, we've changed a bit now. I mean, not only are they in their house, but they're all going out with members of your family. And they were worried. They actually interviewed a gay man on the television, and they said, you know, people have got fears that, for example, you know, you will try and seduce them. And this gay guy is sitting there going, well, actually, no. And then, of course, there is the other fear that gay men will attack children. And he came right back. This is from 1978, and he said, it's been proven, I think you'll find, that 99.9% of those people who attack children are, in fact, heterosexual men. It's a known fact. And so it went on, and they had people like Janet Street Porter, who's amazed at anything that goes on in her world. And she said, I can't believe these people actually exist. They existed in those days when it was something that was sort of... And nobody cares anymore. As I say, you know, Philip Schofield comes out, and the entire gay community go, yeah, and... You know, who cares about it? It's ridiculous. I mean, at one time, we thought it was only hairdressers and window dressers. Always had the word dresser in it. Have you noticed? Hairdressers, window dressers. Hairdressers, definitely. They were all gay. Every single male hairdresser was gay. That's what they thought. And that was what we were sort of coming from, I suppose. They're trying to save I'm a Celebrity. They're in crisis meetings. Can't imagine why. They haven't got any celebrities. They'll be finding the naffest bunch of people that you've ever found. Also, mobile mast fire attacks have risen. These are the people who believe that it's something to do with the coronavirus, like duh, thick, duh, really stupid, like duh, unbelievably dim. Also, the incredible story of the burger chain swindle. How a group of people set out to swindle a well-known burger chain and made £20 million. I know, unbelievable, isn't it, really? Also, what was the other one? Getting the high street back to business, but what's not opening? Because even whilst they've said that we're going to open car showrooms, you know, like people who've got loads of money, and we're going to... What was the other thing they were opening? Car showrooms and... Something else is opening. Outdoor markets. That's right. I mean, how many outdoor markets are there? If they've been selling food, but now they're going to be selling all sorts of clothes and stuff like that. And then on the 15th, they're going to be opening up clothing stores, opticians, all sorts of different bits. But no hairdressers. Well, how do you manage to do opticians? If somebody's testing your eyes or something like that, you know, how do they do that without coming into very close proximity to you? Will they all be wearing masks? Will they be having... bit like Darth Vader, you know. I mean, I realise he was asthmatic, but you know, and then they had a woman on the television, quite a number of women, and it was the Housewives of Orange County, which has got some of the worst people in living memory. They really are vile. Some of them are so dreadful, so dreadful, you know. And also, there's one of them. She professes to being Christian. I mean, to be honest, she's about the worst person I've ever seen on the television. She's terrible. You've got Vicky, who's slightly left of kilter. And then you've got this other woman who's on the same programme. His name I can't remember, but you'll all know because you've seen it. And she was just vile. She uses language that I certainly wouldn't expect Christian people to use at all. And also, then they had the what's this? Oh, is it the Come Dine With Me, where they get 4 people and each night they go to somebody else's place? And they had a guy there, and he appeared to run like a burger stall, but he only made the first programme because by the second one he disappeared. And they never told us why he wasn't there anymore. He didn't look very happy when he was on the programme, and yet he tried a lot of the food and he seemed to enjoy it. But they replaced him with a guy called Dec McCluskey. Now, I know who Dec McCluskey is, and many of you of my age and a little bit younger will know who he is as well. But unfortunately, the people on this programme didn't know who he was. They just knew his name was Dec. Nobody recognised him, but they recognised his little badge. He was wearing his Water Rats badge, which is a very old entertainment group of people, and it's a very old club, and they raise money for charity. And there's lots of people, very famous people in it. I mean, literally very, very, very famous people. And that's where the Lady Rattlings come from. The Lady Rattlings is the female version of the Water Rats. But anyway, Dec is wearing it. Why? Because Dec McCluskey started the group The Bachelors. They sold millions of records. Wait for me, my Diane. You know, they were very good. They had hit after hit after hit. And in fact, the very first record I bought was a hit from The Bachelors. But up until I only got halfway through the thing, and they didn't, they hadn't sussed out who he was. And he eventually told them, you know, I was in this group and we sold millions of records. And and then somebody said, oh, did you have a record company? Because they didn't know who he was. He's in his 70s, but I recognised him instantly. Instantly. They thought he was sort of Val Doonican or something like that. But it was very interesting. But so interesting to actually see, you know, the people who didn't recognise him, which must have been a bit miffing for him. Steve, did you bring the lad his drone in? Yes. Yes, I brought his drone. He loves it. It's still in the packaging. Oh, you've taken it out the packaging? Oh, right. You have to charge it up. Yeah. Yeah, just throwing it in the air doesn't turn it on. Oh, there we go. Oh, right. I love the way you've taken it out the packet already. Have you charged it fully? Oh, right. Well, you need to charge it. But also, it looks very, very pretty at night time. In fact, if you take that out into Leicester Square, there'll be some poor old drunk staggering around going, I've just seen a UFO, because it's got the little flashing lights. It's cute, though, isn't it? Deliver things? Well, like a pipe cleaner or something. Of course, you can't deliver anything on it. A peanut. Yes, it could probably handle one sort of peanut. But you've noticed that your one's better. My one I've obviously sat on a few times. And so, but we had no end of fun with it. I've given it to him for free, Dave. Why? Because I'm a very generous person. And I've got another 10 in the boot of the car. I've got so many of them. I just bought them, you know, because we gave one to Simon Conway. And he was very, very happy. Jackie says, have you noticed that no one on television, including the MP, needs a haircut? Well, they don't have any makeup at TV at the moment. They're having to do their own. So, nobody's got it. And somebody says, Vegas has less than 1 million people to feed and water. The UK has 65 million hungry horses to feed and water. What's that got to do with it? Well, nothing to do with it. Depends on how much water you drink. I mean, I just buy bottled water. There's no shortage of bottled water, is there? Somebody says it's perhaps because there are millions of people at home bored out of their minds. They're using more water. Well, I don't drink out the taps. Do you drink out the taps? A lot of people do. Oh, you don't. You would, wouldn't you? Trust you to do that. I just drink bottled water. I get 12 bottles of water for £2, and I put that into my water filter machine, and I use it for taking my tablets. So I've always got a bottle of water in the sitting room next to the tablets. I have taken tablets with Prosecco. That's a much different effect. And but normally it'd be water, but I wouldn't drink out the taps. I wouldn't drink it. I don't want a water dispenser in my fridge. I've got a water dispenser on the kitchen work top thing. You got one in your fridge? Yeah. I love the way when you say your fridge. You know, it's so sweet, isn't it? All of a sudden it's become your fridge. It's not your fridge at all, is it? You know, just tell the truth. And, oh yeah, we have to take a break. See, you should have reminded me. It's not my fault. I can't. Oh, I've got something that's moving in here. There's an insect that's moving. There was something that was just, it's there. Not anymore, it's not. It's just gone to see Jesus. It didn't know it was going to see Jesus. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. My brother's just come back from fishing all night. In fact, even the producer went, "Oh God, how boring!" I know. He says he's now desperate for a cup of tea. I've never understood the fishing thing. I don't get it. And then we actually decided to come up with in the studio all the other things we thought were boring, and we've come up with croquet, synchronised swimming, golf, badminton, dressage. What was the other one we came up with? There were quite a few. Cricket. We thought cricket was ultimately boring. You know, French boules. Yes. What else? There are croquet. We've done. I mean, darts, please. Darts. Honestly, nobody in their right mind, unless you've got the brain the size of a pea, is interested in darts. Have you seen them? 180. Why do they talk like that? Why can't they just go, "You've scored very well indeed. That was 73." You know, 100, and it's never 180. They always have to do it, don't they? And then they do, everybody likes a bit of bully, don't they? Remember seeing that? I mean, I don't know whether over in Minnesota they get the same programs that we got. We got Jim Bowen on Bullseye. Okay, you've got the time it takes the board to... I know you could tell I watched it. It takes the board to revolve to decide what you want to do. Do you want to gamble the prizes that you've won, the dishwasher and the caravan, to go for Bully's Star Prize, which is behind this screen here? It'll be something naff that you don't need, like a motorboat. And so you go, we've decided to take the gamble. Okay, it's 120 and 6 darts. Non-dart player to go first. And you think... my life is over. My life has finished. And then the word synchronised swimming. That's a lot of women with clothes pegs on their noses. And they just sort of dive down and then they come up again. I mean, I do that. But generally, when I go to the bottom, I can have a wee and then you come up very slowly. You know, and I'm a bit like Esther Williams. Yeah. Everybody's done it in a pool. Everybody's weed in a pool. Come on. That's what you go to the beach for, isn't it? You go to have a wee. Yeah, you get... Oh, you didn't do it in a pool? Oh, what? Not when you were little? I thought everybody did it in the... Yeah, you do it in your paddling pool, don't you? Dirty. Not very nice at all. And golf. Oh, I know I've got friends who play golf, and they will try and convince me till the ends of the earth that golf is the most marvellous thing, and I just switch off. I go off at all. I can't get excited by it. I'm really sorry. I mean, I wouldn't mind driving the little golf buggy. I'm quite happy to do that, you know. I don't want to actually play the golf. So, a very sad day in Minnesota, says Jake, my favourite Methodist minister. The Minneapolis police have killed a black guy by kneeling on his neck for 8 minutes while he pleaded that he couldn't breathe. All that over a bad check. I'm sick of this systematic racism, says Jake. And if I didn't have meetings, I would have been there too. My heart's very heavy tonight and I'm full of righteous anger. What happened to loving your neighbour as yourself? Oh, Jake. If only life was so simple. If only life was so simple. At the moment, not only are we getting that, but there's another story that came up this week, and it went viral. It's a white woman. She's in Central Park, and, I mean, it appeared to be, to all intents and purposes, a sort of a brusque dust-up between two New Yorkers. One of them, a black man, an avid birder, asked a white woman to put her dog on a leash as the rules required. You know, for over here we call them leads. OK, put your dog on the lead. And she basically said no. It's as simple as that. So, and the encounter was recorded on video. It then took an ugly turn. As the man, Christian Cooper, filmed on his phone, the woman clutching her dog. I mean, she didn't bother putting the lead on him. The dog was thrashing around all over the place. Obviously a very stupid person. She called the police, her voice rising in hysteria. I'm going to tell them there's an African-American man threatening my life, she said to him whilst dialing, and then repeated to the operator twice, African-American. It's been viewed more than 30 million times, touching off intense discussions about the history of false allegations made to the police against black people, sometimes putting their lives in danger. Within 24 hours, the woman, identified as Amy Cooper, no relation to Mr. Cooper, had given up the dog, publicly apologised and been fired from her her job. And you think to yourself, I mean, you know, Mr. Cooper is a Harvard graduate. He's a prominent birder. And he's on the board of the New York City, I think it's called Audubon Society. I don't know what the Audubon Society is, but anyway, it took place, you know, at 8:10 in the morning. He produced dog treats because he said that was the best thing to win people over if they've got dogs. You give the dog a treat. Anyway, she's now lost her job. But the other one you know, where, and we've had police officers killing people before of colour. And this one here, they knelt on his neck for 8 minutes. He couldn't breathe. I mean, I don't know what to say to things like that. How do you explain to somebody's family? They have a picture of the officer. 4 Minnesota cops. 4 of them have been fired. Very, very, very sad day. You know, he was pinned down by the neck. The man was called George Floyd, and he says, I can't breathe. You remember there was a very similar situation happened to Eric Garner, who also was another black man in 2014. The FBI said they'll investigate. I tell you now, you bloody well better do, okay? You better do. It's as simple as that. You know, it's just, you know, I mean, there was another one that I saw on YouTube, and I got so angry, I wanted to go round and I wanted to do serious damage to this woman. It's a block of flats, okay, in America, and there's a black guy who's lying on a sun lounger, okay? Then he decides to go back to his flat. As he goes to go into the door, his way is blocked by a white woman. What are you doing? She says. And he says, well, to be honest with you, it's got nothing to do with you. Mind your own business. And she blocks his way. And she starts saying, you're not going in there. And he goes, I am going in there. It's as simple as that. Anyway, he then barges past her because we know what she is. She's a racist. You know, it's written all over her head, stamped. If you cut her in half, it would say racist. And she follows him inside the flats. What are you doing? You're not going inside. I shall call the police. I shall call the police. And she threatens him with everything. He gets into the lift. She gets in it. She's still berating him. And she says, where are you going to? She says, I'm going to follow you. And he said, you can do what you like. And he carries on. I mean, really? Seriously, I could barely believe it myself. Until he gets outside his flat and he produces his key. And only then did she go, well, why didn't you say you lived here? He said, what's it got to do with you? I was using every bit of bad language that I know, even some words I've never used before, because she was just the vilest old bag I've ever seen. And apparently she's actually done it before. These police officers in Minnesota have been fired. That's it, is it? Better not be. Better not be. It's all been caught on camera. They should be sent to... I mean, well, I understand where you're coming from, Jake. And we get things like that. I'll tell you, the one thing, you know, you don't want to be in this day and age is sort of a black person who falls foul of the law. I mean, you do see black police officers. You do see people of colour, people of ethnicity. They're very few and far between. Very few and far between. And small wonder, you know, a lot of black people in this country, in America and around the world don't trust the police because they do things like this. He died as a result. It's systematic racism. There's no two... It's kind of taken my programme down a level because I get so angry about the blooming thing. You know, Americans come over here to live because it's a darn sight better than it is over in America, where they're still doing it. We've seen these cases time and time and time again. And I understand you, Jake, when you say you're full of righteous anger. What happened to loving your neighbour as yourself? That's a pipe dream. That would be lovely. It'd be lovely if we all got on, wouldn't it? Can you imagine what a nice world it would be if everybody got on, regardless of colour, race, you know, sexuality? It doesn't make any difference. People are people. Cut them and they bleed. And in this particular case, this guy died. He had his neck being knelt on. I mean, that's the best they can manage, is it, in Minnesota? Really. 30 million people viewed the woman in Central Park. There's going to be huge repercussions after this black guy died. There really is. 4:30 is the time. It's the company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. So these massive protests in Minneapolis tonight. And Jake, our Methodist pastor, would have been there. But he's got meetings. So heavy heart tonight. Nobody likes things like that. But it's not the first time we've heard of it, is it? It's happened before. But it's just dreadful. You know, he's pleading with the police officer, I can't breathe. Police officer, nothing. Somebody says there are children listening to your programme. Don't be so stupid. Of course there's not. Not at this time of the morning. Steve, I've peed in the sea. Everybody has. Every time you see somebody in the sea and they're jumping up as the breaker comes in, they're weeing. That's how it works. Come on! Grow up. Bullseye's back on TV soon, and so is The Price is Right. Play your cards right. Alan Carr present it. I know, it's going to be ghastly. I'm sorry, all these programmes... I'm sorry. I don't want to see all these mishmash of shows coming back on again. You know, I want to see them with Bruce. He was the one who sort of did. I mean, Bullseye was super smashing. He won a tent. And The Price is Right. Leslie Crowther to start with. Brucey did that. Bruce was the master of the game shows, together with Bob Monkhouse and a few people like that. They did game shows. Nobody else can do them. Nobody else can do them. Steve, you might like to know that the Audubon Society is the American equivalent of the RSPB, says Emma. Thank you. The Grand Order of the Lady Rattlings brought me an electric wheelchair. I'm not proud, I say thanks very much, says Anastasia. Yeah, we love them. But it's funny how nobody knew what the Water Rats was. And I'm always telling people, you know, it's one of the oldest showbiz charities. They meet down at the Water Rats pub, which is down from Gray's Inn Road. And I used to pass it on a regular, just down by the bottom of King's Cross. You go down to King's Cross and you hang a right, and it's just up there, which was lovely. Steve. Reference the High Street to open mid-June. What the hell do charity shops do if they reopen? How the hell can they clean all the donations left outside and inside the shop? I've got no idea. I think that's a really difficult one. They've said that if anybody buys clothing in a shop, because some people try it on, I don't think they're going to be allowing you to try stuff on. I never understand why people do it. Take it, if you don't like it, you bring it back, and they'll have to quarantine it for 7 days before it can go back into stock again. That's how it's going to work, as far as I'm aware. I went to a garden centre yesterday, and there was no queue, and the bloke just said to me, you know, do you need a basket or do you want a trolley? I bought a trolley because I was going for one of those topiary ball things. I bought 2. And I just followed behind other people who seemed to be doing their shopping and not bothered about getting out as quick as possible. I was interested in going in and getting out again as fast. And then today I shall put all the earth into the pots. It's all ready to do. I've cleared out a few more pots. I've had a good old in fact, I was quite industrious yesterday. I was quite surprised. I thought, you know, I'm actually better than I thought. I'm not really. But I've got this tower cooler. It's a fan, and it's got so many different settings. But the one that's arrived is in a box called Tower Heater. Makes it now like fajita. And I can't quite work out whether or not it's a standard box that's got this thing in, or whether it's I've got the wrong one sent through, in which case I'm going to be stuck with it. But I thought I did check online, and it didn't say the word heater anywhere on it. So I don't know whether on the particular web, I bought it on Amazon, whether or not it's on there and I've missed the word heater somewhere. So I shall take it out of the box when I get back home again and have a look. I mean, why you'd want to buy a heater in this weather, I can't imagine. It's just ridiculous, isn't it? It's ridiculous. Right, more of your texts and emails. And this one says, Phil says, I'm not excusing people because they're at home bored out of their minds using more water. You see, I mean, I don't believe that I'm the only person who uses bottled water. But I have used tap water, but I don't drink out of the tap. I don't know why. I've never drunk out of the tap. The only time I drank out of the tap was donkeys years ago when I was little. But apart from that, it's always been bottled water. How many what? Bottled waters? Oh, I've normally got 12 bottles of water at home. But not sort of big bottles of water. They're just like... But you get 12 in... I think it's made by Nestle's water. Where it comes from, I've got no idea. Or I buy from Marks and Spencer's or something like that. Some people buy the big gallons of it, but I can't be bothered to stagger home with that. So I just buy the little bottles, keep them in the fridge. One in the sitting room for taking the tablets, and then the other ones I use for topping up the water dispenser, which dispenses hot water or normal water. So I use that. People say, well, why don't you use the water out of the taps? I go, well, I don't like to. It's an odd thing, isn't it, really? Can't wait for their clothing shops to open. Steve, if anyone ever doubts the power of the sea and the water in general, try whitewater rafting. They give you a huge life jacket, a wetsuit and a helmet, and I still thought I was going to drown. I know, I've seen it. Have you seen the ones in the Grand Canyon? The rocks churn it into... Oh, it looks highly dangerous to me. I would not... I would not be going there anytime soon. Thank you very much indeed. Ray says, remember, take your pick. With Michael Miles and later Des O'Connor. I used to like the yes-no interlude. Do you remember that? Where he'd say, so your name is what? Corey. Is it Corey? Is that correct? Yes. Oh, bang, you're out. The idea is not to say yes or no. I loved it. As long as you took it slowly, it was fine. Ray says, I use bottled water to make tea. Tastes very different. Does it? Oh, I don't remember that one. Yes, I did hear about the care nurse abused in a B&M. We did that yesterday on the programme. We never miss those sort of stories out. This is a woman she's a care nurse. She goes round and she's abused by a woman. He says, you shouldn't be in here spreading your germs. Followed around for 10 minutes. Nobody in the shop did a bloody thing. Nobody. It was really annoying. Really annoying. But the woman was very nasty and horrible. Luckily, there's a picture of her, so now we know what horrible and nasty looks like. It's as simple as that. Also, just watched CNN News, and I'm so angry with the video of the American police officer kneeling on a black man's neck, and he couldn't breathe. He was saying to the others, he died later. Somebody filmed it. Yes, I mean, there's always... See, the trouble is now, that's what sort of caught a lot of these people out, unfortunately for them, because every phone has got a camera on it and a video, and you get superb quality. It's as simple as that. Warren has just bought a SodaStream. SodaStream. Get busy with the fizzy SodaStream. Well, he said, I last had one when I was about 18, and he said it's a bit cheaper than buying lots of bottles of sparkling water. You used to screw in a thing at the side, the little gas thing, and then you put it down there. Probably won't be using any of the flavourings, because I seem to remember they tasted a bit false. Yes, but you can buy SodaStreams. They are back on sale again. He said, I think the next gadget's going to be an ice cream maker. He said, my friend's just bought one. He made some banana ice cream. It was one of the best things I've tasted. If you're going to buy an ice cream maker, do remember that the majority of the cheaper ice cream makers, you have to freeze the bowl in the freezer. Then you can put the ice cream into it before you start sort of doing the churning. But you freeze the bowl, whereas some of them, the gelato machines, have the built-in freezer unit. So you can make your own ice cream. But I've seen something which is where you freeze a banana and you put it through this thing and it makes banana ice cream. So you just freeze your bananas. I've never thought about that before. But you can do that one, and it's so your banana's rock solid, and then this machine mashes it up. So it's good, because I love a banana lolly. Love a banana lolly. The ice cream van in Twickenham, he does banana lollies. Michael, who owns the hairdressers in Water Lane, he and I, in the summer, would always go and get some banana lollies. I could eat 3 or 4 of them. They're particularly delicious. You don't see banana lollies for sale, do you, very often? I don't know why. I don't know why they don't make these sort of things. It's only for people like me. Steve, I buy bottled water as well. See? Everybody's doing it. Steve, if you put soil in a basket, you put a basket full of mud. Do you mean potting compost? No. If I meant potting compost, I would have said potting compost. No, soil. Soil. Anastasia says, I drink bottled water. I'm glad you drink bottled. It's better for you. It is. Do you know it's supposed to be better if you have it out of a glass bottle? Because apparently the plastic ones carry germs, which isn't so good. Kathleen in New Jersey said had emergency surgery last week after 2 postponements, but had a great time yesterday at our favourite greenhouse facility. Thought of you as we bought 15 hanging baskets, plants for pots, tomato plants and more. My husband's going to be busy. You'd love this place. What are your favourite colours? Well, this year, I mean, waiting still for these plants to arrive. I'm hoping it's going to be the end of the month. They're in like a peachy colour. The whole thing is going to be peach, apart from a few little splashes of other. I had to rush it because my water butt was empty because I'm waiting for water, so I'm going to have to connect the hose up today just before they bring in the hosepipe ban so I can use it, which will be brilliant. What else we got today? Priti Patel needs new powers on migrants. Do you know that the French have escort them over the channel and then dump them off on our side? They can't wait to get rid of them. I won a pair of water skis in a raffle yesterday. You don't have to know, says Mike, of a lake with a slope in it. I used to love the stuff when they used to sort of offer prizes on some of these programmes. They were just ridiculous. And Bullseye was the worst. You know, 2 people, separate families, or good at smash it, you won a caravan. And you go, what are they going to do with a caravan? They live in a council estate in Huddersfield. What are they going to do with that? Ridiculous. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. You never see Diet Coke or sugar-free lollies. Oh, I've seen sugar-free lollies. Yeah, don't you mean, well, ice lollies? Yes, you must be able to get things like that. And Coca-Cola, they do, we were talking this morning, they do a Ribena. Do you know, I bought a bottle of Ribena, and I had 2 glasses of it this morning, cups. And do you know it's only 32% blackcurrants? That's all it is in a bottle of Ribena. And it's not even proper, it's from concentrate. I felt almost cheated. I thought they would be sort of normal. Ridiculous. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. The woman who scolded the carer was an intensive care nurse, not horrible. No, she was horrible, I'm afraid. She was absolutely vile. Picking on a woman worried about the spread of the virus, says Joe. I couldn't give a 4x. She was vile. She was absolutely vile to it. 10 minutes she followed her around. Horrible piece of work. Horrible piece of work. So we're all worried about the spread of the virus, but we don't excuse rudeness to people. You know, if you want to be a rude person, and that's your business, but no place for you here. See, we're on our way to the beach for sunrise. Totally agree with your comment about bottled water. Top tip, shop at Costco. Oh, there, Dan, Vicky and Izzy, you can get a case, 48 bottles for about £3 of water. I used to keep it at the back of the car because in the middle of winter it was better than the fridge. Much better. So a massive birthday to our daughter is 13 on Monday. And so 13, how lovely. 13, that's really nice. Imagine, I can't remember back when it was 13. I really got no idea at all. Also, a bit of trivia. The singer Joe Bound presented the pilot episode of The Price is Right before they offered it to Leslie Crowther. And Duncan Norville did the first episode of Blind Date. Duncan Norville. God, that would have been an odd one, wouldn't it? And Joe Brown, the pilot episode of The Price is Right. Leslie Crowther, of course, was well-versed. It was his show. His show. In Disney World, Florida, they sell frozen bananas on sticks covered in chocolate. Yeah, you could probably just peel a banana and lay it down in your freezer section. And then when you take it out, just sort of put a stick into it and then just dip it in melted chocolate. Judging by the size of Luke, I should imagine he's probably eaten quite a few melted... Yeah, you just have on a barbecue. That's no, I don't like barbecues. I'm not really a barbecue type. Do I look like a barbecue type person? I don't do barbecues. You know, if you want to eat outside, go to a restaurant. I don't want to sit there watching half-charred, burgers and chicken that you bite into and half the blood still comes out, because they've cooked it on flames, where you're supposed to wait till the flames die down. And a banana, I mean, that's the highlight of his day. We're up to Wednesday, and the highlight of his day is, have you ever had a banana on a barbecue? I mean, I ask you. Most people say, have you ever read the Magna Carta? Have you ever seen where the Magna Carta was signed? Have you been to Windsor Castle? Did you enjoy the tour of the state rooms? No. Have you had a banana on a barbecue? That's the level that we're working at today. I mean, I really can't. No. Seriously, I just don't enjoy them. They go, oh, burgers are ready. Whoopee-doo. Okay, shall I come and get mine now, or shall I wait till all the other people have had a go at it? Oh, sorry, all the burgers have gone now. We've got sausages. I don't want a sausage. Yeah, burnt on the outside, raw on the inside. I mean, they're practically moving on the plate. And then the worst thing is you bring all the food out, you spread it all on the tables, and then the wasps come round. And so you're then trying to compete against the wasps who started eating the coleslaw. And you don't want to touch the coleslaw after the wasps, because they go and sit on anybody's legs. They don't care. And then you go, does anybody want some wine? No, I want to go and sit inside, away from all these horrible things. We're having bananas. Oh, well, whoopee-doo. What are we doing with the bananas? Well, we're just going to wrap them in tin foil, put them in the dying embers, and then we're going to take them out, and we're going to do a squirt of cream on the top of it. How exciting. And that was our barbecue. We poisoned 3 people and had cooked banana at the end of the day. I mean, the only good thing about a barbecue is when it finishes. We've got all the rolls, you leave them out, they all of a sudden, because they're out in the sunshine, they start going hard, so they go off very quickly. And then somebody has a bright idea. But should we butter the rolls first? I couldn't care less. Well, anybody want a chicken drumstick? Well, I don't know, if it's anything like the last one, it was still moving. Let's have a look at the chicken drumsticks. No. Just because it's black on the outside does not mean it's cooked on the inside. But people love it. Oh, look at the flames we got going. Yes, that's your Auntie Annie's dress gone up in flames again because she got too near to it. And they always do it, don't they? They go, we'll have a bit of a squirt of a bit of petrol. Like that. The next thing, you've got Mount Vesuvius going off in the back garden. The neighbours are going, what's going on? Barbecue again. Barbecue next door. Oh, they're not having bananas, are they? Probably. That's the only thing they can actually cook on it. Why don't you just stay inside, cook in the kitchen? That's why it's called the kitchen. It's made for cooking. The garden is for plants, not barbecues. The birds don't enjoy it at all because they fly over. They get singed bottoms as they're flying over. Then all the pigeons, but it's all the insects, aren't they? All of a sudden you've got like an army of ants who've climbed up onto the table and have started dragging away slices of cucumber. What's that for? Okay. Anybody want any tomatoes? We've sliced some tomatoes. Lovely. Courgettes, anybody? We can put some should we put some courgettes on it? No. Did anybody think of cleaning the barbecue before we started? No, we didn't actually. We just thought we'd leave it all charred and manky from the last time. Are we having cooked banana? Yes, we're probably having cooked banana as well. Can we have something else, like, apple crumble? Well, you can't do that on a barbecue. Good! Let's go and eat indoors. Ridiculous. Everybody 10 to 5. Welcome to Wednesday. Short week this week, because you had the bank holiday. Well, somebody did. I've got one of those machines, frozen yoghurt thingies. There's no dawn chorus yet, says Sue Ann. I know. Also, Steve, you can cut up chunks of banana and freeze them. They're so good and healthier than ice cream. Oh, no, nothing's healthier than ice cream. You might as well sit in the garden with lollies, mightn't you? Okay, because they're so cheap. Or failing that, if you want to entertain the kids, go to Iceland and you get a box of about 50 of these things, which are all different colours, and you freeze them and then you cut the top off and they'll sit there and suck on it for ages. And you go, yeah, that's that. But we really wanted bananas cooked on the barbecue. No, you didn't. Do I like a banana split? I'm not particularly bothered, actually. This level of conversation has taken me to a new depth today. I didn't really... Do you know, your obsession with bananas is positively unhealthy. Did you have bananas covered in chocolate sauce when you were little? Yeah, I thought so. Did you have banana custard? The what? Dried bananas. Oh, right, you get from a health food shop. Yeah, I don't know why they call them health food shops. Does that mean all the other food is unhealthy food shops? But they never say Waitrose, the unhealthy food shop, and yet here you've got Holland and Barrett, the health food shop, and you think, I don't think so. It doesn't work like that, does it? Did you not have banana custard as a child, Luke? Did you? Yeah, of course. That was a nice, cheap and cheerful thing, wasn't it? Mum's made some custard, and we're going to slice up some bananas in it. Honestly, we always reminded me of that line in Fawlty Towers where somebody says, can we cancel the fresh fruit salad? And Sybil goes, little tricky, chef's just opened the tin. And it was lovely. I love stuff like that. Something that's nice and simple. That's why I work with my lot. I'm not working them for anything else. One with a hairband on and the other one who's now playing with his little drone. Dan says, morning, Steve. I've lost you. Up early with Danny's boss to pick up a new car for patient transfers. Made it home safely yesterday from Edinburgh. And I've got some amazing pictures. I'm looking forward to a drive up to Manchester and back. First proper drive since surgery. You be careful. You're not supposed to sort of be out there, you didn't know where Northolt was the other day, Steve. It's in Middlesex. I always know where Northolt is. There's an RAF station there. I'm an RAF family. I would always know where Northolt is. And, Steve, I've just seen online you can pay $350 for an ice cream machine. Yeah, that would be, I would think, one which has got the built-in freezer unit. So it does actually, but normally you freeze the bowls, and that's the sort of the cheaper end of the market. But I promise you, the other ones are so much better. Steve, I listen to you every morning. Following your trail of thoughts along with your honour is the highlight of my day. I also don't drink tap water. I boil water in the kettle. Well, we grew up boiling water because we lived abroad, so we used to actually have to boil the water and then wait for it to cool down. I know, it seems ridiculous, but it was obviously the safest thing to do. I used to love The Golden Shot with Bob Monkhouse and Anne Aston, says Colin, and The Bachelors were superb. They had so many, I don't know how many records they actually sold, but they obviously sold an awful lot of records. Barmy Arms opening up again soon, hopefully. I don't think so. I saw them the other day, and I think they're looking at 4th of July, but that's not been confirmed. So we're still waiting to find out. Some of these, I'll give you a rundown actually on some of the shops which are open, and a lot of the shops which aren't open. And it's more shops that. Oh, look, another barbecue. Oh, here we go. Burgers, sausages. It's the same old rubbish, isn't it, on barbecues every time? That's all it is. Barbecues with your friends. Honestly, what sort of friends are they when they come around for a barbecue? I mean, if you're going to do one, do a hog roast. At least then it's marginally more entertaining for everybody, but not for the poor hog in question. Also, a mum has bought a vending machine. You put money in, and she's filled it with lots of goodies, and she gives them pocket money, her children, to buy the things in there if they do their chores. So she's got chocolates, crisps, and sweets, and they just then sort of put it in, then they can get their. What a brilliant idea! She said, I bought it second-hand for £100. At first they thought it was mean, but now they love it. Exactly. It's called bribing the children. Definitely. I mean, that's definitely the best thing going. In other words, if you're very, very good, you can have a go on the vending machine. Oh, I've got some chocolates on there. Eat the kids love chocolates and stuff like that, and why shouldn't they? Oh, God, we're going to be suffering with poor old Peter Andre, because Peter and Emily's the one with the caught in the headlights look. They're not bothered the gyms have closed because they're planning on working out together. More than ever in the bedroom. Rivetingly dull, as usual. So it's going to be Wednesday and Sunday evenings at 7:30, exclusively on the Sun's YouTube channel. You're going to have to put up with Peter Andre. Now you'll realise why they don't get him presenting on television. And he says, we can't go away at the moment. And he wants to get her pregnant again. She's a doctor. I don't understand the insatiable appetite that both of them have for putting their physigs on the front of magazines and stuff like that. I've got a lovely machine. If you're thinking of buying me a present, actually, this will be it. If you're thinking about what to get me for Christmas, okay, this is a rare Enigma code machine. Do you know what the Enigma code machine is? Yes. Well, this one here, used by the Germans in World War II, could fetch 100,000. Now, I mean, obviously, it might go a bit cheaper, which is okay. The look on his face was dreadful. This is a Type 1 version, 3 rotors, each with 26 positions to create 17,576 possible combinations for each letter. But they were considered unbreakable, and then they were deciphered by a team led by Alan Turing at Bletchley Park. At the end of the war, Nazi High Command ordered the machines to be destroyed. Only around 250 hang around. I mean, wonderful. This one measures 10 by 11 by 5, has been expertly restored. Sale takes place on Friday, £100,000. What they did at Bletchley Park, what they did there was fantastic. And so Peter Andre wants to be a father again. I'd find a job, mate, first of all. It must be very thin on the ground in your household at the moment. I was meant to be at work at 0400, but I've overslept. Don't know who I should blame. Well, don't blame me. It's got nothing to do with me at all. Sue-Ann says he's playing with his drone. Has he washed his hands after? Well, he doesn't need to wash his hands. He's sanitised. We don't have to wash. We have sanitisation. And there we go. This is my one's brand new. I don't know where it went the other day. It's got ethyl alcohol, 70%. And it says it decreases bacteria on the skin that could cause diseases. Recommended for repeated use. Kills 99.999. Don't keep playing with it, Luke. It's unnecessary. Honestly. It's like dealing with a child at Christmas, isn't it? Yeah. Just remember, when you take it outside, it might sort of flee from you. It might have sussed out. It doesn't want to be in a house that's got a paddling pool on the roof, thank you. And remember, if it does go in there, it'll take you ever to drive it out. Jackie says, wasps drive me mad at barbecues. I can well imagine. Steve, Oslo Spiker Roger here. Discovered a huge Iceland shop in Oslo. I was like a kid in a candy shop. Marmite, Coleman's, Aunt Bessie, Greg's Pies. Oh, nostalgia. I know. We like a bit of nostalgia. Steve, the banana is my favourite fruit. Steve, you should get a chocolate fountain. No, they had one for my goddaughter's birthday, for her 13th birthday. I think they had a chocolate fountain. How do they clean them afterwards? I mean, that must take forever. And perhaps it spends its entire life just covered in chocolate. The idea is you put fruit on a stick and then you sort of dangle it in there. They were doing something on one of these Come Dine With Me programmes. I think it was Charlotte Crosby who came up with the brilliant idea of marshmallows on a stick and then toast it. Well, it was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. She'd never tried any of these things before. Jonathan says, nothing wrong with tap water, much safer than bottled water. I didn't say it wasn't safe. I didn't say that. I just prefer drinking bottled water. You know, my choice. You know, it's like some people enjoy eating, lemon ice lollies. But you don't find many lemon ice lollies. They do orange and black currant and then different flavours for the Roundtree's ones. But we used to make our own. You can go to a place like Lakeland and you can buy ice cream moulds, ice lolly moulds. You put it in there, mix a bit of water, stick a stick in, and then go to... They never lasted. They weren't very good at all. Ray says, as soon as it's safe to go, I'm dying to go to Bletchley Park. You must absolutely go. I've been there. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. And Shane says, I burnt my lunch fish fingers. I've now got to have sausages. Oh, dear. And another one says, 10 by 11 by 5. You've got to tell us the units, inches, centimetres for the Enigma machine. With first of next month, car showrooms open and outdoor markets. I'm assuming that means places like Bovingdon and all over the place. Camden Market. Has that been closed? Has it? Oh, right, okay. And then on the 15th, loads of other shops are going to be opening up. There's a whole raft of places, but there's also a whole raft of places that aren't going to be opening up. And it doesn't look like they're actually going to give us any details of when they are. I still can't work out why something as simple as a hairdresser. They haven't, the hairdressers who are really desperate to get up and rolling again, and they're not. Also, it's the outrage of the Tory faithful, the damning verdict. It just runs and runs, which is what we predicted it would do. Plus, J.K. Rowling got a new book out. She's releasing it week by week by week. And 1 million tests a day is in sight. Well, we thought it was in sight ages and ages ago. So here they go. So they're offering discounts in the stores already, especially if you're buying online. The future of shopping, one-way system and no browsing. But actually, that doesn't bother me. I mean, I can actually get away with going into a shop and not doing any browsing. They think that the sort of fiasco that they've had within the government at the moment. I mean, people are visiting Furniture Village. I think the idea is that you sort of see something you want and you just buy it straight away. It's a case of, you don't need to necessarily try everything on, but I do think you need to try shoes on. I think shoes, because even though you know your size, you just want to make sure that they do fit properly. Talking of fitting properly, we've got a little poem for you this morning. We have a little poem at this time every morning. This one is by somebody called Joseph Addison. Okay, and it's only a little one. It's called Hope. Our lives, discoloured with our present woes, may still grow white and shine with happier hours. So the pure, limpid stream, when foul with stains of rushing torrents and descending rains, works itself clear, and as it runs, refines, till by degrees the floating mirror shines, reflects each flower that on the border grows, and a new heaven in its fair bosom shows. It's called Hope for Joseph Addison. We don't know what year Joseph Addison came from, but it's one of his winning poems, so very thrilled with that one. 1600s, is it? Really? Good Lord. Very unusual name, isn't it? Addison for the 1600s. Very interesting. Working from home, the Prince of Clutter. This is Prince Charles, and it's got all sorts of things on it. I mean, I could happily survive on this. He's got a nice cup of tea and Clarence House branded stationery, framed photos of Camilla and the Queen Mother, and the children's rainbow painting. So, he's being interviewed by Alan Titchmarsh because they go way back. So here is a tragic story. We've had a few tragic stories this morning. I don't like doing tragic stories, but this one is a man called Chris Bruni, who lost... He's a £60,000. He was £60,000 a year engineer. He lost $119,000 just before his death. And the timeline is not very long. He was encouraged to keep on betting, as indeed are people. You go to Vegas, if you're a gambler, they will offer you all sorts of incentives. They'll give you... In fact, I watched one the other day with Louis Theroux, and they will give you the penthouse suite, biggest suite in... I mean, as soon as you go into it, you think it's a house. It's as big as that. Comes with its own butler and somebody who will sort of cook for you, make all the drinks for you. But all they really want is you to go and sit on the gambling floor, and you can sit on a table. I never understand why gamblers want to sit by themselves. I thought you'd want to be very social and have a chat to people, about, you lost a lot of money. But most people don't want to talk about that. So in December 2016, just one day after Christmas, Chris opens an account and deposits £18,500 over 2 days. Okay. 2 days after that, a VIP manager offers to get Mr. Bruni a free Apple Watch as a gift, which he finds really welcoming. December the 29th, day after, an internal email says he's already lost £22,000, but nobody contacts him to check he's happy with his losses. April the 3rd, 2017, he texts his personal account manager, "Hi, Matt. The maximum bet on sports seemed to be 3,997. Can you expand this on my account?" He replies, "Should be good. I just got approval from trading, so chasing the IT bods." Mr. Bruni then goes, "That's great. Will they automatically up the limits on my account?" The reply, "Won't be automatic straight away, but have a go. They want to let you bet." The hook is in. April the 4th, So this is the following day. He deposits £78,000 between 5:11 p.m. and 10:40 p.m. and he's handed 1,260 quid in bonuses. He places 4 losing bets on football, totalling 18,000. He's in deep. April the 5th, the following day, 6:58 a.m. Mr. Bruni deposits £4,000 and places 2 losing bets on football, each at odds of 61 to 1. 9:04 a.m. He's handed a £500 bonus. 7:19 to 9:36 he's given 4 cash bonuses of £100 each. 9:41 p.m. to 10:36 p.m. he makes his last 5 deposits, which total £23,398. April the 6th, sometime after midnight, he drives to a favourite rural spot and takes his own life. 6:13 a.m. a £500 bonus is delivered to his account. Records show that he'd lost £119,000 since April the 1st. That's how deep he was in, and that's what the online casino plied him with. They just kept him going. The whole idea is, yeah, they'll be nice to you. They had that poor woman on the Louis Theroux programme, and is she your favourite customer? Yes, Mrs. So-and-so is definitely one of our favourite customers. You know why? Because in the 7 years she'd been gambling, she'd lost £4 million. Her husband had been a doctor, and she'd gambled £4 million, and she liked doing it. It was her second home. They all knew her. Of course they did. She was losing. You know, occasionally she might have a little win, but the majority of the time she lost £4 million because they're machines. And machines are programmed to win. They're not programmed to lose. We've all played them. I saw one ages ago. It was a fruit machine. In the middle of it, though, there was a dice, or a die, a big die, in a cup. And you would think that it would be fairly easy, wouldn't you? And then you could gamble. It was 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, blah, 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 blah. And it came up as 11. And I thought, well, it's definitely got to go lower, hasn't it, next time round? So you push the button, and the dice gets jiggled around in the cup. It comes in at 12. You know, and you think, it's a machine. The dice is surrounded by magnets. There are magnets in the dice. It knows exactly where it's going to stop. They know that if it's 11, you ain't going to go high. You're going to go low. And so that's the way it works. And in the case of this young man, I mean, he was only 25. I mean, he's been plied with cash bonuses and free bets. It's just a shame, actually. This particular company turns over £1.3 billion every year. It's that addictive. That addictive. I mean, we have a fruit machine shop kind of thing in Twickenham. Whatever I can't remember what they call them now. What do they call it? Amusement arcades. But it's for people who gamble. And they will stand in there and they will play the same machines all the time. But then eventually, if a machine doesn't pay out, they will swap it for a machine that might pay out every so often. But whatever it is, it's the same people in there all the time. When I first moved in, I thought, go and have a go at it. And I since discovered that if you go to an amusement arcade, there's always the clever dicks. So just go down on that one. Hold those N2 and oh, please. Seriously. It becomes addictive because if they've lost all their money, they need to come and watch you playing your money. So eventually, your money becomes their money. Good morning, Steve and his minions. I've just mashed up very ripe bananas mixed with double cream. Do you know, don't you mash up bananas for children? You know, kids will eat mashed bananas. I seem to remember, I don't think I was actually having it, but I'm quite sure if you've got little children, they like mashed banana. You do it with a fork, and you might do it with a little bit of custard. But banana custard, you just sliced the banana into it. It was absolutely delicious. Absolutely delicious. I could eat it now, actually. I used to kid myself that it was good for you because it contained banana. The fact that the custard was nearly all sugar. Hilarious. They've done in the paper today a whole list of people. It's the way they tell them. As Dominic Cummings claims he drove 60 miles to check his eyesight. I mean, seriously, if you're that worried about your eyesight, should you be driving at all? It's like giving Stevie Wonder the keys to your Lamborghini. But Henry Deeds has revelled in the far-fetched porkies that make so many powerful men look ridiculous. There's one here. Nick Clegg employed a gardener at his second home in Sheffield Hallam at £160 a month. Rather than hastily apologise for his dodgy claims and repay the money, like Gordon Brown and David Cameron, Cleggy, the bastion of metropolitan self-righteousness, sought to make a virtue of his largesse. He'd needed taxpayer-funded assistance with his garden, he claimed, to make sure it wasn't a complete eyesore. But there you go. I mean, even though he's got loads of money, he could actually afford a complete fleet of footmen to prune their petunias. That's what people do, isn't it, if there's something there. I love the story, though, which is nothing at all to do with anything that we've mentioned before, about a young man. His name is Alessandro Franzol, and he was taking a walk in the Italian Alps. And there behind him is a brown bear. They're among the most dangerous animals on Earth. And they said to him, this is the Eurasian brown bear, it can run up to 30 miles an hour. It can outrun you easily. Wasn't that the sign that the farmer put on the thing? You know, do not come into this field. The bull, it takes, 12 seconds to get from one side of the field to the other. The bull can do it in 6. You know, and this particular animal, a fully grown male, can be more than 8 feet tall and weigh over 75 stone. Now, attacks by these bears on humans are rare, although the brown bears will attack and eat sheep. They mostly eat fruit, seeds, roots and insect. There are 50 in the wild. They live up to 30 years old. They were pushed to the brink of extinction, but then they had a breeding program from Slovenia. And so they're back again. And they obviously said to him, just keep walking towards us, keep checking, keep looking around, just in case the bear started to go into a run. And it seemed to follow him, I think, for about a good 10 minutes. He didn't panic, and then eventually the bear found something else to do and it sort of wandered off. But the moment you start running, that's when you become like a target. That's why there was that poor lad, wasn't there, who went away with his school into one of the Masai Maras. And I think that he came out of the tent because a lioness had come sniffing round for food. And as opposed to just sitting there waiting it out, he ran. The moment you run, you're a target. And unfortunately, it chased him and brought him down. But this young lad was ever so brave. The family looked on in terror. They were filming it at the same time. And at one point, the bear stands up, and of course, they reach 8 feet. Polar bears can go up to about 13 feet tall. But it's behind you, as the headline comes in on the newspaper. Priti Patel says she needs more powers on migrants, and the French escort another boatload of people that we don't really want, actually. So they pile in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, about 13 people in a little tiny dinghy, paying God knows what, about 3,000 per person. 65 migrants arrived on 6 vessels by 10 a.m. yesterday. One boat was carrying 29 people, while one man even arrived by kayak. The people's smugglers are thought to be exploiting the fact that the French boats are mainly patrolling between Boulogne and Calais, opening up the route from is it Gravelines? Fewer ships crossing due to the slowdown caused by COVID-19. Last year, nearly 2,000 people made it across. But now they're being escorted. Is the time, and it's nice to have your company. Steve, I was reminded of you yesterday morning when I watched Margaret Rutherford in Murder Most Foul. You're right, the theme music by Ron Goodwin is very, very catchy. Did you know that your fan, Francesca Annis, appeared in the film? You could ask her what it was like to work with Dame Margaret. Oh, I bumped into all sorts of people who worked with her. I'd love to have met her. She'd have been a great guest for In Conversation. Spiker Jerry says, I'm not a fan of barbecues, but I've had a few lately due to lockdown. Oh. Stephen has sold his house in Montpellier and bought a soup house in the middle of nowhere. It's really a small village of 7 houses. That's not a village, is it? 7 houses? Isn't that an enclave? And the little road stops at my new house. It's great. There's even a river at the end of the big garden. Best of all, I can still receive the internet, so I'll be able to listen to you and your super colleagues. Strangely, the reception stops when Uncle Nigel comes on. Well, that's outrageous. Outrageous, honestly. That's discrimination. Actually, you know that James O'Brien's on holiday this week. There is a rumour that he's doing another book. I don't think it's a rumour. I think he's actually told us he's doing another book. What it's on, I've got no idea. You don't think it's on Mr. Cummings, do you, by any chance, or something? Or Brexit? Perhaps we'll bring Brexit back again. Moved to Bournemouth from London recently. Steve started listening to LBC in the 1980s. Do you know what happened to the newsreader Steve Wood? No, it was all over my radio back in the day. I've got no idea. How to be wrong? How not to be wrong. The Art of Changing Your Mind by James O'Brien is. Oh, is that coming? How not to? Oh, is this the new one? Yes. Oh, that's what it. Oh, right. So it's from the best-selling author of How to Be Right, How Not to Be Wrong. That's kind of a short one. So this one here, in an age of us versus them, tribal loyalties and bitter divisions, the ability to change our minds. So what am I plugging his book for? What are you doing? $14.99, it's outrageous. You can pre-order it. If you really must do. He'll probably have to buy another house, on the proceeds of it, another extension to the house. I mean, honestly. And the last time, he put in a swimming pool and everything else. It was all very lovely. And it worked quite nicely. Connie Huck's in a lot of the papers today. She says, being seen as the token Asian woman on children's television paved the way for more non-white personalities. I don't think we ever thought that at all. She might have thought that. I don't think we did. We just watched it. It was just Connie was on the programme. I loved it when Blue Peter changed all the presenters round. They go, we've got a new presenter, and then they bring them on, and it was fantastic. I loved it. Now I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you who the presenters are of Blue Peter because I don't think you'd know any of their names. Oh, I wonder why she was getting this publicity. She just launched the Recycle Your Electricals Little Spring Clean campaign, calling on the nation to recycle their unused electricals. Well, they don't want them in the charity shops, that's a fact. They won't take anything, just in case they're a little bit dangerous. What else do we have? Oh, gun police called in as a big cat seen on the prowl in a London suburb. Isn't it funny, we were talking about this, the Bishop's Avenue, but this cat is a savannah. It's a cat, but it looks like a leopard, but it's a big cat. It's like one of those Maine cats. And rumours that a wildcat has been spotted on Winnington Road. It's not a wildcat, it is just a pussycat. I think it looks lovely. I'd love to have one like this. I'd like anything like that. It's like those Maine cats. They're much bigger than normal ones. And so caught on camera by a resident, it's a savannah big cat. It's not dangerous, it's just pussycat. It purrs and does all the rest of it. Needed a slurp of tea. Birthdays today. Pat Cash. How old for Pat Cash, eh? How old, Pat Cash? 55. 55 today. Denise Van Outen, 46. She was the one who stole from Buckingham Palace. She did send them back. She pinched. Also, born on this day in 1943, Cilla Black. Died in 2015. Does that seem possible? 2015, 5 years ago. And Don Williams. Now, I think Don Williams had a hit, I Recall a Gypsy Woman. He was one of those, I like those sort of old-fashioned people. The Chrysler Building opened in 1930. The world's tallest man-made structure. Can you imagine building that top? I've seen pictures of people building these things, people sitting on girders. I felt physically ill. But your favourite building, is it? Oh, it's lovely. I don't care, no. I really don't care. Why is it your favourite building? Oh, right. Have you ever been up it? No, you've been up the Empire State Building? Oh, right. Why do you not go up the Empire State Building? That's what everybody goes to New York for, don't they? You go in it. You get in the lift, and then you can go so far up, and then you have to get out and get another lift, which takes you the top bit, and then you can sort of go to the top, and they've had to put things on to stop people throwing themselves off it. It became a popular place for doing things like that. But I never went to the Chrysler Building. But you're right. I mean, it is quite nice. If you like that sort of thing. It's 1,046 foot tall, but it's not the biggest, because the Empire State Building went up to 1,250 feet. Have you seen the pictures of people building it? They're literally, it's like in Dubai, they're holding on to a bit of brickwork or something. What? Can you imagine if all of a sudden it gave way? I frightens the life out of me, stuff like that. And so that was nice. Oh, and in 1977, this was a historic year because I remember it vividly. The Sex Pistols released "God Save the Queen." God save the Queen, the fascist regime. Dale interviewed the Sex Pistols. I know, it seems highly unlikely in this day and age, but "God Save the Queen," the BBC refused to play it, which of course turned it into a hit. Because if you remember, Frankie Goes to Hollywood, they were also banned by Mike Reid on the BBC, and that went straight to number one. You can always guarantee the moment you decide to ban something and say, but you're not hearing that, the moment it starts selling in volumes, which I think is always interesting. Steve, I hope you're well. Says Paul, I can't believe you're pushing O'Brien's book. I don't listen to him anymore. He's so rude. Oh, but he's so not. He's so not rude. That's what I think is the art of it, don't you? And then somebody says, I thought you liked James. 2 days in a row you've knocked him. Have I? Obviously listening to the wrong programme. No, we mentioned his book. It's not knocking somebody. Knocking him, saying he's ugly as well with no hair. But, I wouldn't do things like that. That's not my sort of thing at all. And you know what he says about me?
Never question Steve Allen. He's always right.
See, told you. We're like best buddies. We like, when all the hugging comes back in again, we'll be hugging in the office. We do it all the time, Huggy, huggy, huggy. Huggy, huggy, huggy. Touch me again, I'm going to HR. Huggy, 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 I love the way that people sort of think that radio presenters don't talk to each other. People will say to me, do you talk to so-and-so? Do you talk... Of course. Of course. Somebody says here, if I may suggest, a few houses together can be a hamlet, says Keith. Not where he is. It's just a road in the middle of nowhere. A road in the middle of nowhere. Sydney's buses have a green sticker with a tick on it to various seating for social distancing. They're allowing 12 people on it. Is it the same in the UK? No? No, but if I got onto a bus, and I have been on buses quite clearly, I never sit down. I want to stand. So I always stand. If anybody gets on, I'll move. I don't want to be sort of pushed into a seat. Thank you very much indeed. If Charles dies before the Queen, does the crown then go to one of his siblings, or does it still go to William? No, it'll go to the next person down. So it's the Queen, then it goes to Charles, then it goes to William. If Charles is taken out of the equation, it will then go from the Queen to William. And that's how it is. But now, at least, we've taken Harry out of the equation, so it won't go anywhere near Harry at all. Also, Shakespeare's column today. What do we got? Famous Strictly contestants have dance lessons before setting foot on the show, claims Alan Carr. He says, I'm on the rumour list to appear every year. I'll do it one day. People are obsessed with these reality shows, aren't they, really? What else? It's cooking. Thai vegetable curry sounds particularly nice. In fact, it sounds very, very nice. And then they've got fusion tandoori chicken. 3 drumsticks is 321 calories, so that's about 100 calories plus a little... I do like drumsticks. I don't have them very often. In fact, sometimes I just have them cold, because they're a bit... Because I can't be bothered to actually sort of... bothered to be heating all these things up. We've got the news coming up in a minute, and then you've got a cut-out mask of Mr. Cummings. It's the wear this handy Dom face, you can get away with anything, they say. It's not going away, is it? Not going away at all. Katie Price said she'd love to duet... Oh, go away, you boring old baggage. We'd love to duet with Gemma Collins. But, Katie, you can't sing, dear. That's the trouble. A Whole New World. You can't sing. What's the point of doing that? She's messaged the Towie Star, inviting her to take part in a charity single. Oh, God, no, thank you. She says, I can sing and she can definitely sing. You can't sing, though, dear. That's the trouble. A whole new world. You can't sing. You're flat as a pancake. Flat as a pancake. Stacey Solomon would like to have 1,000 children. If they were all like her baby, I think 1,000's pushing it just a little tiny bit, dear. And surely not with Joe Swash. I mean, good Lord above. The only man who sort of wakes up with his hat on his head. He must have put it on the side table, wakes up in the morning, she goes, oh, morning, and he goes, put the hat on. And then they have a picture taken, which is hilarious. Chrysler Building, as it's privately owned. Well, it's offices. It's offices. But luckily, the producer's girlfriend's company is based in there. So, in fact, if we got rid of him, and he went to, then he could go in there with her. He could go and sort of talk to her at her desk. So there is a way of going in. It just means you have to be sort of backdoored, which is good. The best building to go up is the Rockefeller Building. Oh, that's nice. Fran says Harry's still 6th in line. No, he will not be coming back to take over anything at all. They're jumping round him. Much easier, isn't it? It's so much easier. Also, I forgot to mention the other day, it was John Warrington's birthday the other day. John Warrington, lovely John. Did you hear him yesterday? He was on The Breakfast Show with Nick Ferrari. John Warrington. So that was good news. Very pleased about that. It was a very nice thing. But he celebrated his birthday. I'm not at liberty to tell you how old he is. I would probably be drummed out of the brownies for that one. When you mentioned Katie Price duetting with Gemma Collins, my mind went immediately to when Arthur Mullard duetted with Hilda Baker. I got chills, they're multiplying, and I'm losing control. I remember that very well. But Katie Price can't sing. She's tone deaf. Tone deaf. Do you remember her and Peter Andre did this whole New World? It was the biggest pile of rubbish you've ever heard. And when she apparently sort of nearly represented us for Eurovision, that was another bit of an embarrassment. The trouble is, she has no talent. She can't write, she can't spell, she can't read. You know, and she thinks, oh, I'll jump onto the back. Gemma Collins would be a fool to entertain anything. But of course, you know what these people are, the Z-listers will hang around with each other. And somebody says, what happened in Central Park with that woman? Go onto the internet and find it. I'm not here to be a browser for you, I'm afraid. We have to sort of find different things. And somebody says, somebody's writing to Nick Ferrari. Somebody says, when are we going to get the essentials, like the dentist options? Well, I don't know. I do not know. That's one thing they haven't told us, isn't it? We just absolutely don't know. Dawn Neesom's column today, talking about all sorts of things. She says the coronavirus social bubbles are where we're allowed to mix with 10 other people outdoors. It's a scheme that's worked well in New Zealand, uniting families and friends, and we're promised the same in June, which means getting all the important people back in our lives. You know, hairdressers, publicans, chefs, airline pilots with private planes. And she says here, one of the reasons the Duchess of Sussex wasn't keen on Frogmore Cottage was it didn't have a tennis court. Dawn Neesom writes, diddums. Less a case of Meghan needing new balls, please, than one of her requiring a husband with a pair in the first place. I mean, to be honest with you, it's just turned into, a disaster, I'm afraid. An absolute disaster. Also, what's this one here? Barnard Castle is the new Pizza Express Woking. It's the place everybody's going to want to go to. We all went to Pizza Express Woking, didn't we? Because that was where Prince Andrew went when he didn't go to meet, you remember the story. I love it. David in Hampshire says, mince, beans and double cream went down a storm last night. Isn't it? Yes, absolutely, absolutely delightful. So some mince, beef mince, you can get some, only 5% fat in it. Fry it off with some onions, which would be lovely, and then a tin of baked beans over the top of it, stir it all through, and then a swirl of double cream. Delicious. Cheap and cheerful. Student fodder. They love it. Thank you and your listeners for the correction. Yes, Le Creux is a hamlet. Hills, forests and rivers all around, says Stephen. See, my listeners are never wrong. Although James O'Brien never mentioned them. He never said, don't ever mess with Steve Allen's listeners. They're always right. Well, they are actually mostly right. Some of them are not. Somebody has nicked somebody's tortoises. Why would somebody want to nick somebody's tortoises? That's not very nice, is it? And a young criminal mastermind forged a fiver before tearing it up in terror when he thought the police might come after him. Jake Ruthven, 8, searched online for a picture of the note, printed out 2 images and glued them together. But then he sort of had to destroy them. Did you ever hear that? Who was the comedian who used to go on stage? It might be that professional Liverpudlian. I can't remember what his name is now. He was over the back here, but he was talking about when he was little, his parents used to pretend that a friend was a policeman on the end of a telephone. They go, "We got the police on the phone," and he'd give him the phone. He'd go, "Now listen here." He said he thought it was like that for years. He said until he realised it was exactly the same person who sounded like his father on the telephone, and he was pretending to be a policeman. The policeman will come round and they'll take you away. I don't want to be taken away. Sounds like a scene out of something, doesn't it, really? I love. Do you know 6 dogs reported stolen every day last year? Staffies, the breed most targeted by thieves. 89 pooches pinched in 2019. What sort of people would I give up. We're turning into a really dreadful nation, aren't we? Celebrity supply teacher here. A string of stars turning their living rooms into a classroom for a new show. They've got Matthew Morris, Kellis, Jerry Halliwell, or Jerry Horner, astronaut Tim Peake, and Gary Lineker. God, that'd drive you mad, wouldn't it? Gary Lineker, blimey. And a host of Premier League stars will be tuning in to the first comedy soccer first team. They've got all sorts of people. But I've noticed that they've got in-betweeners writers, Ian Morris and Damon Beasley. It's about a fictional football team whose players bed a kiss-and-tell girl, but she later confesses no paper wanted to buy her story, as they're nobodies, not even a Cameroonian Beckham. And so it goes, that could be quite interesting, couldn't it? I quite like things like that. You've got Celebrity Gogglebox coming back on. So there'll be a lot of people watching DVDs, which is good. And also, classic shows are pulling in the bumper ratings. Vicar of Dibley, Only Fools and Horses, The Bill, EastEnders, Casualty and Birds of a Feather. It is so interesting, isn't it? Also, fans of reality shows won't be short of something to watch this summer. Streaming service BritBox have extra shows to keep us entertained from June the 4th. They've got, the lineup includes Gemma Collins specials, Diva Hispania and Diva Forever. So boring and tedious. I mean, seriously, I'd advise you just to get a paint pot, just do a line of paint and just sit there waiting for it to dry. Also, lots of series of Towie, Made in Chelsea and Educating Joey Essex, which of course turned out to be a futile experience for everybody concerned because he was simply impossible to educate. Really ridiculous. Steve, James O'Brien's writing a children's book, says Kev the Milkman. It's called Where's Dominic? Where is he today? Where would he be today? Guess who goes jogging? Well, you know he goes jogging because he's fairly fit, apparently, when he needs to be. And that's the Prime Minister. Boris Johnson jogs in the Queen's back garden at Buckingham Palace, which actually doesn't bother her because she's not there at the time. And he obviously runs around because it saves him running around London and people shouting things at him. So they don't. Here's Dominic Cummings. Do you know, there's something about him that nobody likes. Seriously, I mean, people just do not like him. You don't know why you don't. Is it because he's arrogant or because he thinks he's better than everybody else? He really is the most uninteresting person you could, ever find. But the PM is standing firm, even though there's now 40 Tory MPs who've decided they want him out. They don't like him either. I suspect that there'll be repercussions. Ryanair are gearing up for the summer rush. 1,000 daily flights from the UK and Ireland to Portugal, Spain, Italy, Greece and Cyprus. But the Spanish government have revealed that their requirement for overseas visitors to go to quarantine will be lifted from July the 1st. And so the hotels, I mean, some have already opened in Greece, and June the 1st international flights set to resume on June the 15th, but they're only from countries deemed safe. Anybody caught breaking the rules? £1,000 fine. £1,000 fine. Supercar maker McLaren Group have announced that 1,200 jobs will be lost across the operation, around a quarter of its workforce. They're based down in Surrey. I didn't know that. And Anne Widdecombe is opting out of people using her organs after she dies. You're quite right, actually, nobody'd want them. And she says, nobody would want my elderly bits and pieces anyway. And if they did, I'd be delighted to oblige, but only with specific consent, i.e. opting in. Because now you're deemed as being in unless you decide to opt out. And to be honest with you, given the choice, I don't think we're particularly bothered, are we, at the moment? I don't think so. But she's a bad case of cabin fever at airports. Air travellers, we are told, should be subject to a temperature test. They've got these guns which they aim at you. I've seen them being used in certain shops. They just aim it at you. They can see your temperature. I take my temperature every morning. Does that make me a marvellous person? Yes, makes me a marvellous person. Because I stick it in my ear. It's a special ear thermometer. It's electronic. And you just push a little button and then you put it in your ear. Sometimes you hold your ear up so it can go in as far as possible. Then you push the little green button and it goes beep. Sometimes quite faint. Beep. It's not very loud. Beep. It's not like that, I told you. Beep. And you take it out your ear and there it is. 36.8 or 36.5 or 36. Whatever it is, it's normal. Normal. What else we got today? There's still Harry and Meghan, but as I say, we've lost interest. And calls to shut the seaside. They don't want you going to the beach because there's no lifeguard. 2 people died the other day. And a teenager was caught inside a dinghy which capsized shortly before 2:30. She was among 3 casualties, flown to the Royal Cornwall Hospital, later pronounced dead. In a separate incident, a man died in Padstow after being pulled from the water by an off-duty lifeguard. And it's a case of, I'm sorry, there's no lifeguards on the beach. They've got signs up. The stupid people who sort of go there and they go, oh, don't worry, I'll just go in the sea. It's dangerous. That's why they would have a beach with lifeguards on it. If there is no lifeguard on it, what are people going to do? Just stand there and watch you drowning? It's ridiculous. Don't go there. I'm looking at the hosepipe bans feared in bone-dry Britain. Lindley Wood Reservoir in the Yorkshire Dales recently reduced to a trickle. Well, that's not going to do anybody any good, is it? Might as well drink the water in the bath or sort of hang on to it or something. Or go and buy You watch, the next thing is there'll be a shortage of bottled water. People be saying, oh, we use that for, flushing the toilet. Or failing that, what the next thing will be? Don't flush the toilet every time you use it. Let it mount up, as they say. Yes, all right, we don't want to go down the poetry route. Thank you very much indeed. Please don't go anymore. Okay. But, yes, thank you. Thank you. We don't care. Okay. But we haven't got as far as sort of not flushing the toilet just yet. And Simon Cowell's given money for charity. That's good, isn't it? We like that. That's very good. £1 million. He got it for an advert. And so he's giving it to this charity, Together for Short Lives. It's for seriously ill children. They could lose at least 50% of their annual income because of the lockdown. So he's donated $1 million, split between Feeding Britain and Feeding America. He's very good, isn't he? He's very good. I mean, to be honest with you, he does have the money, and I'm sure that if we had the money, we would do exactly the same. How do you opt out of organ donations? You just tell people in your will that you don't want, because if you don't tell them, they will take if they need. Because before it used to be you opt in, now you opt out. So you have to tell them that you don't want them to take all your bits and pieces. That's going to be the Eddie Mayer soundbite. Never right. It goes beep. Not loud, just a little beep. Beep. No, it's not. That will never be the soundbite for Eddie Mayer. I'm sure he deliberately listens and then goes for something completely the opposite. Completely opposite. And another one here says, if he broke the rules, this is Mr. Cummings again, just pay the fine like others in the same boat and that's it. Or is it not? Yes, I agree. Well, somebody says, call the vultures and bloodhounds off of Cummings. Enough already. Well, no. 40 now. Tory MPs have decided he's got to go. It's going to go pear-shaped, isn't it? Definitely. And somebody says, you're on form this morning. I think every morning we're on form, actually. We're cooking with gas. I love it when a plan comes together. I'm laughing out loud, and given that I live alone, my neighbours will think I've lost it. I do hope Gemma Collins, or at least someone who knows her, is listening. Well, I don't think she'd be up at this time of the morning. You only have to look at her to realise she don't get up early for anybody at all. She doesn't have any work at the moment. It's, bad. Please don't misunderstand me, okay? But I think John Warrington has the sexiest voice on radio. When you look through the glossy magazines, the OKs, the Hello, and people want to show you inside their houses, mainly people from Love Island, who sort of, as we all know, can't afford diddly squat at the moment because there is no work. Instead, they have to rent somewhere, and then they go, oh, this is art, and you think, no, they're going to be getting rid of those very, very shortly. And another one here, 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, waiting for paint to dry instead of watching Gemma Collins. I'd let the paint dry, blister, then flake, says David. Possibly. That sounds like the good one. And somebody says, I understand there's no lifeguard service or lifeboat service for people who've gone swimming in the sea, but how is there a lifeboat service for the illegal immigrants coming into Dover? Well, there's not. It's the forces, isn't it? These are definitely not lifeboats out there. They might be from the French side, but not from our side. Not that I've seen at all. Also, more on... here we go. People going to orbit. I don't know why anybody would ever want to go into orbit. I really can not understand that at all. And here we go. Europe on the brink of surrender over the UK fishing rights. And 1 million danger cars on our roads after lockdown. Around 1 million vehicles, given a 6-month MOT extension at the end of March, would have failed the safety test, says QuickFit. So when can you go and get MOTs and stuff like that? Because they are done. I mean, I don't know when my next one's due, actually. I'll probably have to go on to one of those DVLA sites and sort of check it out just to find out. It's the only time I can ever remember. I've got a piece of paper, but I can't remember when it was. It's easier to go onto the thing, isn't it, really? Go onto the website. Rachel Riley has joined an expert panel of academics and celebrities to come up with 100 questions to test the nation. Okay. What's the world's smallest country? Here you go. This is for you next door. The world's smallest country. Quickly. Sorry? No. Vatican. Thank you. Producer got it right. Okay. Hang your head in shame. Okay. What are the first 3 books of the Old Testament? No. Not Matthew, Mark and John. No. No. Genesis, Exodus and Leviticus. God, you're hopeless, honestly. Sorry? What? What's the matter? Matthew, Mark and Luke and John, bless the bed that I lie on, came in ages ago. Ages ago. All right. Here we go. Banksy is associated with which city? Come on, quickly. London? No, not Bristol. Oh, dear, we're not doing very well at all here. What nationality was Charlie Chaplin? British. So, well, English, I'm not sure, actually. I'll probably go for... what are the two main ingredients, careful, in coq au vin? OK? Coq au vin. Sorry? Cheese and ham? No. No, not a clue. No, it's chicken and wine. You've never heard of coq au vin? Coq au vin. Van is what... Honestly... So it's like going back. Are you playing at home? I do hope so. OK, I'm going to give you another one. The names of Henry VIII's 6 wives. OK?
Catherine of Aragon.
Yes, Catherine of Aragon, correct.
Catherine Parr.
No. We're going down the list. So Catherine of Aragon, Anne Boleyn. You're cheating.
Anne Cleves.
OK. No, after Anne Boleyn, no. Jane Seymour is after. Then Anne of Cleves. Then... No, Catherine Howard. Then Catherine Parr. You're jumping the gun on all of them. And that's it. So Catherine of Aragon, Anne Boleyn, Jane Seymour, Anne of Cleves, Catherine Howard, Catherine Parr. And I think it was... What was the... Divorced, beheaded, died. Divorced, beheaded, survived. Wasn't really a good thing, was it, to be married to the king? You know, oh, isn't it great? The king loves me. He's going to have you killed. And, yes, we've decided he's going off hunting because he's got somebody else he wants to marry. And your days are numbered. I mean, he was obviously a vile person, wasn't he? I was glad he died suffering in pain. I felt a lot better about it. Steve, 27th of August, your MOT is due, says Dave on the Wirral. Thank you. Nice that people know these. All you've got to do is put in your car number and it will tell you when it's due. So ages ago, isn't it? I've got ages to go on this thing. I'm doing quite well, actually. I had a takeaway Wimpy from Southend last weekend. Hands down, the best burger ever. When was your last one from Wimpy? When I was about 17. I've done a Wimpy. They don't taste the same. So, my self-isolated family want a barbecue today, Steve. Flies on cremated food is hardly great. Can you barbecue fish fingers? Not really. The only thing you can do with fish fingers is put the frying pan onto the barbecue and then cook the fish fingers in there. But to be honest, it defeats the object. You might as well just go and cook in the kitchen. Can you barbecue chips? No, you deep fry chips. You can't barbecue chips. No, that would be ridiculous. Can't barbecue chips. Well, as far as I know, you can't. I mean, somebody will probably phone up and tell me that I can barbecue chips, but I haven't actually got to that stage yet. I mean, you can do oven chips, can't you? People like oven chips. I'm not particularly into oven. I used to deep fry oven chips because they used to come out really nice and crispy. The reason that they came out nice and crispy was because they had the oil already in them. So you were just sort of adding to the oil. They were quite nice. You don't have chips, do you, being a vegan? Are you allowed chips? Oh, you can have chips. How lucky. Courgette strips, yes. You can do those. You can buy a little machine that strips courgettes and then you can put them into things. That was nice, was it? Yeah. Yeah, but your taste is mainly a bit bland, isn't it, for food? I mean, chips and creme brulee, hardly sort of a winning combination. So here we go. Still, it's raging on, isn't it? Durham's rage at Mr. Cummings' excuses now. It's the arrogance of him. It's nothing else. It's a case of, it's all these people who go, no, I didn't, no, I didn't, no, I didn't. Yes, I did. And it takes them ages. So we're up 134. 134 more people have died of coronavirus, which you'll be saying is, well, that's not very many, is it? No, it's 134 families who are now suffering without a person there. This drug seems to be the thing that is going forward. This is the Ebola drug, which we're pinning our hopes on at the moment. Amazon workers have hit out at safety standards at a warehouse where a staff member tested positive for coronavirus. So those you have to check. So, how they will keep the customers safe. These are all the different shops. So M&S When they fully open their 260 stores and 30 outlets, all changing rooms shut, which is what I predicted earlier on. There'll be screens at tills and information desks, hand sanitisers on entry, one-way systems and 2-metre markers on the floor. Outfits will have to be tried on at home. Those returned will only be put back on the rail after 3 days. IKEA will be reopening on Monday. The restaurants are closed. Customers urged to come with lists rather than browse. But that's what I thought we were good at, browsing. Clarks has put footwear that's been tried on into a back room for 24 hours before it's back on display. At Waterstones, books touched will be quarantined for 72 hours. Debenhams, no changing rooms, screens at the tills, markers on the floor. And it's the mother of all sales when they start opening up, because they've got tons and tons of stuff that's been sitting there and they've been waiting. So, open now, at the moment, that's what you've got. Supermarkets, takeaways, delivery food outlets, pharmacies, garden centres. June the 1st, outdoor markets, car showrooms. June the 15th, indoor markets, clothing, shoe shops, toy shops, bookshops, furniture shops, electronics stores, photography studios, tailors, auction houses, betting shops, charity shops. No date for the following: restaurants, bars, pubs, cafes, canteens, holiday accommodation such as hotels and B&Bs, hairdressers, barbers, beauty, nail salons, playgrounds, outdoor gyms, outdoor pools, piercing and tattoo parlours, caravan parks, commercial, libraries, community centres, places of worship, museums and galleries, nightclubs, cinemas, theatres, concert halls, bingo halls, casinos, betting shops, spas, massage parlours, skating rinks and fun fairs, indoor fitness studios, indoor gyms and swimming pools, indoor arcades, bowling alleys and soft play centres. No mention of circuses. So obviously circuses are okay, or somebody forgot to put them on the list. 7th of May at Steve Allen's. Early breakfast, and as we move ever closer to a lockdown on hosepipes, because surprise, surprise, even though we've had tons of water, it's all gone. It's all vanished. We've had, and we're heading into drought season again. They've got pictures in some of the papers today of reservoirs which should be absolutely teeming with water. We just can't seem to conserve it in this country. It just seems to disappear. Richard says that smart move closing changing rooms completely unnecessary and ensures people return for another visit soon. Yes, I mean what they're doing is they're basically saying buy it. If you don't like it, bring it back. But of course, what a lot of people will do, by the time they've gone home, they don't want to then sort of come all the way back into town again, do they? Might have travelled, miles and could be 60 miles they've travelled, some of these people, or 260 miles just to go to, get your eyes tested to see whether you can see the thing in the first place. But that's a good idea. I never understand why it also encourages people to thieve. Because we've had people who put on different layers of clothing. You take so many items in, and then you only return a few back again. I've seen that happen on numerous occasions. Steve, my local beauty salon sent an email out stating they were reopening on the 1st of July. Well, they're not. They're not. They haven't got. We haven't gone any further with anything at all. Actually, have they had contact? No, there is no light at the end of the tunnel for hairdressers, barbers, beauty salons, nail places. There's no thing at all. They were hoping that they were going to be opening the pubs on the 4th of July, but again, they've not confirmed that. They've not confirmed it. And so they definitely will not be opening on the 1st of July. If they do, they'll have all sorts of things which are going to be happening to them, which will not be particularly good. Steve, Labour MP Tony Lloyd travelled from London to Manchester with coronavirus syndrome, so where's the witch hunt on him? I don't know. I don't know why people are calling it a witch hunt. I've got no idea. I have no idea. To be honest with you, I said it didn't actually make any difference to me. If he chose to do that, that's between him and his family. It's a case of, at that particular moment, you weren't supposed to be going anywhere, and he did. Lots of people were going out there. Many of them would be fine. Did they get their money back? And can they use him as a sort of the benchmark? Well, if it was okay for him and they're not charging him with anything, could we do exactly the same? See, when they say retail, would that include airport shops? They haven't said. They haven't said, but I'm assuming if it's a clothing outlet at the airport, although actually there's not that many people fly. I never understood why people get to the airport suddenly think, I'll buy some tea bags or a tin of toffee or something like that, or a kilt. And you think, you're getting on an aeroplane. The whole idea is years ago, you would go to the airport, you go, we're going to duty-free. But of course, we don't do duty-frees anymore, do we? You don't really need it. It's kind of sort of gone out the window. And you'd go there and you go, I'll buy some cigarettes. I'll take 200 cigarettes away and I'll buy a bottle of vodka. And that's what we always used to do. Nowadays, people seem to go there and they want to buy toffee, tins of tea. I mean, it's all sorts of things you can buy. Souvenirs. Souvenirs of London and stuff like that. Morning, Steve, an original Spiker, says Heather, the Norwich nurse. She said, I'm just wanting to check in and say I'm so relieved we're all still here and going strong. You're still captain of the ship, guiding us every morning through these challenging times. I can't imagine how much more grim life would have been over the last couple of months without you. Keep on with the sanitizer. Look, I've got the biggest thing of sanitizers you've ever seen, actually, here. Although it does worry me. And say that it's flammable. Keep away from any flames. Luckily, there are no flames in my building. Heather, nice to know that you're okay. That's what I said. Didn't I say before? I've said it time and time again that all I want to do is make sure that this time next year we're all still here. I don't want to hear about anybody leaving us. Thank you very much indeed. So, you know, the more listen, you're always going to get the silly people who are going to go and do something. As long as we're not the silly people, we're okay. We're okay. Richard says the press pack outside Dominic Cummings' house should all be fined the maximum amount for not keeping 2 metres apart. Well, I mean, you hardly see any police officers down there. I should imagine by now they must have been a bit fed up with the sort of the attention seekers who stand there with their little homemade banners, which was very sweet, but a little bit naff, I'm afraid. Any updates from Anne Widdicombe amid lockdown? No. She's in lockdown. It's just her bitch she doesn't want to go to anybody. That's what she said. I think it's quite sweet, actually, because as far as I'm concerned, after I've actually gone, you can take whatever I want. Whatever my body has got that you need, take it. I've got no need for it after that. Also, the lockdown is getting to me, Steve, like everyone else. I'm 71, struggling to get a dentist. To chat to a doctor's difficult. My whole diet and exercise has gone out the window. Can only eat what I can buy. Lack of gluten-free, says Iceman. Well, I mean, I thought you could buy everything. I've never seen, the supermarkets have got everything. We've done away with this essential or non-essential baloney stuff. So talking to a doctor is quite easy. My surgery sent me a thing a short while ago, telling me how easy it is to get in contact with them. They're always up for a chat. But you're right, trying to get a dentist at the moment is a bit of a pain. And people do need dentists. In fact, I mentioned the story of Eamon Holmes the other day, who's had dreadful toothache for ages and ages. And Steve, you said betting shops can open on the 15th. Then included betting shops with the final wave that still can't open. Were they? Oh, right. Well, whatever it is, they've said that betting shops can open. Can open, which I suppose is, doesn't make any difference to me. Richard says, I can't remember, but was it Del Boy who said the Coco van was actually chicken on a lorry? Anything. All those old programmes are actually sort of keeping us going through this kind of thing. I mean, I'm watching more DVDs. I sit down, I make myself something to eat, and I think I don't think about anything else. I shall do some, work on filling the pots up when I get in, which will take me the best part of half an hour. Maggie says, did your plants ever turn up? Apparently there's a spate of online scams going on. Well, this was through a newspaper. This was through the Express. And, but it's all right because I paid for it on PayPal. They took PayPal. And so I can get my money back. But I think they're not going to arrive till the end of the month. Because when I looked in the garden centre yesterday, I went to a garden centre, and most of the plants on sale are little tiny things. They haven't sort of, they're not enormous. And then I suddenly thought, no, we do put plants in, don't we? Probably from June. So you get June, July, August, September. So you get 4 months of things, and as long as you're under water, although if we end up with this stupid hosepipe ban, which I'm hoping they're not going to, then we should be they should be okay. So we're all okay, we're all clinging on. It's like that, isn't it? What was that film where they did something? Oh, that's right, it was War Games, and they'd seen the machine playing tic-tac-toe, noughts and crosses, and it was winning and all the rest of it, and then it went quiet at the end after there's a huge explosion. They didn't know in their bunker whether or not they were coming outside to a decimated world, and so they then went, is anybody there? And it went very quiet for a minute, and then all of a sudden back comes, yes, we're here, we're here, we're here. Everybody came back in again because it was a pretend game. Unfortunately, coronavirus is not a pretend game. It's something that kills 40,000 people. So we should think ourselves very lucky that we haven't gone down with it, and that's the way I want to keep it. Thank you very much indeed. You know, I understand that you can get to, 60, 61 and things like that, and you start thinking, oh, this drives me mad. Some people cope with it very well, some people don't cope with it. Steve, carry on, cabbie. I've got a Mark I Cortina, was driven in the film around the streets of Windsor. Yeah, they filmed a lot round there. I think they did Carry On Matron down in Windsor. There was a lot of filming going on. And Dominic Cummings looks a bit like Danny Boyle. With the UK Euro Millions winner last night, I don't know, was there one winner? I've got 3 notifications from last night, because I bought some tickets today. And actually, I was quite lucky. I got, 3 notifications which came through, and it says, congratulations. They never tell you why they don't write on it. I've got no idea. It's very annoying. But, news about your ticket. You won a prize on the National Lottery. Good news about your ticket. So I've got 3 of them. Was there a winner last night? Was there one winner? Oh, please, God, it's me. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Can you imagine? You could sort of almost change your life around. It was, I don't know why I've written, does it not say on Euro Millions? Oh. You should know by what it says for Friday, for how much is coming up on Fridays. Because then if there was a winner, it should go back down to about 15 million. So there you go. Results and draws, blah, blah, blah. 33 million jackpot up for grabs. That was Tuesday. Yeah. So what is on Friday? If it says 15 million, somebody must have won it the other night. I don't want it if it's... it's crashing. I don't want it if it's only 33 million. I think that's an insult. 33 million. I'm not going to give it to you, Luke. You're dreadful. You'd waste it on another blooming paddling pool. It'd be ridiculous. Did you see some woman called Amy Childs on This Morning yesterday talk about getting her boobs enlarged for nearly 10 minutes and how hard it is being a celebrity? Awful, Steve. Well, I mean, she's an old failure. She doesn't do anything now. She doesn't appear anywhere. I don't think she has the salons. She makes her money, actually, out of some gambling place advertising with her. I don't know why. She speaks like a 3-year-old, doesn't she? And she's got the same sort of little voice that Gemma Collins has got. But it's very hard being a celebrity. Well, it is when you're not a celebrity, I suppose. We bandy it around, don't we? It's all, it's like... The laugh this morning was the fact that poor old Jordan thinks she can have a singing career or something. Doomed to nothing with Gemma Collins. Imagine 2 failures on the same recording. Unbelievable. No mention of zoos opening. That's one business that can't lock up and walk away. No, there was one that said they have to put the animals down. One little zoo, because they couldn't afford the huge bills. You can imagine what it must cost at London Zoo to feed the animals. They're sort of relying very much on public donations and things like that. And of course, the animals are so used to seeing people all the time. So, where we go from here, God alone knows. But there's so many places that aren't opening. They seem to think that the big companies, the implication, if you want to go and buy furniture, apparently it will all be covered in plastic. So you will also be discouraged from trying on clothes. You will not be allowed to try on jumpers or jackets or anything else like that. There will be no toilets opened in any of the stores at all. And in Boots, they've said makeup is a definite no. They have testers. Well, there won't be any of that. There'll be no they're removing all of those. Waterstones have said there will be trolleys on which to put the books you've picked up but do not want. Staff may allow you in the furniture stores to sit or lay if they can be thoroughly cleaned. They will also vital to try something on. You have to wear protective gear. With returns, they have to be quarantined for 72 hours before being put back on sale. But there's no food in the stores. Okay, you can go to Marks and Spencer's. There will be food on sale in their sort of shopping side of it, but there's nothing else that's open at all. Many shops will shut loose for safety. Imagine, I mean, so in other words, if you're going to somewhere like a coffee shop, which I'm assuming will be sort of opening, I mean, whether they can sort of take some of the tables out and things like that, how they're going to survive, I've got no idea. No idea. I find it unbelievable that photography studios are going to be opening on June the 15th, which is odd, isn't it? Craft fairs will be open. Gift shops in theatres, museums, libraries, heritage and tourism sites will be open. Charity shops, of which we have a glut in Twickenham. Clothing, shoe shops, toy shops as well. It's quite a lot, isn't it, really? Betting shops and arcades are opening. That's what they've said. Greggs is to open mid-June. Because normally you don't actually touch anything with Greggs, do you? You just sort of go there and you go and have a bacon roll or something like that, and they sort of chuck the bacon in the roll. They're always quite nice, actually, and loads of people have been waiting for that one. They've got 2,050 stores, which were all closed, and they have done trials. Staff have been testing social distancing, a limited product range, and a shorter working hours. At one shop near the Greggs headquarters in Newcastle, customers queued out of the door. So McDonald's now operate 33 drive-thrus, while Burger King have reopened around 50 branches for drive-through and delivery. Bit difficult to do our drive-through in Twickenham. It's part of a block. Never going to drive through that one. The estate agents, Foxtons, will be reopening branches this week, with the aim of all of them being up and running by June the 1st. And it will restart physical house viewings, because at the moment they're doing a virtual tour of property. It says on the particular property you're looking at. Oh, by the way, 2 winners on the lottery last night. 2 winners. One here in good old Blighty, and the other one in Francais. So it means £16.5 million each. God, you'd feel cheated, wouldn't you? Somebody in France has won £16.5 million. I bet they never even checked the ticket. It could be me, yeah. Well, it could be anybody else who's got a winning ticket. I mean, 16 million's 3 ways? It's 16 million. It's exactly the same as it was before, because we're not sharing it with anybody, are we? 16 million, come on, I've got to live till the end of the month. I've got overheads. Those drones don't buy themselves, You've got to work for that kind of thing. No, 16.5 million, that'd cheer your life up, wouldn't it? You imagine if you'd just been made redundant, or the company that you own has just gone under and you win well, good for you. Good for you. That'd be a nice thing. I hope it's somebody like that. I hope it's somebody. I really do think that, we need to start sort of trying to help people. I mean, I spoke to my driver this morning. He got some money as well, because he's got his accounts. He's been paying tax. Whereas there are a lot of people who are out there who aren't paying tax, who don't qualify for very much money at all. Any mention of when driving instructors can go back to work, says Andrew? No. But to be honest with you, why don't they put down, perhaps there's all these jobs out there. And yet I saw a police van the other day going through Twickenham, all very nice, nobody wearing masks, and everybody sitting next to each other. In fact, in the middle seat, there were 3 of them sitting next to it. And I thought, I'm sorry, are the police exempt from this? They must be taking their life in their hands. So, driving instructors, I don't know, somebody's very excited. Yes! Greggs is reopening. Yeah, not just yet, but soon you will get one of their pasties or their everything. So they're all going to be wearing masks, aren't they? I'm assuming that's how it is. But of course, most of them are cash, so they're going to need to be wearing gloves. Can't risk anything like that. Paul says, I've got a guide dog. Will I be able to take him in the shops? That I don't know. Guide dogs, I'm assuming. Yes. Well, I don't know. I have no idea. Have you seen the lollies exclusive to Iceland, made by the Barrett Company, who made the sweets, fruit salad, blackjack, drumsticks? Oh, yes, I've got a packet with me, actually, today. How funny. Not for me, but for the boys. But they don't take to things like that. Steve, before this pandemic, I never really listened to you. However, now I do every morning. I think you're fab, says Charlie. He says, I started up a catering company this year, been up since 5 this morning, baking mini cakes and making fresh sandwiches for a customer's afternoon tea. How lovely. Busy old you, eh? Busy old you. But it's tough. I was saying to my driver this morning, well, not my driver, he's loads of people's drivers, but I mean, work is thin on the ground. Work is very thin on the ground, and they're having to survive. He's married, he's got children. And I said, it's just wrong. There isn't, there's not enough people spending money going out, getting into cars, most of which have got the plastic in the middles, which sort of separates you from them, which is lovely. What was the other one? Cops. Oh, I love this one. They're always the most amazing, isn't it? Police have swooped on a £1 million cannabis farm just around the corner from their police station. They found 1,300 dope plants at the town centre property on Sunday. A local in Whitehaven in Cumbria joked officers must have walked past it every day. So it's That's unbelievable, isn't it, really? There was one the other day, was it? Not the other day, a few months ago. It was an old cinema that had closed down. Nobody thought a thing about it. And it was absolutely full. It was like walking into some peculiar place. It was just full of cannabis plants. Because whilst nobody's in there, they thought nobody's actually going to check on these sort of things. Which is sort of, as I say, I'm too old for that kind of stuff anyway, so it doesn't make any difference at all. 1 in 5 soldiers that we've got at the moment are not fit enough. Well, that's no big surprise, is it? And social workers, we used to have issues with social workers. More children died. I remember the dreadful case of Victoria Clumbier, who was seen by social workers covered in bruises, and the mother just came up with an excuse as to why it was. She'd fallen over, or she'd fallen down the stairs, or she'd done everything else. But the social workers here missed the chance to save a boy of 14 from a drug gang 3 months before he was murdered. I mean, it is absolute. I mean, a man, 19, got life for murder. Jaden, is this boy, Jaden Moody, should have been referred to a specialist child exploitation team after he was arrested at 14 for supplying crack cocaine in Bournemouth. Waltham Forest Council in East London accepted the findings and said it now responds to child victim cases within 24 hours. Bit late for him, isn't it? A little bit late. M&S in Edgware Road has the clothes part open fully now. It's just that you have to do the sort of paying little bit. You know, you do the little paying thing separated from everybody, I think. You just need to pay at the food hall. I used to do that before. I just want to go to Marks and Spencer's in Kingston. It's got the best selection of pants. And you know the trouble I have with pants. So we should be doing that one again. What else we got? It's Ant McPartlin ready to waltz with his girlfriend. Why is there so many pictures of him? I don't quite understand why they're interested in showing pictures of somebody. I don't really understand. They're not back on the television yet, are they? Also, time to give your motor a touch of TLC. Oh, isn't it tedious? Do you know the worst thing you can ever do to a car? Polish it. Oh, it's so tedious. I'm sure it's much easier to pay somebody to do things like that. Please, can you come and polish my car? And here we go. Joe says, weren't we lucky to have got your show and meet and greet him before the lockdown? You did a lovely video message for my son Josh, who was off to Australia. He's had to come back home and he's now doing his bit working in a care home. Good for him, Joe. Good for him. What a worthwhile thing to do. And Kevin the Milkman says, here we go. The supermarkets are still missing one important product. Wright's coal tar soap. Can you find it on Amazon for me? He said, I'm down to my last bar. I used to love the smell of Wright's coal tar soap. You have ignited something inside my body. And you can still... Wright's... Is that traditional? You can buy it on Amazon. You can buy it on Amazon. It's 4 bars for the price of 3. There you go. There you go, Kev. Soothing, cleansing, antiseptic. Have you ever seen Wright's coal tar? It's probably before your time, isn't it? The boys are too young for things like that. You can buy... I don't know. It's actually it's changed colour. It's not. It doesn't look as it did before. What if it smells the same? What if it smells the same? It used to be a bit sort of see-through. This is a bit sort of not see-through. But it's supposed to be very good for all sorts of things. But the smell of it, how lovely! I saw an advert on the television the other day for Lurpak butter in a box. You've seen the advert? They lift up the box and there's the butter in... I thought, I've got to get some of that. Definitely got to get some of that. I like a little bit of butter on my knife. And, Steve, do you know off-duty police have to pay the congestion check? We know, we did it. You're obviously not listening to this programme on a regular basis. We did this last week. That's what they're all complaining about. That the mayor has decided everybody's going to pay for it. And up until 10 o'clock at night. Ridiculous, isn't it? Also, somebody says you wouldn't believe the lack of action on COVID and PPE with the job. The police, our bosses don't give the proverbial, says Warren. I couldn't understand that, how people can sit in police cars all together and nobody's got a mask on, nobody's self-isolating. How does that work? Even on the normal police cars you get 2, but this was a van, and so there were 5 of them in it. I thought it was terrible, actually. Steve, my sister works in a supermarket, and you can take guide dogs into the shop. Right. I would have thought you could have done, actually. I would have thought you would have done. Although, to be honest with you, how you sort of find everything, if you're somebody who is blind, does the dog know where everything is in the shop? If so, I'm going to get one. I definitely want one of those. You go around and you just say to it, Prosecco. And it takes you... You've got to be very careful on things like that. I would have thought they'd be helped. I think most supermarkets have somebody who can help. Do you not think so? So the Wright's Coal Tar soap, is the stuff that Kevin can't get. But we found it on Amazon. 12 minutes to 7 is the time. Did you see Tony Slattery on Horizon last week? And have you ever interviewed him? Yeah, Tony Slattery and I go back many, many years. Probably about 30 plus years, I should imagine. In fact, strangely enough, I told you, somebody sent me, a friend of mine, Darren, sent me a clip of Tony Slattery on... Was it Just a Minute? It might have been Just a Minute, and there's a very youthful Tony Slattery. He was on one team, then the camera flips over, and there's Dale on the other one. I couldn't even remember him doing that at all. It's amazing you see all these little bits and pieces, but I don't think he did very well on it, actually. There's a new film coming out, a popular game of chance. We love a popular game of chance, and it was McDonald's customers trying to win big cash prizes. When a complex criminal network got involved, the fraudsters were loving it too. For 12 years, the burger chain's monopoly promotion was infiltrated by real-life hamburglers who stole nearly 20 million. A security boss sold jackpot tickets to his pals. A cop busted the scam after finding 3 winners in one family. A fraud gang ripped off Monopoly game for 12 years. And here's Uncle Jerry. Uncle Jerry had access to the winning stickers through his job. There was also a woman here who bought... There was all sorts of people. They were ripping off left, right and centre. It was quite amazing, actually, quite amazing. And it's going to be a series on the television, and it's also going to be made into a film. The Hamburglers who stole 20 million, because where there's money at stake, people go for it. Also, fewer things better than a day out at the cricket. I think not. But Romesh Ranganathan and Rob Beckett didn't quite have all the fun punters that normally do. They can't get Rob Beckett right, can they? They don't know where to put him. He doesn't kind of fit into anything. Guess what? Jonathan Ross is back. Because his days as a chat show king could have been on the wane after ITV shelved the spring series of the programme. But they've decided they've sort of greenlit a new series for later 2020. It's sort of a best of, and it's called The Jonathan Ross Show Special Guests. The trouble is, he wasn't getting the big guests. The big guests went to Graham Norton. I don't know why. It could never work, because that's how you get the guests. You've got to make sure that you're the one who's got the better ratings. And unfortunately, obviously... Jonathan Ross didn't have, and he didn't work with people. He didn't work as well as Graham Norton did. Graham seemed to have that sort of little something that seemed to work for him. Noreen says, we had Pears recently on an online shopper replacement. It seemed to smell stronger. Oh. And then Anne says, I think you may be remembering Pears soap, which is that's see-through, slightly different from Wright's Coal Tar, which used to be a yellow colour. You remember Lifebuoy? I do. I remember all the soaps, but the trouble is I stopped using soap years ago. Somebody said it dries your skin out, and I've got very dry skin, so consequently I don't use soap anymore. But I do remember this see-through soap. And you think it was Pears, do you? Oh, well, there you go. I mean, the only soap I've got at home now is green, not green tea, green something. It's like a medical sort of soap, liquid soap, which I think is very good. So oh, you're right, Pears is transparent. Oh, it comes in different colours, apparently so. I used to love it. The smell of soap when you're a child. It's funny, you kind of move away from it, don't you, when you get to an adult, and then somebody goes, have you smelt this? I used to use a hairspray. Yeah, all right, whatever. And it was called Cossack. And it used to have a lovely smell. There was a smell to this Cossack hairspray that you was like, whoa. And you'd cover... My mother would go, Steve, stop using all that hairspray. It's only because I had very fine hair. I didn't want it to blow everywhere. But it's funny that you can't buy some of these things now. But so Pears soap was the see-through one. Wright's Coal Tar apparently was always yellow. So now you know. Listen, if Noreen says it, it's true. She knows these things. Somebody said, yes, I'm being picked on by everybody now, so yes, I'm well aware of it. Steve, I found a new bar of Pears in the back of the bathroom cupboard. Dark brown, I think it's been there since I moved in 30 years ago. I don't know, do they have sell-by dates on bars of soap? I found some egg fried rice yesterday. It was in the box still. When was the sell-by date? March. What are we up to? June, nearly. I use the Blue Pears soap, says Wendy. Didn't know there was Blue Pears, but we're discovering something completely new. Front pages of the papers. The Sun, Reece Killer's Tex affair from prison. A rather vile piece of work, but there you go. What can you do about vile people? Nothing. We just stick him in prison and leave him there. This is Sean Mercer. He shot Reece Jones. This was this young man. And there's a new jail photo. I'm delighted to tell you that his looks are faded beyond all manner of doubt. Cossack sounds like a Russian godfather. It probably does, actually. Probably does. And here's a picture of the truth behind Kate and Meghan, the rift. Well, Kate keeps staff and Meghan couldn't keep staff, but there again, she probably never had staff in her life. And families and friends may soon be having barbecues together. I don't want barbecues together. I want to get my hair cut. I want to see my godchildren and have a cup of tea down at my brother and his wife's place. And then I'll be quite happy. Front page of the Express. Hot spell raises fears of a hosepipe ban. Yep. That seems quite like... It's bound to, isn't it? They're going to come in saying, oh, yeah. Also, the breakthrough in treatment for fighting the disease. This is the best news we've had in ages. Drug boost virus survival hopes. Thank you very much indeed. Severely ill coronavirus patients will be treated with a breakthrough drug that speeds recovery by days. This is something that they developed for Ebola. How they ever find these things again, I've got no idea. How Megxit has left Kate tired and taking on double duties. Well, listen, they've got a family to look after, they're doing well, whereas Harry is just twiddling his thumbs. He might as well take up painting by numbers. J.K. Rowling got a fairy tale treat. It's a new fairy tale on the internet in daily instalments. The Ichabog is her first children's book, not linked to Harry Potter. Funny, isn't it? Also, you write something like that, which makes her rich beyond her wildest dreams. Here we go. Dominic Cummings' house and loads of people and 2 police officers and one slightly overweight and who can do with sort of losing a little bit of weight. The PM standing firm over the Tory rebellion against Cummings. I think there's 40 of them. 40 Tory MPs who are saying, no, he's got to go. Fiona Phillips has claimed social distancing is bringing out the worst in a lot of people. She's probably right, actually. Some people handle it very well, and some people don't handle it very well. In fact, there are probably more people that are not handling it very well than are handling it. What about carbolic soap, says Jeff in Thaden Boys? Pink blocks and very strong. I remember carbolic soap. Carbolic. I'm sure my mother had a bar of soap she used to do the washing with. You know, I could be right about that, actually. On the other hand, I could be completely wrong. We have to transform Britain. There's Kate and Meghan. Doesn't come over very well out of this particular piece. Plus, the hosepipe ban's feared in bone-dry Britain. So, they've got a picture of the country. The only place that we seem to have sort of a little bit easier is way up the top of Scotland. Way up the top of Scotland. The rest of it is all red. And red is, or scarlet, less than 5 millimetres of rain between May the 13th and the 19th. It's not good, is it, really? Calls to shut the seaside as 2 people die at a no lifeguard beach. But that's the trouble. You see a big sign up there and then people choose to ignore it. What can you do? What can you do? The answer is nothing. Grin and Bear It, the boy and his parents, well, he's walking slowly away from the bear. But as I've said to you before, these bear attacks are very rare against humans because they don't eat humans. They do eat sheep occasionally, but he didn't look like a sheep, but you still watch very carefully. And if you'd like a nice picture of a young Marilyn, it's up for sale now. Hello, Norma Jean. These were taken between 1945 and 1953, and they've basically taken her from being sort of a sweet teenager into a bit of a sex siren. She was hoping to make it. She left her husband at the time. She was 19. And they were snapped by photographer Andre Dedeen, who's had a long-time friendship with her. What that meant, I've got no idea. So Hungarian Dedeen paid Monroe $200, equivalent to $5,700. That's a lot of money to take some pictures when she wasn't even known. So they're coming up. They're going to be sold tomorrow by the US auctioneer Nate D. Sanders. How lovely. How lovely. She was a terrible actress. There was no way that she was ever any good. Poor soul. And the top tunes to get through lockdown. All the sort of things that, you know, you go, so things like, that's the way, I like it. I remember when rock was young. You have to guess the titles yourself. Living a vida loca. Well, that was good. Upside, inside. Girls just want to have fun. Just can't get enough. I don't think I know that one. Just can't get enough. Never gonna give you up. Staying alive. Don't Stop Me Now, or Mr. Blue Skies at number 1, which has got that sort of multi-tracking on it, which sounded a little bit like Cher. Do you believe in a way for life? A little bit like that. The boy who taught himself Greek and Arabic. Not so clever until you realise he's 4 years old. What a bright. Isaac Miller taught himself to read when he was 2 and can write the alphabet in English, Greek and Arabic, despite having no Greek or Arabic heritage. He also knows all 50 states in America. He can count to 10 in Spanish and recites the planets in order. I think I've seen him on the Ellen DeGeneres show. I'm pretty certain. The Daily Mirror. Coronavirus scandal. Now Gove reckons he tests his eyesight by driving. Highly dangerous. The Daily Star. A free cutout mask of Mr. Cummings, Mr. Miserable. Cops don't drive if you're blind. That's the shock new advice for Britain's ruling elite. Daily Mirror. Schools, hospitals and individual offices could be quarantined if the virus flares up. And the Telegraph. COVID medics marry in hospital chapel. Plus Britain's most flamboyant Mr. Makeover is back. And the mother of all sales, as we told you exclusively on this programme, is on the way. The shops have got £15 billion worth of stock, and they want you to buy it. So producer is going out there, empty bags and everything. He can't wait to get out there and start stockpiling for the summer, T-shirts and sort of garish, loud shirts and the Hawaiian shirts, stuff like that. It's going to be very exciting. Whereas Luke's just given up completely and is not bothering. He's never been a fashionista. He doesn't need it. He doesn't really care. It's not really fashionable, though, is it? It's not a fashionable shirt you're wearing. No, it's Zara's. Well, give it back to her. Obviously, it looks better on her body than it does on yours. You're not supposed to be wearing women's clothing. Not that I have a problem with that. I want that on record. If you choose to come in dressed as, Audrey Roberts from Coronation Street, that's your problem. Plus. Footloose no more. Kylie plans a quiet birthday with her man. So she celebrates birthday today. The Phantom of the Opera not appearing on a stage anytime soon. How Europe is starting to reopen to tourists. Hairdressers say, listen, we are ready now. We're ready to go, and we're all ready for them as well. They'll be the only shop there's going to be big queues outside of. I went to Costco yesterday. No queues. I walked round and they said, what sort of member are you? And I've got no idea. They said, are you trade? I said, well, I have been called so on occasions. And he said, show me your card. And he said, oh, no, you're right. You're executive. Psh, got in straight away. Some other people were turned away because they only had an ordinary membership of Costco. So I was quite pleased about that, which was very nice. The ghost of Deirdre came to say, ta-ra. Celebrity Juice, as again we predicted some time ago, is facing the axe. According to one of the reports I read in the paper, it's ITV's top programme. I think not. The biker dad who had a burn-up, he was caught by a police drone on his lap. And then the moment he saw the drone, he quickly dumped the kid off and escaped, but the police caught him, which is good news. We like that. A former guest of the Jeremy Kyle show says the presenter shouldn't appear on TV ever again. Well, he's not been on television, has he? He's not been on television. I mean, we didn't quite understand it. They've been running that programme like that for years and years and years. And it's a case of they always knew what was going on because they'd had problems before, but they continued on with it. And then the moment something like that happened, which was somebody who apparently took their own life because as a result of appearing on the programme, they then decide to axe the programme. Now, I'm assuming that Jeremy Kyle, who would have been very well paid, is doing fine. What happened to the other 45 people who appeared on the programme, as behind the scenes or runners or studio technicians or sound or lighting or makeup? I've got no idea. Nobody cares about them. They just all get shoved to one side, which is a bit of a shame. So if they decide to axe Celebrity Juice, nobody will worry about it. I don't think people are going to go, oh, they've axed Celebrity Juice, we'll be missing that out of the schedule. The answer is you wouldn't miss it at all, so that's good news. Plus, Britain's most dangerous plant is thriving in the heat wave. And you know what this one is. It's this knotweed stuff. Happy birthday to Mary Portas. So not only Mary Portas, but also Kylie Minogue. And what the Duke of York allegedly told Virginia before they had sex. My 2 daughters aren't that far from your age. It's amazing what people remember, isn't it, really? But anyway, that one's come back again. And a smash driver told a pal to batter him with a frying pan so that it would look like he'd been in a car accident. He had been in a car accident, but it was nothing to do with he was hoping to get the insurance. Unfortunately, it didn't work out like that, which is good news. Trump threatened to close Twitter in an accuracy row, and then Emily Maitlis, 1 minute hailed by the BBC as the saving grace for all interviewers. She is just a journalist, OK? She's not the Pope or anything like that. And then she overstepped the mark on Newsnight. She gave her opinion. And, of course, that's absolutely verboten. If you work for the BBC, you're not allowed to have an opinion. It doesn't matter who you are, you're not allowed to have an opinion. They don't like you having an opinion because it means that you're not impartial. Whereas, so in other words, if Emily Maitlis started talking about her sort of political leanings, which she made it quite clear the other day she had, they have to take her off air. So at the end of the programme, they then sort of book somebody else in to do the next one. So, but don't worry, she'll be allowed back again. I should admit, the BBC are like that. They're sort of such double standards. They don't know whether they're Arthur or Martha half the time. But she blotted the coffee book and overstepped the mark, only because somebody obviously drew attention to it. They watched it and didn't think there was anything really the matter with it. But unfortunately, at the end of the day, she had an opinion. She criticised Bojo, she criticised Cummings, she basically criticised everybody, but you're not allowed to do that. But people don't. You bump into people who've been at the BBC, and it takes them a heck of a while to get out of the system of not having an opinion, because everybody wants to have an opinion. You know, we do. That's what we as radio presenters do. We've all got opinions. Like, you've got an opinion, I've got an opinion. You know, next door, I sort of have an opinion. And, everybody's got an opinion about something. Somebody confronts you in the pub about, so what do you think about this? You're going to give your opinion. That was it. What was I watching the other day? It was one of these... it's a very good programme, but I can't remember the name of it. It was... it'll come to me later. But she plays a pathologist, Home Office pathologist. It's ever such a good programme. It's very good. I mean, how on earth they work with these things, I've got no idea, but very, very clever. And she had an opinion. And she said, I'm sorry, I thought that's what I was employed for, to have an opinion. You know, somebody says, I think that was a suicide. And she went, I think it wasn't. And he said, well, let's put it down as suicide. And she said, well, I can't do that. She said, I'm paid to have an opinion on something, and so I'm giving my opinion. MP's fury as a betting giant dodges a £3.5 million fine for the death of an addict. We told you about the addict the other day on the programme. He ended up about £119,000 in debt. And, of course, if you have no chance of paying it back, it's a terrible situation to be in, I'm afraid, where people don't really know what to do. They really don't know what to do. You get yourself... It's so easy... If you have a credit card, and of course, they're very keen on lending you money. In his particular case, not only were they lending him money, they were giving him sweeteners, they were giving him all sorts of little bits and pieces, an incentive. Want an Apple Watch? Give me an Apple Watch. Because he was gambling and he was losing. He was losing. On some days, he was banking a huge amount of money. On other days, he was banking nothing. So when he took his own life, he was about £119,000 in debt. And I remember thinking at the time, that would frighten most people. Although I was reading some old emails, which actually came up the other day, mainly to do with British Airways, with stories of British Airways cabin crew who've been there for years, many of them, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. And the intention to make people redundant. They were looking at 12,000 redundancies, I think. And if you've been in a job and you've served on the skies and you've sort of been there and you expect somebody to be good, they have to be well dressed at all time. They have to, they have to be nice to people they otherwise wouldn't want to be nice to. It's like being in a shop, but you're kind of stuck in the one aisle. And so what they want to do is they want to lay off. This actually came out on Monday. They want to lay off thousands of cabin crew and then rehire them on half pay. I mean, I don't see how that works. I mean, some people will lose between 50 and 75%. And somebody wrote into Ian Dale, says, I love my job, serving the customers, British Airways cabin crew, 24 years, and they want to rehire. Terms and conditions with a 57% pay cut on June the 15th has caused such stress, fear of being unable to pay my bills, I can't sleep, I'm consistently anxious. My mental health is suffering. As a work group, we're willing to make sacrifices to save our amazing flag carrier, but sadly, the big boys at the top are not willing to listen to us and will ruin it and us. And this is just one of many that came in yesterday, and I've got loads of listeners who work for BA. So they're now not flying out of Gatwick. So Gatwick staff are suffering, all these people, and we tend to just forget about it. I think I have about the same conversation with my drivers every morning. It's a case of how much work have you had, and they'll be going probably about 3 or 4 jobs in a day. In a day. This is for the largest car fleet, I think, in the country. I don't think I've known anything that is as big as this. But they're all suffering, and it's very, very difficult. Somebody says about to be made redundant from a job I've done for 19 years, or take a 50% pay cut if I get accepted back. If you get accepted back. Having previously suffered from anxiety and depression, this brings it all back. I can well imagine how awful people are feeling. Will Guyatt lightens the mood for a brief second by saying, have a good show, go careful on the 5G hobnobs. Honestly. The 5G people, they really are the most ridiculous idiots I think I've ever heard of. Mind you, as I say, they're probably the same ones who believe in crop circles, little green men, and being taken away to another galaxy, far, far away. Shame they don't leave them there. I think that'd be far more beneficial, actually. Not just cabin crew at risk. No, I know that. It's across the board. It's engineering. And I'm just always amazed that none of these companies have enough money to survive. I mean, we're in such difficult times at the moment. We really are. We really are. Amanda Burton. Thank you very much indeed. That's the name of the lady. And what's the programme called? I know it's Amanda Burton, but I can't remember what it's called. It's where she's the pathologist. And is it Prime Suspect? No, Prime Suspect was the other one, wasn't it? Come on, Silent Witness. Silent Witness, I think. Is that it? Yes, Silent Witness. Have you ever seen it? It's really brilliant. She plays Sam Ryan. I mean, she's fab. She's so good. I mean, she was in Brookside a long time ago. Claire Blake in The Commander and Karen Fisher in Waterloo Road. I think she's great. I mean, in Silent Witness as Sam Ryan, she's absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. You could almost believe that she is a Home Office pathologist, because it all looks so real. I mean, to be honest with you, it's one of those jobs you don't think you'd ever want, would you? They did a thing the other day as well, and I wasn't sure what I was watching. I've seen documentaries on the television where people are so ill that they want to take their own lives. They want to go to one of these euthanasia clinics. And this was a woman in Belgium. And it was sort of a documentary. In fact, there were 2 people they concentrated on. One was I think a British guy, and he had a brain tumour, which was making life difficult. He was going to go for surgery. If it didn't work, then he'd already agreed that he would go for euthanasia. But this woman was ill, and they showed you the whole process, which I was really quite interested in. And it was he said the doctor who was there with a tiny little room. I mean, really tiny. There was enough room for her. I think it was her sister or daughter was in there, and one other person, and the film crew. And he said, listen, and he produces this little bottle of what looks like orange juice. And he shakes it and he says, they have to do it themselves. You can't help anybody who is going to self-euthanize. You have to let them do it. It has to be their decision. And he said, listen, you've made up your mind. He said, this is what you want to do. He said, I'm going to stay with you. And so they all stayed there. And he said, now sip it. Don't sort of slug it back or anything else. And he just shook it up and all the rest of it, poured it into a cup, gave her the cup, and she had no hesitation. She drank it. How long did it take for her to die? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. He said to her, after she'd drunk it, she sort of sat there. She looked fine. He said, do you want to lie down now? She said, yes. So she lay down on the bed. Within a matter of minutes, she'd gone. It was the most peaceful thing I've ever seen. Because I always worry about stuff like that. I don't know if ever I got to that stage in my life where I couldn't cope with pain or the illness or all sorts of problems, would I be able to do something like that? If it was as peaceful as her ending, well then probably yes. But it was a little bit of a worry. I was sort of watching it in sort of mock fascination. Nothing happened at the end. You know, she didn't sort of do anything that was unusual at all. She just went to sleep. It was quite lovely, and her daughter was sort of saying, that's nice. She was happy. She was very happy. You know, people think they're going to go somewhere and meet up with all the people that they've known. Very crowded in heaven. Very crowded. There's going to be all sorts of people up there. I'm going to bump into the producer again. That'll be nice, won't it? He'll be going, no, not you, Thomas. And I love the way. Still thinks he's the producer. It's so funny. It really is. Even though he's already written to me once saying he's just keeping the seat warm for Thomas. Although for how long he's keeping this, it could be years. Could be years down the line, couldn't it? Tom was still clinging on to the hope that, there might be a Christmas present around the corner for him. I think not. But it's nice to have anybody's company, isn't it, in this day and age? It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. We're with you Monday through Friday, 4 till 7. And we take all your texts and emails. We have podcasts as well. Boy, do we have podcasts. We have podcasts. And you can download them for free. There is no charge whatsoever for downloading. You just need to go to the LBC website, download the app, and then you can download all the podcasts. It goes back about 7 years in the archive. It'll drive you mad. You'll be listening to sort of early Steve Allen celebrity interviews. There'll be, I think, going back 7 years, there's quite an interesting selection of people. Ian from Folkestone, he says, great to hear you brighten up my day. Sad the deaths went up to over 400 again. Yep. Oh, well, I did think that was going to be the case. I almost predicted it. And just going through the papers, and there's a nice property on Jersey, 18 million, and it's very chic, says Dion. Oh, I spend all my time looking at exotic property. I just go to Knight Frank's website. They have a pop-up, though. It'll be somebody going, hi, I'm Bridget. Would you like any help? They can do it all online. And so you just do knightfrank.co.uk and put in the area that you want to go to. So if you want to go to Guernsey or Jersey, they do have very expensive properties. Very expensive properties. And so, but their crime rate is way down there, way down there. Nobody's going to have to go onto an island to start worrying about things like that because they can't get off the island again. They can only get off in the usual ways. So I do like doing that. I like playing the fantasy lottery. I like playing, if I had loads and loads of money, what would I buy? Which would be, you can have immense fun. And to be honest with you, what we're trying to do at the moment is fun. Let me also tell you something. I'm telling you this now. I've not been authorised to tell you this, but I had a long phone call the other day with the bosses. Reverse charge, as usual. And so we were talking about what we're going to do. If you remember last year, we did the Steve Allen Memorial Tea Towel to celebrate 40 years. So what we've got to do is come up with something this year. And we've agreed on the item. I know what it is. There was a choice of about 6, and we went through them and we sort of discounted some for reasons of cost and some for reasons of practicality. And so we have come up with the one item, because people kept saying, so you've done the tea towel this year, Steve, of which we shifted 5,000. What are you going to do this year? Well, we've agreed in principle, I have with my boss, of what we're going to do. I can't tell you what it is just yet, as you can well imagine. And then we'll be doing exactly the same as we did last year. But this year, more than ever before, because of the state that some people are in, we're going to need your help more than ever. And I know that you will do everything within your power to try and make this happen, because it's going to give us such a great feeling. You know that we generally help children's charities and stuff like that, because there's nothing more heartwarming than seeing a child's smiling face. And we've had some very seriously ill children over the years that you've been phenomenal with. I mean, absolutely phenomenal. It's amazing how much you can convey over the radio to somebody to say, listen, this is going to make such a difference. And in terms of what we do financially and what we sort of come up with, we can make the money go an awful long way. An awful long way. None of us get paid. We don't benefit in any way, shape or form from it, and neither would we want to, thank you very much indeed. In fact, we're more thrilled, as you know from last year with the tea towels. I've never had, I mean, seriously, I nearly wet the seat. Don't laugh, it's true, because we couldn't believe how many we were shifting of the tea towels. It was really something that was so unexpected. But again, you came through every year for the past goodness knows how many years. You've come through. When we put on a show, we sell it out. When we try and get money out of you, we try and cajole it out of you and go, listen, it's only the equivalent of 3 cups of coffee. You can go without 3 cups of coffee, can't you? And people agree with us. So this year there's going to be a big call on you. It's a big ask this year, but I'm relying on you because I just am. Because I just am. And I appreciate the fact that it's more difficult this year for people to donate money to charity. But I shall try and convince you in my own little way that this is going to be the nicest thing that you're going to do this year. If you've had your health and if you've had your job saved this year, then there are other people who are not in that particular position. I mean, you look at the British Airways people, and it's just terrible. So the letters to staff have gone out. So they want to combine all the cabin crew in one group. Now, up until now, as far as I remember, I think this is how it was explained to me. You get people who fly certain flights, domestic flights, or you get people who fly international flights, in which case you have cabin crew. If you're flying economy to the States, you'll have one set of cabin crew. If you're first class, there will be a different set of cabin crew for you. They're people who've worked through the industry for many, many years. So somebody here writing, saying, I've been a BA crew member of 25 years, that would be somebody who would probably be flying upper class. And they work very hard, but they are supposed to be the creme de la creme. Well, they've been offered, the chance of, well, you can either go or you can take a pay cut and we'll hire you back again. You think, but wait a minute, do not British Airways have huge reserves of like £9 billion? That's what worries me. And because they want to combine all the cabin crew in one group and pay them less money, they will have people who've only done domestics doing internationals. So all those people who've worked and sweated their guts out are the ones who are going to be suffering as a result. So somebody says, on the 15th of June, I'm going to be made redundant from the job I love. Redundancy notices are to be issued to 43,000 of my colleagues, the entire workforce. Yep, the entire workforce. And a senior long-haul flight attendant based at Heathrow will see enormous cuts in pay between 50 and 75%. Now, you can understand when people write to LBC, because it's people's only outlet. It's the only way that people have got, that ordinary people, the people who are suffering can write to... Otherwise, you're writing to BA and you're getting nothing back from them. You're getting nothing back. I mean, the memories of previous attacks in 2010 has put many of this particular person writing in a terrible state mentally. It's a terrible, terrible situation. What will happen? I don't know. But how do you manage that? So 1 minute, just supposing hypothetically you're earning 50,000 a year, and all your finances are geared around 50,000 a year. Your mortgage, you've gone for, as they always advise you to, go for the most money that you can get out of it. And then all of a sudden they go, by the way, your pay from next month is going to be, for doing the same job, £25,000. And you're going to be going, what? I mean, I've got a close friend of mine who got made redundant and then struggled for a while to get a job. Found a job, turned out to be back-breaking, and so they decided to leave and go for another job, which they successfully do. They get another job, and then just as they're about to start it, along comes coronavirus. So they don't have that income. So they were still waiting, and they wrote back to this company and said, listen, will you still be using me when all this is over? And they've said, yes, we want you to come and do the job. And I thought, well, that sounds quite promising. And then the other day, this person sent me a text saying, from next week, going back in 3 days a week to a job that they haven't actually done at the moment. So they'll be going in for 3 days a week, which is better than nothing. Better than nothing. They'll be earning a small amount of money, but it's better than nothing, and it's 3 days a week. So, for that, people have to be grateful. But I know even in the industry that I'm in, people lose their jobs. I mean, I got made redundant years ago. I was extremely lucky. I mean, at the time, I was absolutely gutted, completely gutted. And as anybody who's recently been made redundant will tell you, or with the threat of redundancy hanging over them, it's the most awful thing that anybody could ever tell you, next to death. It really is. It's a case of you've only ever known one thing. And when we got told, because it was a different takeover of the company, and they decided, which was not the wisest idea, to recast the station. And so they tried to do it. Well, it failed miserably. So gradually, bit by bit, people got taken back on again. So all the people who've been there before started coming back in again. And it was a case of somebody had tried to reinvent the wheel. And you really can't reinvent the wheel. But it was that initial feeling. And I always tell people the story that when I got made redundant, we were in Hammersmith at the time, and there was a big car park underneath, and we used to park there. I used to think as a presenter it was a bit of a perk, really. And I cleared all my stuff out of my pigeonhole and everything else, and I had 2 big bin liners full of all my stuff, which I collected over a number of years. And as I get to the reception, the security man who was new said, "Can I have a look through your bags?" I nearly hit him. I felt like saying... Well, I didn't. And at that moment, the bags burst. And all of my belongings, all of my years of work was spread out all over the floor. And he just sat there looking at me, and I thought, do you know, I don't like you. And I got down to the car with all my bits and pieces. My assistant producer helped me down there with it. We put it all in the car. I said, I've never felt so sad and so lonely in my entire life. It was just like somebody had taken something away from you, and you had to kind of get it back. And I've said to, previous friends of mine, not previous friends, current friends of mine, who've also been in a similar situation, I said, listen, things will change. It will get back to it. You just have to turn the corner. You just have to turn the corner, and it will go back. I promise you. It's never going to be like this, but at this precise moment in time, there is nothing that I can say that will change anything at all. All I can do is promise you that things will get better, and then you'll go on the up and up, and you'll go, see, Steve was right. LBC News Time, 4:31, I'm afraid. Nice to have your company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Had a lot of people from BA writing to me this morning. You know why? Because so many people have been on standby over the years, and you kind of get used to waking up at this time of the morning. And if you're listening to me, I fall asleep to music. In fact, I fell asleep yesterday. I should have made 3 phone calls yesterday, and I didn't do any of them. I became quite a lazy little person, and so I sort of nodded off. And when I woke up, it was like 4:30 in the afternoon. I thought, oh God, it's time to go to bed. That's the way I look at things now. But it was lovely. Steve, thank you for the mention. And we all love our jobs and all worried and heartbroken. I'm not at all surprised. I've been in that situation. I know. And so you can never take on everybody's sort of horror at the fact that somebody's taken away something you love doing. Because if you didn't love doing it, you wouldn't be doing it. It's not the kind of job where you can just sit down and somebody else will do it. You've got to be there all the time. That's why they call them trolley dollies. But the BA have grounded their A380 and Boeing 747 fleets. Could be permanently for the 747. The outlook is not. Haven't they just bought another load of planes? I thought they were still. Mind you, there's loads parked up at the moment. Loads parked up all over because they're not flying anywhere. When they do, it's going to take quite some time, isn't it? It's going to be a long time before, if somebody says to me, oh, Steve, would you like to fly to America? And I'm going to go, yeah, but I don't want to sit next to anybody on the plane. Well, you've got to have the planes full to make the money on them. You can't just and I don't really want to sit on a plane with a load of other people. It's like going to the theatre, isn't it? It's a similar kind of thing. Well, yes, but if you're flying on a plane to America, there's normally 2... and then in the middle there's 3s or 4s, and then 2s on the other side, or sometimes 3s on the other side. I don't want to be sitting next to people. I wouldn't feel that comfy about it. I mean, listen, I'm having doubts about going and sitting in my brother's garden, socially isolating, to have a cup of tea. So when he said you can have one, you can come in through the garage, because they have a garage, and then sort of sit in the garden, I'm then thinking, but they're going to be touching the cup. And I'm not sure, I don't know why, perhaps I'm just sort of worrying unnecessarily, but I'm thinking, listen, I've been really good up until now. I've been really, really good, up until now. The loads of people who've died have been type 2 diabetics. But I'm good. I'm socially isolating. Anybody gets too close to me, I give them one of my hard Paddington Bear stares, to make sure they don't do it again. You have to tell people. Don't get too close. That's not 6 feet. If you think that's 6 feet, you're in big trouble. Big trouble. So, but it is difficult. Somebody says, I can relate to what you say about being made redundant. I was so low when it happened to me 20 years ago. It turned out to be the best thing. Yes. And it's... listen, I can only tell you how I felt. I can only tell you. And I was really lucky. Some friends of mine, 'cause I've got quite a few friends in the business, and they said, why don't you go for this particular radio station? And so I phoned them up and they said, oh, we'd love to see you. And I thought, oh, wow. So I went down and they started describing the job to me. It was on another radio station. They started describing the job to me. And then at the end, she went, is that okay? And I went, are you offering me a job? She went, yes. I thought, because nobody had said anything up until that point. I was just sort of saying, because the majority of my audience turned out to be ladies. And this was very fortuitous back in those days. But there were a few people as well who didn't get jobs. And so I know a friend of mine who was working on a radio station lost his job a short while ago, and he was absolutely wiped out. And I said to him, listen, you will find another job, I promise you. And he has now. He has found another job. But you just seem to think that there's nothing there, do you? There's nothing. There's no impetus to get up in the morning. Why would you want to get up in the morning? You can't. To do what? To have another day sitting staring at the walls. To have another day going through, sort of thinking, you know, have you got any jobs? Any jobs that I could do? I'll do anything, really. So it's a terrible, terrible period, but I promise you, things do get better. It's just that you can't see that at the beginning because you're so worried about bills and things. And you always say the same. I was talking to my driver Wayne yesterday morning. We were talking about, you know, about doing. Would you, if you had your life again, would you do it exactly the same? And I said, yeah, I would probably do it exactly the same, except I'd be better with money. I would have started saving money from an early age. The only thing I did when I was young, because my accountant persuaded me to, is take out a couple of pensions. That was the only thing I did, but saving money was a nightmare. As you know, I've got friends now who find it very difficult to save money because you're living hand to mouth. And now I got the producer asking me about colour schemes in his new place. I mean, he's just bought this Gothic mansion, and he's moving. And he said, I'm thinking about green furniture. I'm thinking maybe not. I think if you've got a flat that's got white walls, and you've got... See, look at these things here. These are just sort of boxes that you fit on the walls, or you get sort of some racking or something like that. Depends how many knickknacks you've got. White as a unit, yes. Yes. I mean, if I had a white room, I mean, there'd be two places I'd be putting colour in. One would be a nice big rug in the middle of the floor. A nice big rug full of colour, because that means you can keep white furniture or white sills or white walls, and that's the focus of colour. That would be quite nice, I think. And also a coffee table to go on the top of it. That's always a good idea. So that then you can, you know, you've got so much cream and white, but the splash of colour. Also, you know, be very careful. If you've got a plain settee, don't put lots of patterned cushions on it, because it's going to clash with all sorts of things. You know, people go, oh, I like the look of that cushion. You might like the look of it, but it won't go in your room. So keep it fairly simple, so it's not too complicated. You don't want sort of lots of different bits of colour. The main colour should be, you know, on the floor. You can buy some really nice big rugs now. Depends how much floor space you've got. You know, you're looking for a 7x5. You know, I mean, all of these things here look quite nice. You can buy fake plants that go inside as well. There's a shop that only sells fake trees, fake plants, fake this, fake that, which is quite nice. But you've got to keep it concentrated. So, look, there's a nice one there. Well, mine's Chinese. Mine's oval. It took me ages to find the right one. We kept bringing back different ones to see if they fitted. And this is an oval one with dragons all the way around it. Yes, you can mix and match, yes. My room's a bit red and gold. It's a bit red and gold. I'm a bit Christmassy, and a bit, as my friends used to say to me, it's a bit Jewish Regency. I said, but I love it. I could not get enough of red and gold. So on the walls, I've got these sconces, which I saw years ago, and I've had them, you know, for a long time. And it's like a gold, I can't really describe what it is, but it's about sort of 2 foot tall, and coming out of it is like candelabras. It's beginning to sound like a Gothic castle, isn't it, really? It sounds really bizarre. But I bought those, but I don't like the candles. I just have them as sort of, because I'm too worried about flames, and you know me with my sort of history of falling over things. I'm likely to fall over them. But mainly it's green, it's red and gold with this huge Chinese rug with dragons all over it. It's quite nice. All my pictures on my walls are theatre posters. All theatre posters. I don't have anything apart from the bedroom, which were a couple of pictures that my parents had. The rest of it is all theatre posters. In fact, I've got so many, I've got no room for any more theatre posters. I've got a huge one of me in the kitchen, which is a photograph of me in the studio. Don't ask me why I've got it up on the wall. Even I can't explain that. I've got me with some celebrities, pictures of my parents. I'm not really sort of a huge picture person, but all the actual pictures on the walls are theatre shows. They're all shows I've been to. I remember somebody coming back to my place once and them going, oh, have you seen this? I went, yeah, this is when we started in the hall. And I went, yeah. I said, before you ask, I've seen everything. Everything that is in this hall, I've seen. And then I've also got antique posters, you know, going back to the 1940s and stuff like that. Because I'm a hoarder, so I collect things. So I went to a thing, what the dickens was it? But I remember going there and they had lots of old theatrical posters from the Palladium, but they were in pristine condition. So I bought 6 of them. And I've got a framing shop run by my friend Andrew. And I said, all my frames are the same. Everything's in black. Matte black. I don't want anything else. It gets confusing because it's the picture you're supposed to be looking at. And so I've got all these Palladium show posters from the 1950s, which I haven't even got up on the walls. I've got a huge Les Miserables China, which is all photographs of the cast on stage. That's about 9 by 6, 9 inches by 6, and I've just got tons and tons of stuff, pictures everywhere, because I quite like them. I'm a good one at filling up walls. My parents weren't. My parents used to have a whole wall the size of this thing in the studio, one little picture in the middle of it. What the hell was the point of that? And some people like it, whereas me, I like as many pictures up as possible. No, I just put them up. I've got original Cats posters, Les Miserables, Phantom of the Opera original posters. I didn't nick them, I bought them, honestly. Do you think I am, honestly? Steve Allen the Knicker. Makes me sound like somebody who hangs around washing lines, doesn't it, really? It's not the kind of thing at all. No, I bought everything. Used to be a shop in Upper St Martin's Lane. And we used to go there all the time, and they would have in unusual posters. And they'd say, Steve, you're going to love this poster. That's where I bought the Les Miserables poster from, because it's in their posters in China, they have pictures of all the cast members, photographs going all the way round it, and the picture of the stage set. So it's huge picture. How it's staying up on the wall, God alone knows. No, I don't keep programmes. I have had programmes. I've got loads at home. People very kindly send me in things, but it's the posters I love. Actually, I've got a Liberace one when he played the Chiswick Empire, which I paid £10 for. What it's worth, I've got no idea. But he came over here, played the Chiswick Empire, and I remember thinking, that's a nice thing to have. But it's, £10 for an original. I know. That's what I thought. I only paid £2 or £3 for the London Palladium posters. I could get the Antiques Roadshow round, couldn't I? Yeah. Because at one time I stenciled my hall. I got quite into paint effects. And so I was sort of stenciling. So I've got balustrade going down. It's not real balustrade, just painted. And then I put urns with flowers in. Stenciling was really in. There's a woman called Jocasta Innes. She did it on the television. And I thought, I can do that as well. So I painted the hall blue with clouds on the ceiling. And it sounds disgusting, I realise. It's the kind of thing you go, do you know, we'd thought it would be like that. You know, it's like, oh dear. And I've got... Sorry? No, I stencil. You buy these stencils and then you sort of mop and everything else. And the curtains in the sitting room, because I've got vertical blinds, but curtains, but they don't close. They're what I call pretend curtains. They're just swagged back with huge things on to tie them back with, tassels and everything else. In fact, the more I think about it, the more disgusting it appears to people. But yeah, I like it. It's like, my bathroom is covered in rugs. I've got rugs in my bathroom. Somebody wrote into me years ago and went, ugh, dirty. I went, no, they're beautiful. I've got Afghan rugs in the bathroom. I just like getting out of the bath and standing on an Afghan rug. Don't know why. I'm not right, am I, really? I mean, I'm not surprised I'm doing this programme. Nobody's ever heard anything like it. There'll be people listening going, is he on about? And, Steve, did you once say you've got old photos of yourself with Page 3 girls out at Stringfellows in the days it was a nightclub? Yes. We used to go there all the time. Yes, me and the Page 3 girls. I know, unlikely combination. And, yes, so all of them. Linda Lusardi's, the Maria Whitakers, you know, the Sam Foxes. There was everybody. We used to sit there and have breakfast. It was lovely. Amanda Burton, Steve, was in series 1 to 8 of Silent Witness. So currently must be thinking of Amelia Fox. No, this was Amanda Burton. Yes, Amanda Burton. I know this. And David in Hampshire says, is it just me? I don't know, you need to look in the mirror and that'll tell you, won't it? If it looks like you, it probably is. And he said, do you wash your hands after picking up letters after the postman has delivered them? No, I don't. I'm quite sure, actually, you know, that some people do. I mean, everybody does. I mean, I'm sitting here with the biggest hand sanitizer in the entire universe in me, and I use it all the time. Producer will be the one who will tell you that. And then somebody says that you've obviously, forget this radio malarkey, you've obviously missed your calling as an interior designer. Yeah, I like doing things like that. I could be quite good at that. I could be quite good. You know, feature walls and sort of stuff like that. The only thing I can't bear is too many cushions on the bed. You know when they do the pillows, and then in front of that there's about 1,600 cushions, which you've got to throw off the bed before you can climb into it. So I don't do that. What Corey's style is? Non-existent, I would have thought. That's what it sounds like to me. It doesn't sound like he's got any particular... Look at the way he's dressed. Of course he hasn't got any style. All he's looking at is he's sort of thinking, right, what can I put with this? But I mean, I always think too much colour in a place, it looks crowded. And it makes you sit there thinking, I don't know, if somebody was taking a picture of me sitting on the sofa, I would blend in with my sort of stuff. But in Corey's place, I mean, the stuff that he's wearing at home wouldn't fit in with anybody. You know, unless you were colourblind and worked for Specsavers. There's no chance, is there? But you always do that. It's always like, you know, sometimes you can have a big vase of flowers, you know, but they could be fake flowers, but make sure they're all the same. So they look much better. It looks as though they're much more real than if they're all... They do get dusty. We just take them outside and shake them. I mean, it takes ages for them to get dusty. I promise you. Don't worry about dust. After the first 10 years, it's fine. Julie's in York. She's lying in bed with her husband. Well, that'll be a first, won't it? It's only a rumour, Julie. It's only a rumour. Somebody says, Steve, 1,600 cushions on the bed. They do it on all the programmes on the television. It says cushion. Whenever they do the 4 in a bed thing, they've all got cushions on the bed. What for? You just take them off. You've got cushions on your bed. Oh. Do you know what I started collecting for a while? Because I went down to the British Transport Museum in Covent Garden. Have you been? Oh, it's fab. They've got trains inside there. You can stand on a tube train, sit on a chair. Oh, it's great. Well, you can't sit on it. And they've got all sorts of different... How they got them in there, I'll never know. But they sell in their shop cushions and bolsters to go by the door to stop drafts and stuff like that, or with the seat maquette that they use in all the different things. And they're really brilliant. I bought a few of them. And I put them on the settee because the settee's plain. And then after a while, I get a bit bored. So I've got a bolster, which is sort of like a round... cushion which sort of goes in the and I quite like that, actually. I'm a bit funny about sort of, you know, but all these other cushions are brilliant. They're really good fun, and they make them into all sorts of different things. The material's very hard wearing. It has to be. You know, Londoners' bums sit on this every day of the week. Yeah, there you go. I've got so many of these. Oh, that's a nice... I like the blue one there. Lothian Buses on Twitter, grab a piece. See, that's quite nice. That's quite nice. See, look how interesting it becomes. And it's only when you sort of see them. It can liven up a settee quite easily. Is that a rug? Transport Museum? I don't know if that's a rug there. Could be. The blue thing with white. Is that a rug, do we think? Is it? Might be. I don't know. Honestly, so that's quite nice as well. History of See, isn't it funny? Somebody said to me, "You sure it's maquette?" I said, "Listen, excuse me. I've lived in London for 50 years. Of course it's maquette." And which is a name for a French... It's hard wearing. Very hard wearing, and I like it. I like that. Pablo says, have you ever thought about doing a biography? I do it every day. I do a biography every day on the programme. Steve, thank you for your support. I'm Heathrow cabin crew in my 33rd year, says Richard. Devastated at what the company's plans are. 4:30 and I can't sleep with worry. Hearing your words are very comforting to me and no doubt other sleepless colleagues. Listen, all I can say to you, Richard, is that it might look bleak at the moment, but it gets better. It gets better. At the moment, it seems like it's the worst thing in the entire universe. I know because I've been there, and I was absolutely... I didn't think anything could actually upset me so much. But I quite like the idea that I came through it, and I've convinced other people as well. You will come through it. At this precise moment, it doesn't feel like that at all. You wake up, you're frustrated, everything's going through your mind. You're thinking, God, what bills have I got coming in at the moment? When's the last payday? How much money? Am I going to get redundancy? If they're going to lose me, am I going to get redundancy? B, am I going to get another job? That's the problem, isn't it? It's the finding of the other job. That's what I thought of. I was thinking about that all the time, and I know loads of you think that too, because I get loads and loads of letters from you, from people saying, thank you, you've made me feel a bit better. I'm still not totally reassured, which I can understand, because I had friends of mine saying, you'll find a job, you'll get a job easy. I went, why? Why would you think that? You know, it's nice to have confidence, but for goodness sake. But it will get better. Jake, my favourite Methodist pastor, now he's in Minnesota. And you remember, don't you, the other day they're still reeling from the killing of George Floyd. Pictures in all the papers today of this police officer with his knee into his neck. And he's saying, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. And he died as a result of it. Now, it's not the first time we've had this. And to be honest with you, the police are shooting off tear gas, says Jake, and rubber bullets. These last few days have filled me with such incredible sadness. He said tonight there were riots and some people looted a Target store. You see, now this is where I have to separate from that, because I can understand people, you know, marching on police stations and saying this is wrong, all these police officers have been fired. But looting a shop, what's that got to do with it? That's just thieving. That's just called thieving. We had it here. People who were supposed to be rioting against the police. But in fact, what they were doing is using it as an excuse to thieve from shops, breaking into shops, carrying out televisions. Luckily, there was one rather stupid woman I seem to remember. She was driving the car. These people were nicking televisions and putting them in the car, and she was driving them. I was so glad when they jailed her. You know, because that's just unforgivable. That's somebody's business. That's why all the shops and all the pubs around here that are closed during this knockdown and lockdown have got wooden shutters up. Even Berry Brothers and Rudd have closed their shutters. I've never seen that before in my life. But, you know, really, really interesting times. But, I mean, over in Minnesota, dear me. Steve, another one here. Somebody talking about it's weird times. It absolutely is weird times. Ian says, you make me laugh. I've got a blue wall with clouds in my bedroom. It's very calming. Yeah, I mean, I think so too. I wanted a mirror on my bedroom ceiling. I thought again, actually, after that one. I thought about the implications. I decided I was way too old. It's bad enough looking down at the unemployed without seeing it from a different angle. Thank you very much indeed. But anyway, somebody else says, my employer has decided to use this pandemic to pull the rug from under me by making me redundant and or giving a new vastly unpaid contract if I'm one of the selected few. I'm worried, upset, sad and not sleeping. My mental health is shot to pieces. And Andy said, just listening to a lady who's being made redundant. There is hope. Been made redundant twice and got through the other side. You've got to be positive. Never give in. You can do it. You can do it. I promise you. I promise, you know, hand on heart. I wouldn't tell a fib about it. I think it's just something that you have to... Listen, if you manage to get through life and you have no upsets and life is perfect, it comes as a huge shock because many of us have had charmed existences. But occasionally you need a bit of a kick up the arse. Just occasionally you need a little bit of a kick to go, listen, it's not plain sailing. You have to work for certain things. It becomes very competitive. I mean, when I was young, which is going back more years than most of you have been alive, it was easy. You could walk out of one job and walk into another one the following day. There was no such thing, and people had jobs for life. Now, all of a sudden, you find a job for life. They don't exist. I thought being a coal miner was going to be a job for life, but it turned out not to be. The only job for life would be probably a funeral director. Ever heard of funeral directors going out of business? No, me neither. Do you use hand sanitizer when receiving parcels from Amazon? Says David, you're obsessed. You're ill. No, I don't. I don't, because I don't necessarily collect the parcel. Somebody else collects it for me. So I don't. He said many of us turned into odd mode. Well, I mean, it's obviously affecting you quite deeply, David. You know, you mustn't worry about this. Otherwise you'd be walking around with hand sanitizer going all the way around your body. Every time you get on a bus or touch it, no. But I do regularly hand sanitize. And I'm not going to start chasing up parcels and letters and stuff like that. It's pretty nice to have your company. I'm sorry we went on a bit of a downer at the beginning of the programme, but there are a lot of people who are suffering at the moment quite badly. And I think we have to sort of try and boost them up a little bit. You know, when they say stick a rocket up your bottom, that'll cheer you up a little bit. Not necessarily. But, you know, we have to... The more I think about these things, the more I think this is so odd, this programme, isn't it? Some days... But it is. It's like a social service now, because there are so many people for whom their life will never be the same. I remember telling all my friends, you know, I don't think our lives will ever be the same again. I think we're all, you know, that this is going to change things completely. And it's changed things. People will change their jobs. People will lose their jobs. Some people will hang on to their job, but they might get it at less money. People have to do all sorts of things nowadays. What you've got to be, and I think the word was adaptable. Multitasking was fairly popular. I remember years ago, somebody said to me, do you multitask? I said, I don't think so, no. Not that I've noticed. And they always ask me the same thing. They say, so... Can you drive the desk for your programme? And I have to be honest and go, no, I can't. I mean, I'm always amazed that there are people who are half my age in this building, working for other radio stations and things like that, and they can all drive desks. They can edit on a computer. I can't do anything like that. I felt as though I was totally useless. When somebody said, I remember years and years ago, somebody said, do you think you might want to learn how to drive a desk? I said, I don't think so, no. I said, listen, I'll struggle through a programme without having to worry about whether or not I've got a desk to drive. I wouldn't know where to begin. Seriously, if all of a sudden the lights went out, I'd be the one looking for the shilling and the meter. So anyway, I could do it. Anyway, it's nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. We're here every day of the week, Monday through Friday. And boy, do we need each other in these times. Do we need each other? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. But I've got a poem for you. Producers pulled out all the stops. Not. And this one is one of our lengthy poems. This time it's by somebody fairly well known called William Blake. Okay, the poem that he must have one of these. He must have been out to a sort of a bookshop or something, and there was a discount book of poems, because I seem to get them on a regular basis. This one is called Ah, Sunflower. Ah, Sunflower, weary of time, who countest the steps of the sun, seeking after that sweet golden clime when the traveller's journey is done. Where the youth pined away with desire, and the pale virgin, shrouded in snow, arise from their graves and aspire, where my sunflower wishes to go. Quite grateful it's short, aren't you? I thought you would be, I know. No, it's a lovely one, and seriously, when I read it to myself this morning, I thought, that's another winner. It's another winner. I'm sure he's doing it just so at the end of the day he can cut out all me reading the poems and then put it out as the Steve Allen poem selection. You know, here they all are. So I try and make money out of me, basically. You know, I'm reading all these poetry, and he's going, so after I pass on, you know, and it'll then be a case of, I've managed to put together all these poems, Steve Allen's favourite 30 poems, or something like that, and I'll be shouting from my cloud, don't buy it! I didn't like any of them. But never mind. Listen, it is nice. It really is. We poor people, Steve, will get our reward in heaven. Don't be silly, you're poor, you won't be going to heaven. They only want people with money in heaven. Have you never heard them talk about the pearly gates? Listen, poor people don't get past pearly gates. Mind you, we could nick them, I suppose, and take them downstairs. That'd be a good idea. I wonder if do you think there's something like eBay up in heaven? I quite fancy the idea that you could negotiate with some of the angels. You know, could I move to a higher cloud? Or I don't like the view from this one. You know, I've got Genghis Khan on one side and Attila the Hun on the other, and I've got nothing in common with either of them. Steve. I left BA last year after taking voluntary redundancy. I had to have a knee operation. Best decision for me. I'd flown for about 31 years, loved the job. It was a difficult decision. God knows how all my old colleagues feel having this awful situation thrown at them. I get low even now thinking about the job and can only imagine the mental health that's going to be affected for so many people if they're just dropped. Ian was great last night and is saying he may do a programme inviting someone from BA on to answer the questions. Well done, Steve, for your support and feelings about it. I hope things change for my colleagues. They're an amazing group of people. As you can well imagine, I know so many people, and but a funny thing is that a few of them predicted this a while ago. They did think that they were going to be downgraded. Steve, I think my wife has put me on furlough. I'm banished to the front room, listening on the dodgy radio. We'll be watching the post for a P45 with the bills in the morning. I wouldn't mind, but I put a new hall carpet down this evening, says Phil in Bournemouth. New hall carpet. Somebody says, you ever thought of replacing the producers with artificial intelligence robots? No. There's something sweet about them, you know. I feel duty bound because I'm old enough to be their grandfather, and you feel responsible. Mainly because their parents might write to me and say, listen, we're not very happy with the way things are going on the programme. You know, young Corey hasn't moved up the ladder as fast as we wanted him to. And I then reply, he doesn't even have a ladder. And, you know, so we have to start for basics. I said, listen, we're still putting cushions on the settee. How are we going to work all these different things out? He's wearing an Alice band this morning. For goodness sake, I have to put up with this. But I don't mind that because they look up to me. Well, they have to. I'm taller. And not much taller. But it's a case of, you know, somebody's got to lead the programme. That'll be me. But you have to stay with us for this time. And we will, I'm sure, over the next 3 or 4 days, we will have this thing which we need your help on. And I need your help. Pie in the sky, Steve. What a great series. Richard Griffiths looked like a wonderful man. He was so wonderful. I met him. I interviewed him. I went to a production studio in Soho, and he was doing interviews. I can't remember what he was doing. It might have been the History Boys or something like that. And I said to him, you're going to think I'm really awful. I said, but I'm one of your biggest fans, because he was such a nice man. He was carrying a lot of weight, but he was such a nice person. And Pie in the Sky is a great series. He did the History Boys. Of course, he did Harry Potter, and then he also did Equus, also with Harry Potter, but this time Harry Potter showing his wand. And it was just a nice man. You know, I felt quite privileged, actually. I've met quite a few people like that you sort of look at and they say, do you know, I've kind of grown up with you. I get people saying that to me. And I go, I'm not that old. It's not that possible to that old. So great series. I love it, Shane. So I agree with you on that one. My sister has had her contract ceased following a grievance which upheld bullying by her manager, also bullying to discrimination due to a disability. Can you give her a message of positivity? Yes, there are rules in place now to protect people against discrimination. Never used to be. Somebody could call you every name under the sun. Nowadays, they can't. And my advice would be for somebody who has been discriminated against due to a disability, I think you should go to Citizens Advice Bureau. And I think that you should speak to somebody there, because people get taken to court for this sort of thing now. You can't pick on people. You know, I can't pick on the producer because he's not the tallest person in the world, or because he's got girly hair. You know, I can't do things like that. I have to be nice to him. What? No, I'm just explaining. I can't do that. You know, if I said to you, you've got girly hair, you know, then that would be do your damnedest. But you can't say things. You know, you can't pick on somebody for a disability or a sexuality or racially discriminate against them. You can't do it. There are laws. There are rules. And if it's in a workplace, but also, you know, for a manager. But then, having seen that story of over in America where a young man dies, there is still racism. You know, no big surprise. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So we send all our love to Jake, our favourite Methodist minister over in Minnesota. That's where they are at the moment, and they're going through, and he's now told us the rioting as well. It's very sad, very, very sad. At the end of the day, one day in the future, people might actually start having faith in other human beings. I mean, I try to do that, but of course it's not that easy for me, because I have to work with quite a number of people, and, you know, they want to be your friend and all that kind of stuff, you know, and so we have to go, yeah, of course you're my friend, you know, fingers crossed behind your back. No, as long as I make them feel happy in the morning, and I don't think, actually, that there's ever been, you know, a time where we haven't had a laugh, you know, or a cry or something like that, mainly crying, but that's good, that's all cool, it's all good stuff, but, you know, listen, what we've got is nothing. What we've got is nothing at all. What a lot of people who are working for these big companies, if you work for Hertz, chances are you're going to be out of work. You know, Pret a Manger, I think, is another one that they were sort of looking at. Was it Café Rouge? All of these places, will they survive? God, you hope so, don't you? Because we all we think about is ourselves nowadays. We're terribly self-centred. All of us, we sort of go, oh, that's all right for me. It's like people getting divorced. We go, oh, that's okay, you can go out and have a bit of fun. And you go, you know, you get to a certain age, you can't really be bothered to have a bit of fun. You really can't. You get to that stage where you go, do you know, I mean, sometimes I have to force myself to get up off my luxurious settee and go and make a cup of coffee. Because I think I've already had one cup of coffee. Should I have 2 cups of coffee? But today I've got these things to do, and I've got to do it today, because otherwise it's going to make tomorrow a little bit difficult. And then tomorrow, Lynn and I will have a bottle of bubbly on the patio. And we'll sort of just get through it, because that's all you can do. You can't do anything else. You have to be strong. If you feel you're going weak, you can pick up the phone and you can call LBC. You know, that's why LBC comes into its own, because we are for the people. You know, you can't do that. You can't just phone up the BBC and go, oh, I'd like to speak about, well, you know, we're not talking about that. You know, it doesn't work like that here. Another one, which is There you go, little poem for you, for everybody's in despair, says Marilyn. When you're down and full of frown, look up to the light, all will be sunny and bright. Good times will soon be with you. Try to not feel blue, like the saying, one door opens as one door closes. Soon you'll be coming up roses. You will. I had to take a friend of mine through that long thing. He'd be on the phone for ages. And I remember thinking, you will get something. Good always emerges from sad times. Talking of sad times, don't you hate talking about the travel every day? But we have to do it because it gets people into work, and, you know, you're probably all going, oh, I'm going to be sitting on that nice maquette on the buses and on the trains. So here with a check on the roads, the rails, and possibly the maquette at the LBC Travel Desk, it's Jink. Nice to have your company. Steve. Best Richard Griffiths show, Bird of Prey. If you've never seen Pie in the Sky, get it. It's a great one. Right, so at last, news we've all been waiting for. It's not confirmed. Pubs, restaurants, hotels open in June. Okay. Foreign holidays, but new taxes feared as well. And that's about as far as we go. 2 EastEnders characters are set to have an affair, but they won't be able to snog on screen. It's going to be an interesting one, isn't it? It's going to be like going back to the early Hollywood days, when people did pretend kissing. You know, I mean, it's not like... I'm totally convinced now, when I watch some of these television programmes, I think they're really kissing. I think they really are. Whereas, you know, I mean, producer tries at the end of the week, you know, oh, it's been a great week, Steve, fantastic. You have a nice weekend, hug. No, we're stopping that. We don't do it at the beginning of the week. We're not doing it at the end of the week, thank you. So they won't better snog. A source said scriptwriters have been working on an explosive affair. Lovely. Also, here she is, placed in the Sun's Laura Hamilton. Very embarrassing. I don't know why. She's now sitting in her underwear. Oh dear, Laura. What a shame. What a shame. She's this is the latest pre-recorded episode from Spain. She said, I might be missing filming in the sunshine, but how lucky are we with this weather right now? I'm glad you enjoy it, but please don't pose in your underwear ever again. It's too cheap, dear. It's too cheap. It's beneath you. More Big Macs are back. Do you know there was a couple who drove... Wait for this one. They drove 250 miles to eat a McDonald's. I mean, two friends... because they look as though they could just be friends. That's Ryan Hall and Paisley Hamilton, both 23, spent 27 quid on petrol for the trip, and they faced a 30-car queue when they arrived. They spent 20 quid on a large chicken McNugget meal, large Big Mac meal, 2 Cokes, 2 double cheeseburgers, McChicken sandwich, regular cheeseburger, and a fillet of fish. That seems an awful lot, doesn't it? For sort of £20 and a penny. So £20, so large chicken McNugget meal, large Big Mac meal, 2 Cokes, 2 double cheeseburgers, McChicken sandwich, regular cheeseburger, and a fillet of fish. They then scoffed all the food in the car, and she looks like she's eaten in the car quite a few times. And then, despite the £47 total cost, have no regrets about the day out. Ryan, who drives a Fiat 500, poor soul, honestly, it says, we actually drove from Hull to Peterborough. He said, our 15-minute meal ended up taking us nearly 7 hours. It was definitely... they both liked it. So that's it. But they're hoping they only have to go to Hull and back for a Mac. I think that McDonald's are opening another 975 more branches. I wish I had a McDonald's franchise. I quite fancy the idea of you could sort of have you can make up your own burgers, can't you? When you go in there, you go, actually, I'm going to have a quarter pounder. I've been in before, and they always make you wait. Can I have a quarter pounder with cheese, plain? So there was some poor woman in Waterloo, she didn't quite understand it. She said, what do you mean by plain? I thought it was an expression used by McDonald's themselves. And plain means, I just want the burger and the cheese. That's why it would be a quarter pounder with cheese. And then she said to me, she was obviously a bit simple, she said, do you want the bun? Well, how else am I going to pick it up? It's plain. It's accepted into McDonald's parlance, where you just have that. I don't want any of the gunk on it. I don't want any squirty. Don't want any, creams or... just want the burger and cheese, and that's it. Okay, can you manage that? But they always make you wait, because it comes out as a special order. But most people seem to know it. She didn't. Obviously a new person. Oh, look, here's a picture of Little Mix. There's always a picture of one of the Little Mix people. And she's been showing how she's enjoying the sun in her garden. Obviously with some pervy photographer who's leaning over her, taking her some dreadful picture. She's wearing a high-waisted bikini bottom from her own swimwear collection. Yeah, of course you did. Sat down and designed it all yourself, didn't you? Amazing. Also, Joe Wicks has revealed he turns down Strictly Come Dancing every year. Yeah, all right. Don't make such a big deal about it. I don't know why they're asking. They're only trying to fill up spaces. And the Prince makes a stand on men's mental health. This is Prince William. He says, I grew up in a family where you don't give away too much emotion. They don't give away any emotion. Nobody cried at Diana's funeral from the royal family. They all sat there stoically staring straight ahead. Lose the Royal Yacht Britannia, there's tears all round. Amazing. Also, he's revealed his anxiety about public speaking by not wearing contact lenses so he couldn't see the audience. Oh, God, he wears contact lenses. But he says, I did cop a Nando's. So he's had a Nando's. I mean, it's just chicken. Do you think he's never had chicken? He should have asked Meghan. They should have become friendly, shouldn't they, really? And then, you know, she could have done her signature dish, which apparently is chicken. She said, at one point, do you remember when she first came into the family, they were going, perhaps she can cook it for the Queen. I thought, must be having some sort of laughter. You have no idea. What did the Queen's just going to pop round? Steve, the double cheeseburgers are what you would call a chaser. Double cheeseburgers. Oh, you have that as an aperitif. Steve, our pubs and clubs... So Shane in Sydney open on Monday, but there's a limit of 50 people. I'll be at the club Tuesday afternoon. So pubs and clubs opening. Oh, right. Steve, we're sending back to school our kids based on the data that children don't spread the disease. Accordingly, children can spread the disease. What is the truth? Who knows? I don't know. They've said they can't. So we'll wait and see. Steve, the house I'm on about is in the sun. Is it? I've obviously not noticed it today. Perhaps you get a different... Wait a minute. Let's have a quick look, see if I can find our house in... What do you mean, today's sun? Now, I've got pictures of giraffes. That's any help to anybody. I always get pictures like this, don't I? I never get anything. And, no, can't find it. It'll probably... Oh, sorry. Probably turn up. Can I bring you this story about whinging in the rain race payout? OK. This is a civil servant... who got a payout, I'll tell you how much it is in a minute, after being called a racist for saying it always rains in Wales. See, I think it always rains in this country. Anyway, Anne Giwa Amu was mocked by colleagues for her daily weather reports, criticising the wet. The law graduate, Welsh-born with Nigerian heritage, suffered humiliating harassment from staff in a hostile environment in an employment tribunal in Cardiff ruled. She joined the Department of Works and Pensions as an administrative officer in 2017 as the only non-white in her local Caerphilly office. Colleague Daisy Cartwright told her it was racist to say it always rained and accused her of stealing ice cream. Bizarre story. Another, Robert Lewis, left Giwa humiliated by joking about how unpleasant it was to have touched her. What sort of places are these working in? The tribunal said the exchanges became bullying. Miss Giwa Amu was also unlawfully dismissed while off sick. The DWP was told to pay compensation of... Wait a minute. This is for an after-tax for race and age discrimination, including injury to feelings. It must implement diversity training. Miss Giwa says, I have every right to comment on the weather. I'm Welsh. Everybody moans about it. How much did she get? $250,000. $250,000. So she got 243,000 after tax for race and age discrimination, including 42,800 for injury to feelings. Excuse me, sorry. Oh, wait a minute, I'll do the hands. I'm doing the hands. Have a quick slip of the... So it always rains in Wales. But I said that the other day about England. I said we have every season in one day. Nobody's picked me up on it. Because we do get all the seasons in one day, don't we? I don't mind. William Blake wrote the words for Jerusalem, says Richard. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, but he also wrote the thing about the sunflower. You know, wasn't my favourite. I mean, it was okay. I'm not going to lose sleep over it. But listen, if it keeps the producer happy and keeps the piece going, then I'm all in favour of that. Because he's had a few up and down days, you know, where he sort of comes in, you think, oh, you've got the weight of the world. Because he's moving. And you know how stressful moving is. Well, for him, it's even worse. I mean, it's seriously, it's like, you know, what do I do about this? And I've got this sort of wood flooring, and we've got floor-to-ceiling windows, and I'm thinking, you know, you're telling somebody who really couldn't give a what's it. But I try and appear interested, you know, because that's what I'm like as a person. I like to be interested in all sorts of people's little foibles. And so now he's looking at he was looking through the British Transport cushions and everything else, and I said, but these are mini cushions. I mean, we know he's not a tall person, We know that because he's been doing pantomime for the last 15 years with 6 other people of restricted stature. And he's sort of... look, they're little tiny things. This is better. This is a 45 centimetre, £60 new Tube for London moquette cushion. It's nice. I can't find this house. It's not in my copy of The Sun. Do you think you get different stories in The Sun for different people? Oh, I think it's reading... Oh, right. Might be... Oh, I'm only doing today's. I can't read anything else. How wise of you to suggest that. That was very good, honestly. Every so often he comes up with a little nugget, doesn't he? You sort of think to yourself, do you know, honestly, there is a purpose in your life. Once we've worked it out. The Daily Star today. Let's have a quick think. Wait a minute. Any boobs on the front page? No. Oh, except Jeremy Kyle. Too vile for telly. Who said so? Somebody who used to be on the programme. And he's another one, because they used to get regular people, I think, on the Jeremy Kyle show. And this is somebody called, what's his name? Kane Manning. He was the victim of the TV host's harsh presenting style on the show in 2017. Kyle mocked him over his smart clothes, adding, "You look a bit shifty to me in your polo neck." And so, based on that, he doesn't think that Jeremy Kyle should come back onto the television. I mean, seriously. I mean, this is something the matter with people. You go on a show which is known for the confrontational side of it. Why would you not understand that? And he says, "I felt betrayed." Oh, diddums. What, because somebody said to you about your polo neck? God, blimey. He says, "He's arrogant and two-faced and should be banned from television. He complimented me behind closed doors, but took the out of me in the audience. I was told it was all for show." Oh, go away, you boring little nobody. God in heaven, that's your claim to fame, is it? Droning on because somebody moaned about your polo neck. God, you must find it unbelievably difficult walking down the high street, people pointing and laughing at you. Struth. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk says trying to be as happy as possible on a Thursday. Oh, I just realised why today's good. Country Life Day. That's where I can look at the houses I can't afford. But it's always interesting. I like doing it. Glad to see the Teflons working for Boris and Cummings. Stay strong, beat the press and the stupid MPs. Keep Britain from this new disease, Steve. Stay alert. I've always been alert. Always been alert. It's 5:30. Let's have a check on the news headlines at the LBC News Desk. Simon Conway.
The government's coronavirus test and trace system in England is due to begin running from 9 o'clock this morning. People who come into close contact with a COVID-19 sufferer will be told to self-isolate for 14 days, regardless of whether they have symptoms. Boris Johnson says the system relies on people's public spiritedness, as it's the way out of the lockdown. 25,000 contact tracers are said to be working on the track and trace regime. A senior minister's admitted there were inconsistencies in Dominic Cummings' account of his controversial trip to Durham during lockdown. Penny Mordaunt says there's no doubt the Prime Minister's senior advisor took risks. The COVID-19 death toll in the United States has passed 100,000. That's higher than any other nation. And dozens of travel companies have called on the government to scrap plans to impose a 14-day quarantine on people arriving in the UK. They say the focus needs to switch to economic recovery. And the weather dry with plenty of warm sunshine for many. Cloud across northern Scotland to start, but improving through the day. A high of 24 degrees.
LBC, Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
Coming up this morning with Nick, on the day the government launches its coronavirus test and trace system, Nick will be joined by the Health Secretary Matt Hancock to explain how it will help with the fight against COVID-19. As a third of Britain's 32 million strong workforce are now being paid by the government via its furlough or self-employed schemes, Nick will be asking, is now the right time to restart the economy? Plus, as the EU's chief negotiator, Michael Barnier, confirms that the European Union is open to a 2-year Brexit extension. OK, we found the house. This is the house, which is 18 million. It's in Jersey. And so it goes with a wine cave and an infinity pool. Now, the one thing that struck me about this straight away is I know these sort of houses are fairly expensive. This one is modern. You know, whereas I'm looking for something... So the staircase is a bit naff. The doors are a bit naff. And the kitchen, they say that the chic kitchen has stunning modern views. In other words, it's got windows, and it's designed by the luxury fitter Smallbone of Devices. Makes you think it's a little person with little bones. But no, Smallbone of Devices is a bit like Clive Christian. They make kitchens, probably starting at about £50,000-60,000, I would think. Plus, the new owner treated to an infinity pool overlooking the ocean, Well, of course, because it's on the cliff, so of course it's going to be overlooking the ocean. They've also got protective native woodland. Well, it's got a tree with a private winding gateway leading to a rocky cove. The site was once home to the popular Jersey restaurant Bistro Frere, which ran for more than 40 years, and presumably they then pulled it down. So it's got 7 bedrooms, 7 bathrooms, 8 reception rooms. You get a bespoke wine cave, which is just a room where they put shelving in and an air conditioning unit. And visitors walk into the large entrance hall with a bespoke staircase. In other words, it's a handmade staircase. And they've got a cinema room, kitchen, usual sort of things. It's the fact it's a bit... the one thing that lets this down, the one thing that lets it down is the bathrooms. I would be expecting... I've seen houses of £4 to £5 million that have all marble bathrooms. Beautiful. This looks like something really cheap. They say a master suite has bespoke fittings in the ensuite bathroom. It's a bath, a shower and a toilet. But it really looks naff. I'm very disappointed. For 18 million, I'm very disappointed. I'll be expecting something a bit better, but there again, I've got high standard. Producer, of course, has already filled it with those cushions that he's found. So there's cushions everywhere. Woo! And there's garaging for 6 cars. Lovely. Well, how many people drive 6 cars? You know, if you're going to have nice cars, you have them parked outside so that people can look in envy. Russ the Postie from Southend, still in shorts. Of course, well, of course you'd be still in shorts. Look at the weather. Goodness sake, you must be the colour of creosote. He says, if the powers to be can lock down individual towns of an increase in cases rise, can they make sure they send the day trippers home first? I know you don't want to be stuck with them in Southend, mate, do you? Definitely not. But, I mean, you're one of those places where the beach is full of people. They don't live in Southend. The people of Southend are going, go home, we don't want you here. But people take no notice at all. Also, Steve, why would it... I mean, demonstration forces on press charge against police. Well, over in America, they fired the police officers. Where it goes from here, I really couldn't tell you. I don't know how their system works. But to be honest with you, if I was the family, I'd be taking out private prosecution immediately. Definitely. And, thank you very much indeed. Steve, says Ron, today might be a good day, but tomorrow will be better, as it's payday for me. That's always a good day. On my way to Bath for the first time since my father passed away in March. 92, says Frank. He had a great life. My brother texted me to say the garden looks like a scene from the Day of the Triffids. So the car's full of gardening implements. I know. I'm doing things in little bits and pieces at the moment. And poor old Warren, he's got the problem with his computer again. I seriously do not. I also want to know what's happening with you, Warren. Do you know what's happening? Can you tell us what's happening? Because I'd be, you know, also, he's been trying to fix his computer, but why would you not take your computer to somebody who knows, you know, one of those sort of expert people, and then they can sort it out for you? It's the only way. I'm looking at Warren's guy. It looks lovely, actually. You must be watering on a regular basis. I just tinkle at the moment because I haven't connected the hose up, but I'm going to try and get so many things done today. I'm going to try and be a really good boy, you know, so that we can sort of plough on, I think. Susan says, so good to hear an honourable broadcaster in your country. Over here in New Zealand, we've had the same things going on. We're coming out of it now, but morale in the community was so important when we were in the thick of it, and broadcasters have a big role to play in that. Many of us over here have been filled with dread about what the job front will hold, but people are being very good at identifying businesses that need our financial support and directing money their way when they can. So things aren't quite as bad as we feared they would be. So best wishes to you and your delightful listeners. Oh, Susan, they're not all delightful. There's only a few of them. Dion, thank you for that. So we have now found the house, but as the bathrooms let it down seriously quite badly. Even the producer was a bit shocked. You know, Steve, your friend Christopher drives at least 6+ cars, mostly white ones. Do they fit into a colour scheme for him as well? A 6-car garage. What I want is an underground garage. We have a place in Richmond. It's flats. It was a church. And do you know what they've built into the basement? A garage, but you drive your car onto a lift, and then the lift takes you down in the car park, and then you get off and park your car. because obviously there wasn't enough room to put sort of little driveway in to go around there. I quite fancy an underground car park. I did it once, but my car's a bit wide for things like that. I'm not very good, actually. Not very good at all. Somebody, I don't think they're writing to me. No, they're just writing generally. Dominic Cummings scandal. Scandal, really? How you can jazz up a situation by calling it a scandal. Well, Alan, that's the way that they do. Some people call it a scandal. The papers, I mean, he doesn't feature on all of them now, except they've got lots of pictures of Mr. Cummings, but all different people, all wearing a mask. A mask, which is wonderful. Good Lord. Warren's garden looks absolutely sensational. Absolutely sensational. The grass is verdant green. Looks beautiful. Absolutely wonderful. Very, very impressed with that. You must be out watering. Have you got an automatic irrigation system? Do you know, I love neat edges in gardens. I hate it when people who have a garden don't actually do anything with it. I like them to do something with it because you can go out and sort of get all sorts of things. Which is, Ian the Skip says, I'm delightful. Nobody's ever doubted it. Nobody's ever doubted it at all. And so. Somebody says the police in America have now released body cam footage. I think we've seen the pictures. I just don't know where we go from here. I don't know what they do about it, but apparently the president's now got involved, as indeed you would expect he would do. Because we can't have this. We've had a few of these, and we don't want any more, thank you very much indeed. But are we ever going to get it? I don't know. But luckily, we have somebody in Minnesota. In fact, we have a few listeners in Minnesota. And they're sort of reporting back to us on the way it's going. And it's not particularly going well. It's a bit sad. Now the looting has started. Good Lord, Warren, your garden is looking sensational. I've got to get out there with my hose today. I've got one of these, is it X hoses, where it's quite small, but it expands. So it goes up to about 15 or 20 feet, which is fantastic. Lovely. Oh, lighting good as well, Warren. Very nice. Very, very impressed. I'm waiting for my hanging baskets. They're going to be a couple more weeks yet. And then at least we should have a bit of colour going on. Still waiting for the plants that I ordered. I'm hoping by the end of this month. If not, then I'm going to have to go back and tell those nice people at PayPal. So here's a monster 14-inch. That would be a monster, wouldn't it? 14 inches. It's a burger. And if you can eat it in under 20 minutes, you'll get £1,000 food voucher. It's a £35 mega meal. It's a gut-busting 4.5 pounds. That's weight. And it can feed 10, says the restaurant owner, Eunice Sevenik. Made with lamb, cheese and salad, the beast will be served at Preston's kebab station post-lockdown. For anybody thinking about taking on the challenge, Eunice said, they say they can. I don't think so. Oh, I don't know, actually. 14 inches. I mean, I'm looking at him holding it, and I'm thinking, it looks quite nice, actually. We've got lamb, though. Can't it be made with something else? Anything apart from that. But an interesting one, actually. Very interesting one. Also, furious Donald Trump, he's always furious, isn't he? Always gets very angry, has vowed to take action against Twitter after it said 2 of his tweets contained false information. Oh, well, there you go. Springwatch viewers fell about laughing after Chris Packham announced live beaver at the top of the show, because they're doing their outside broadcasting. They always have competition to see what he can weave in. It's a bit tragic, really. And somebody said that's what you pay your BBC licence fee for. And I'm sort of thinking, you know, he's 60 now. He's a bit old for doing these sort of jokes, isn't he? Just a little bit. Re-BA... No one can tell anyone anything as the 45 days consultation period is still underway. So we shall hear it first on LBC. I hope so. Steve, the apartments at Paddington Basin have an underground car park full of lumpy cars. Dale had a car park underneath. It was just underneath the houses. And so you had a thing that came with the car, or you got the thing and it opened it up. But I was always amazed when we went into the garage. It was full of Rollses and Bentleys and flash cars. It was just unbelievable. Seriously, it was like sort of car nickers delight. When I say car nickers, I mean car stealers, people who go to steal cars. But full of CCTV. You could not move for CCTV. We're a bit like that at home as well. What was the other story I liked? This is Michelle Keegan. Oh, lovely, another posy picture. Cuddling her dog. It's a sausage dog. I can't get into sausage dogs. I really can't. Really. Oh, I had something terrible to eat at Marks and Spencer's yesterday. I wanted to eat it because I thought that sounds nice. And it was spaghetti with meatballs. The meatballs were the most disgusting I've ever eaten. It was really, really horrible. They just fell apart. You know, we'd expect a meatball to be, you know, meat. And these were obviously made with cheap fillings because they've got little sausages on sale. They've got luxury little sausages, which are delicious, which actually are full of meat. Then they've got these other things, which look fantastic, but they taste it. I shan't buy them ever again. Seriously, they're cutting corners all over the place, and I don't like it. I don't like it at all. What have we got here? Oh, yes, Right Said Fred are coming back. I'm too sexy for my pants, too sexy for my... Yeah, they've... Right Said Fred star Fred Fairbrass has revealed a bald con man tried to impersonate his bankmate brother to scam a bank loan. Fred said he and older sibling Richard were asked to go to the bank earlier this month after a suspected identity theft. But surprisingly, he's not cross at the fraudsters, saying on Facebook, I kind of admire him. But they didn't actually get anything at all, which was 11 minutes to 6. So we got phoned up a short while ago about the Right Said Fred story. Because apparently it turns out that Henry out there, not related to the Ford company, or anything, that just Henry, and his parents used to live with Right Said Fred. Interesting. Not really. And it was down at... And he said, which paper does it appear at? Honestly, I have to find all the stories for these people. Honestly, I should be on commission. But, yeah, that's what they used to do. And then along came Henry and ruined everything. Apart from that, his parents could have been terribly famous, couldn't they? They could have been part of Right Said Fred. Which they probably would be. Because you could never find Henry singing, I'm too sexy for my shirt, too sexy. You know, it's not going to happen, really. Sad story. We've had lots of sad stories this morning. I don't like sad stories. But I appreciate the fact that, you know, life is full of ups and downs and happy and sad and uproariously funny and everything else. This is from Nige on Dartmoor. I was never too sure whether or not Nige was actually living in a property or was it a tent in the middle of Dartmoor. And he says, I lost my wife 8 months ago after 42 years of marriage, and the day after she died, I found out that my job was in jeopardy. It's been a wretched time, and now with lockdown, big life change. I do remain positive with the support of close family and neighbours in my village here on Dartmoor, but you've helped my grief and to keep me sane in the lonely hours of the morning. You're not the first one to say that. My mum used to say that as well. She thought the early hours of the morning and the night time things that went on were the worst period for her, the worst period. And he says, you've entertained me for years with your endless patter, and I join in with a few naff jokes from time to time. He says, keep battling on. KBO is my motto. That's what we can all do. It's, listen, a dreadful time for you. But you're right, actually. It's the early hours of the morning when people sort of... My mother hated the weekends as well, which I've actually told people about before, after my dad died, because, you know, I think she'd only ever been out with one other person. And we know that because he came to her funeral and I didn't know who he was. And my brother said, oh, that's so-and-so has known Mum for years. And he was in a worse state than we were. And then we thought that was maybe a little something that had gone on before. But anyway, it was those early hours of the morning and the weekend. So as I've said before, my mum used to pass herself off onto members of the family. She'd go and stay with them for the weekend, because she didn't want to be by herself at home. There was nothing going on. And you do see people, and I see it all the time. You see ladies walking up and down the high street with their bags and stuff like that, and you think, I wonder if you're a widow. You know, you see men doing it as well. But it's the ladies, isn't it, who tend to go out all the time. So, you know, I understand where you're coming from, Nige. I really do. It's awful. But you didn't tell us the end. Is your job still in jeopardy? Or have you sorted something out in that department? But you're absolutely right when you say you can be positive with the support of close family and neighbours, because it's neighbours who actually come. You know, they'll help you out. They'll do things for you. But you want to maintain it at a distance, don't you? You don't really want to sort of have to rely on somebody totally, because you don't want them to know. You don't like telling people, I'm being totally honest with you. I can't cope. And that's all you have to do. You only have to ask. And, and neighbours and friends and family will come round. You only have to ask. People just have to be honest, but we're not very good at being honest, are we? We're not very good at telling people our feeling. How are you feeling at the moment? I feel terrible. I feel absolute rubbish. I've never felt so bad. I feel so alone. I feel so, and you don't know what to do. I remember after my dad died and then my mum died, I can remember every time I opened up a newspaper or turned on the news, there was always a story about somebody dying. And I remember thinking, is it just now because of my situation it comes to the forefront? But it's just one of those things. It does get better. I keep saying that to people. I'm trying to convince myself at the same time because I want it to get better. I wanted to get better for all of you. Steve, did you see Fat Arge on this morning banging on about the pressure of fame? Oh, he's sold a story, some dreary thing about his being addicted to cocaine. I couldn't care less. I seriously couldn't. These people, more money than sense. That's what they say about cocaine, isn't it? God's way of saying you got too much money. So I'm not really interested. He drones on. He doesn't really have a job as such. He just seems to sort of lounge around. I thought he'd lost the weight, though. She's lost the weight. But she's been doing it with injections. All this rubbish about she's been healthy eating. Please. Steve. The beautiful verdant green grass and trees in Dubai, whereby the irrigation comes from underground desalinated water from the sea, says Dev. Everybody seems to manage it except us. We can't manage it. Why can't we desalinate water? I mean, that's like they've got the Hoover Dam, haven't they, near Vegas, and I'm assuming most of the water comes from there. And we've just had... Do you not remember when we had all that rain a short while ago? My water butt filled up in about 20 minutes. It was chocky. It was overflow. Now, nothing. Ridiculous, honestly. But however bad you think your life is, there's always somebody who is worse off. Worst off. Sandra says, try Marks & Spencer's best sausage rolls. They're delicious. I tried them. I thought they were rubbish. I'm on a downer at the moment, you could tell. They said, oh, this is our best sausage roll. I mean, seriously, it wasn't very exciting at all. But it's and also, remember I complained first of all about the toilet paper. I was better off buying another brand because the Marks & Spencer stuff was like tissue. It was really thin and weedy and cutting costs. And then their socks were not as good quality as they used to be because I'm a big Marks & Spencer's fan. So, we do our best. 5 to 6 is the time. Celebrity SAS star, somebody called Locksmith. Anybody on that one? No, me neither. The rudimental DJ revealed he once saw a stabbing victim bleed to death outside his house. Just the kind of thing you want to hear, isn't it, really? No. And here's Alex Hobbs. He's a teenager. He got a pal to hit him in the face with a frying pan. I mean, sounds a bit dangerous, doesn't it, really? As he tried to fake being a crime victim. He flipped his Ford Fiesta, oh dear, poor soul, on a road after colliding with a lamppost. He fled the scene, leaving the motor upside down, but in a bid to escape justice, he tried to convince the police he'd been attacked by thugs who stole his car. Don't be silly, nobody steals Ford Fiestas. There is it. You get them in Christmas crackers. Police found the abandoned vehicle, went round to his home, but nobody was in. Later that day, he called them, claiming he'd been assaulted and his car had been stolen that same morning. Officers visited him to take a statement, but noted he kept losing concentration. He then called his insurance company and repeated his claim the car had been stolen. When police visited again later that day, he admitted driving his motor at the time of the crash and that the theft claim was a lie. He admitted getting a friend to hit him in the face with a pan to make his tale more believable. So all he got for that was a 12-month community order. That's like mamby-pamby. And a 6-month driving ban after he admitted wasting police time in addition to fraud by false... Oh, that'd have been 2 years in prison as far as I'm concerned. I wouldn't have wasted any time at all. But he said that he was... his desire to run away from the scene of an accident meant an innocent person could have been arrested for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I always love it when people think that they can fool people. They go, oh, yes, this happened to me. No, it didn't. They had a woman... It was one of those Australian programmes where the police are very lenient. Oh, g'day, mate. How you doing? Unfortunately, you have blown positive. Would you like to come with me to the police station? No. OK, thank you. And there was a woman, and she'd been on her telephone. You could see her lips moving. You could see her holding the phone. When they pulled her over, they said, you were on the phone. She said, no, I wasn't. And she kept it going. No, I wasn't. He said, I saw you on your telephone. Why don't you just come clean and stop wasting everybody's time? No, I wasn't. She thought she could bluff it out. I mean, she was a lying old bag. I was quite grateful when eventually went, well, we're charging you with it anyway, because we saw you. And also the camera crew in the back saw you. They filmed you on your telephone, you lying old woman. But she was still, even to the moment she was given the ticket, she was still denying she was on the telephone. Stupid people, honestly. Stupid people. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Apparently former England goalkeeper Joe Cole. What do we know about Joe Cole? Why does that name ring a bell with me? You see, he played for Chelsea, English footballer. But, oh, that's right, Liverpool and West Ham. He's now a BBC sport pundit, whatever that means. What does that mean? Well, he answers the telephone or something. How nice. But he says that he has plenty of pals desperate to sign up because he said starting his own pub team has been comedy gold. He says, my mates are coming out of retirement. Some of these guys haven't played for 15 or 20 years. Good God in heaven, honestly. They just don't go away, do they? Old footballers. They have to come back again, just when you don't really want them to come back again. I was going to give you some questions this morning, but I've decided against it. I've decided to make you wait for these things. Let's have a quick look at the Mirror. We're heading towards the news at 6 this Thursday morning. It's a nice Thursday morning. Will's and his love of Nando's. I mean, to be honest with you, I think it's going to be like a trip to that other place that good old Uncle Andrew went to, which was so sweet. We all believed every minute of it. Now there's a new book which claims that the ex-president, Bill Clinton, had an affair with the British socialite, Ghislaine Maxwell. According to the new book, the former president said to have grown close. He's now gone, no, hello, no. What are you not understanding about that? And here he is, a dad, spotted from a police helicopter, tearing across a field on a motorbike with a toddler perched on his lap. When he realised, the 20-year-old man realised he'd been spotted, he handed the 2-year-old child who had no helmet to a relative and fled the scene, tracked down after Sunday's incident and arrested for careless driving and for riding a motorbike in a dangerous condition. What an idiot. Also, they've made a referral, the police, to the social services because, I mean, the child could have died quite easily. Sergeant Mitch Darby said it doesn't bear thinking about what could have happened. The bike was a present. We've seized it and be looking to crush it. He's obviously an idiot, isn't he? I mean, neither of them appear to be wearing crash helmets. What a buffoon. What a buffoon. Not so good. Also, kids of 9 caught with drugs. And Robbie Williams' dad, Pete, has spoken about living with Parkinson's disease. Apparently, to convince the team that I'm on the same mental level as them. He said, do you know what mental mind is? Was it mental mind? Megamind. He said, do you know what Megamind is? I looked at him blankly, thinking, do I look like I know what Megamind is? Of course I don't know what Megamind is. Listen, I know Sooty and Sweep, The Wooden Tops, Tales of the Riverbank, and a few other things like that, but I've never heard of Megamind. It sounds really naff. Not my... Oh, right. Oh, that's what Megamind looks like. Did I see that on the television the other day? I'm sure I saw that character on a television. Yeah, I would have done. Is there a film out or something, or a cartoon series? Oh, did it? I thought it was very boring. It looked like that. What was that other thing that was sort of Casper the Ghost? Casper the Ghost looked a bit like that, didn't he? Have you heard of Casper the Ghost? Oh, good. Well, at least we're on one sort of wavelength this morning. Unfortunately, not the same wavelength as everybody else. It's 4 minutes past 6. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. It's very nice indeed to have your company. And Steve. Oh, did you hear? You know something I've forgotten about. Apparently Boris Johnson says he wants to cut the 2-metre distancing, the social distancing. And I'm thinking, well, why did we come up with 2 metres in the first place? Is that because they thought that's how far it could travel? So he's saying it should be less. How much less? We're not too sure. I hadn't heard of that until today. A little bit of a worry, isn't it? But also, experts have used the diary, you're going to like this, of an SS officer to trace 28 tonnes of Nazi gold, worth more than £1 billion, buried deep in an old well at a Polish palace. They have tracked the location of the haul after being given the previously unknown journal of this unnamed Nazi. Entries in the diary claim the gold, plus jewellery and coins, was hidden 200 feet down at the bottom of a destroyed well shaft at the Hochberg Palace in Roztoka. Researchers from the Polish-German Silesian Bridge Foundation, there's a mouthful, said the officer talks about German treasure expert Gunther Grundmann arranging for stolen loot to be hidden in the well during the war. He said, after we finished everything, the well was blown up, filled in and covered. Mr. Grundmann is a good organiser. So they're now trying to get permission to start the dig. Dig! Imagine £1 billion worth, 28 tonnes of Nazi gold. It's almost as good as my story about the train buried deep in a mountain, which they think was full of paintings and had been there for donkey's years because the Nazis tried to hide it. Some of the stuff has been found again, but as yet, no train hidden in a mountain. which is bad news. What's the other story? I've just seen another story which I was going to go for, which I quite like the look of. They've got different stories in the papers today about Kylie Minogue being so lucky because today is her birthday. She turns 52 today. I think that's inches tall. Sorry. Couldn't resist it. I was always amazed when you see these people on the television. I mean, she looks tiny anyway. The first thing I do is look down at their feet. I look down at the feet, and if she's wearing big high heels, you take them off, and then you suddenly realise that they're even shorter than you imagine. Here we go. Here's Prince William likes a cheeky Nando's. I bet he's only ever been there once. I bet he's only ever been there once. Vowing to tackle mental health issues, the Duke of Cambridge tells how he suffered anxiety whilst growing up in the public eye. And he talks about all sorts of things. But then, for some reason, an amateur footballer who works in Nando's asks if the chicken chain gets the royal seal of approval. William says, "I like Nando's. Everyone likes a Nando's." Asked when he last had one, he said, "It was a while ago. The policeman who's on with me again now, he's the one who gets me into Nando's the whole time." What, do you think they sort of take him in as somebody else? Perhaps he goes in dressed up as somebody else, which I think could be hilarious. But anyway, that's going to be tonight on the television. But fancy admitting to like it. They'll be putting up a sign, won't they, at Nando's, by royal approval. Because technically, he's actually admitted he's done an endorsement, which they're not supposed to do. But of course, as we know, they get loads of freebies, the royal family. It's the idea of being in the royal family. The mayor of Minneapolis, Minnesota, Jacob Frey, said being black in America should not be a death sentence. And here is the officer, Derek Chauvin. He's the one with he's putting the full weight of his body on this man's neck. You know, and the slogan is, "Please, I can't breathe." Police fired rubber bullets and tear gas at thousands of demonstrators protesting the death of an unarmed black man after a white officer knelt on his neck for 8 minutes. But strangely enough, after this footage has emerged of George Floyd's arrest, no charge has been brought. He didn't have anything on him. Nothing at all. Video taken by bystanders shows him handcuffed on the ground after being detained on suspicion of using a fake dollar bill. Mr. Floyd can be heard begging for mercy as an officer puts his full body weight on the man's neck. Bystanders pleaded with the officer to remove his knee before and after Mr. Floyd falls silent. Another officer stands by wordlessly. Really? They've got to bring surely. I mean, are we living in the real world? You've got to bring charges. If that was my relative, my father, my uncle, I'd be spitting blood. Let me tell you. Because, last time, 2014, Eric Garner was a black man choked to death by a white police officer in New York. And, again, somebody called, out, Mr. Floyd called out his mother's name and then he died. It's so tragic because it didn't need to happen. He was handcuffed. What did they think he was going to do? It says here, according to the police, Mr. Floyd had been sitting in his car when the officers arrived and got out of the vehicle to physically resist arrest. Police said once placed in handcuffs, he appeared to be suffering medical distress. So that was a good idea, was it, then, to sort of kneel on his neck? In a statement, police said no weapons had been used and that the officer's body camera had been recording. This is, the victim's family lawyer named the police officer who knelt on his neck as Derek Chauvin. I think it's pronounced Chauvin, actually. They treated him worse than they treat animals. They took a life, they deserve life. And in fact, his sister, Bridget Floyd, said, "I would like those officers to be charged with murder." He was crying for help. He worked as a security guard and he worked at a bistro as well. He was described by the bar's owners as a very calm, nice guy, not the type to be aggressive or disrespectful. Well, whichever way you look at it, he's dead. And that police officer, as far as I'm concerned, deserves to be charged with first-degree murder. He'd already told him I couldn't breathe. What is it about, English language that people don't actually sort of do at all? Police who searched a man's home, you like this one actually, after stopping the car, found cash stuffed in boxes. They pulled this bloke over in North London and found £12,000 in cash in his car. Went to his house and discovered in cardboard boxes £1 million. £1 million. Moped crime officers from the Met's police Operation Venice pulled him over. They went to the home in Haringey and found £1 million. Where would that have come from? Where would that have come from? You have to try and work that one out. And we've had a few recently. You know the handwritten lyrics by the Beatles? This time, John Lennon. Little-known Beatles song called I'm in Love. How much are they going to fetch? Bear in mind, just handwritten by John Lennon, nothing particularly special, but he gave away a sheet of the lines during an interview for a hospital radio at a hotel in Stoke-on-Trent in 1963. They reckon the estimate's £160,000. Wow. £160,000. That is some going, isn't it? That is some going. Not bad at all. And what is the only food or drink to protect against skin cancer? Coffee. Apparently. Coffee. I don't drink huge amounts of coffee. I have one in the morning to kind of wake up with, and then maybe a second one if I sort of need to get myself up a little bit. But to be honest with you, it's tea for me. I'm a tea drinker. I mean, I get through copious amount, almost like 1 an hour. I'm sure I shouldn't be. I'm sure it's bad for me. I like reading Penman Investigates. We always like to read that in the Mirror all the time. And Warren says, how funny. One of my friends has texted asking me what's wrong with my computer. So can you say hello to him? He's a fantastic man. His name is Terry Gibbons, and he's a black cab driver and obviously suffering at the moment. So please say hello to Terry Gibbons. He's one of the best photographers I know. There you go, Terry. Everybody asks about Warren's computer. I get more people writing in and saying, what's the... Oh, listen, I mean, he's terrible, really. And Steve, talking about Nando, says Martin, did you see the Twitter storm over Rishi Sunak's Nando tweet? No? Was there a storm over it? Oh, right. Oh, producer nods his head, so obviously knows something about it. Because I got taken by my friend Paul, who used to live in Twickenham, and we went to Nando's, whereas, to be honest with you, I've avoided it up until now, because it's just chicken. If I'm going to have chicken, and, I'm going to go for Kentucky, because I wasn't really excited, but apparently Rishi Sunak has joked Nando's reopening is the good news we've been waiting for. So he's been criticised for reading the room desperately wrong. Fellow Twitter users vehemently disagreed with the number, saying that as the coronavirus continues to engulf lives and livelihoods, peri-peri chicken is the least of their worries. And then somebody said, I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? All the snowflakes are out on this one. Like how to put food on the table and pay basic bills this month after having no money to very little income since March. You know, and then somebody says, I don't give a what's it about Nando's, I want to see my children. It's amazing, isn't it, that, a little bit of sort of light relief, and immediately they're all up in arms, poor old soul, honestly. But, that's all he's done. I mean, he had 8,400 comments within 4 hours. Must be the most he's ever had. I didn't even know about that. How did I miss that one? Was that recent? Is that something recent? Last night. Oh, that's why. Well, it hasn't made the papers today. Not that I've noticed. Mind you, I'm not looking properly. I'm too busy getting over the fact that Andrea Dreary McLean is sort of front page of OK magazine. I mean, is anybody seriously interested in this kind of thing anymore? It's not good enough. Not good enough. Steve, says Dev, laughingly, I went to bed after watching a hilarious clip of Ramesh Ranganathan posing as a judge to hear the complaints from a lady friend towards his wife. Funniest video I've ever seen. I like that, actually. We like Ramesh a lot. We like that. Steve, what tea do you drink? Well, here, I don't know what it is. It's very nice. It's very nice, whatever it is. We prefer Yorkshire tea sometimes. We have Twinings breakfast. I'm an Earl Grey drinker or a Lady Grey drinker. I'm a bit sort of mamby-pamby girly teas. I don't want anything you can stand a spoon up in. Not that kind of person. PG tips when I was little. But now it's a tea bag, and as long as it tastes okay. Most tea bags taste the same to me. But I do like Twinings. I don't know why. Mainly because Twinings have an association with Twickenham, which is, I can't remember why they do, but they do. Right, 6:20 is the time. It's 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And another one. I like this one from Mike. He says, Doctor, I keep thinking I'm a bar of soap. That's Life Boy. Oh, God, honestly, they get worse and worse, these things, don't they? With you drinking copious amounts of tea, try decaf, says Bill in Accrington. Better for you. Well, actually, I've always drunk tea, and I'm not really bothered about decaf. I don't... what did I buy the other day? And I remember looking at... Oh, that's right. I've got it here. Just realised. I was a bit horrified, actually. I can't remember if I did this yesterday. I bought some Ribena, because they told me the bottle was 100% recycled plastic. as indeed 90% of the bottles are now that you buy. And I remember thinking, Ribena. Now, occasionally, I will have a Ribena. And until I looked on the side of the bottle and it said, concentrated blackcurrant juice drink with sugar and sweeteners. I thought, oh, OK, well, I mean, it's Ribena. It's, you know, it's juicy since 1938. And then I checked. Ingredients, water, blackcurrant juice from concentrate, 32%. It's not even 50%. I was shocked. You know, it's also got preservatives, sodium glucarate, sodium bisulfite, extracts of carrot and hibiscus. I've never seen anything like that, but I was more shocked by the fact that it was juice from concentrate. I was expecting something a little bit better than that, but apparently not. But at least the bottle's recyclable, so for that we should be eternally grateful. Steve, strawberries for Phil Brickery looked fantastic yesterday. And he says if he's listening, of course he's listening all the time. Heavens above, that boy never stops working. But she says, can you give us the inside on this morning? I don't think there is an inside on this morning. I know that yesterday, I think they were having a bit of an argument. I think there's been a couple of arguments. First of all, people writing in, complaining bitterly about the fact that they think that Ruth is getting her hair done at the hairdresser's, which she isn't. And she's already told people that she isn't doing that. And also then they had to sort of say over a few, because there's a few stupid people, you know, we know there's a few stupid people, but these ones in particular were sort of going, why are you sitting so close to that presenter, without realising they're husband and wife? I mean, you'd have to be from another planet, wouldn't you, really, not to realise. And so they still have to keep apologising for the fact we're sitting together because of this and that. Then she told him off, because I believe he'd cooked bacon in the microwave. Now, I've done bacon in a microwave before. All you do is you put it in a bowl, and then you put some paper, kitchen towel over the top of it, and it soaks it up. But apparently she didn't like that idea. So consequently, it was a little bit sort of tense about I thought she's been married to him for long enough. They've got an 18-year-old son. She must have realised he cooks bacon in the microwave if he doesn't get out the frying pan. See, I don't bother cook it in the frying pan either. I used to do it in the halogen oven. We don't do halogen ovens anymore, thank the Lord. But yeah, I did see his strawberry thing the other day. It looked lovely, actually. But I can't cook. Lee says, I'm currently at Richmond on my District Line train heading to Upminster. Oh, so you're coming... Which way are you going backwards, then? All right. When you say you're on your District Line train, are you driving it? Are you driving it? Or are you just a passenger? Can you pick up a signal on the underground? Is it possible to do that? Pick up a signal and listen to the... I don't know if you can. Underground? Oh, overground you can. Oh, all right. And Upminster's an overground station, isn't it? I believe. I think I've been to Upminster some years ago. But I've not been for ages and ages. I don't know why I went there, actually. Steve, I know you order from Amazon. I do order from... I've just remembered, actually, I've got some solar lights which are arriving, because I bought some years and years and years ago, and one lot have just given up. The other ones are going great guns. So I bought another lot the other day. They're not very expensive, and they're quite nice for these sort of these evenings where you just put a few little bits of light on. Very nice. Dell says, I've just started my day with a blueberry muffin and a coffee. Where'd you get a blueberry muffin from? I didn't even know you could still get blueberry. I thought they were only available in the coffee shops, and as the coffee shops are not open, or are they? I don't know what's open and what's not open. I just can't wait for the first of the month when the markets are going to be opening. That's going to change your life, isn't it? Not really. But I'm just waiting. Steve, love watching Eamon and Ruth. Proper celebrities, unlike Gemma and Arj. Oh, Gemma and Arj are feeble, pathetic people. Here today, gone yesterday with a bit of luck. You should try Pucker. Peppermint and licorice tea. It's lovely, says Sheila in Arbroath. Pucker. Peppermint and licorice. Not sure about that. There we go. What's that one? Oh, this is a different thing. We're back with the wild blueberry muffins. 2 for £1.75. They're wild blueberries. Yeah. Topped with butter streusel. What's streusel? Do they mean strudel? No, it's streusel. Have you heard of streusel before? It sounds lovely. Not really. And they say we take every care to make sure our muffins are regularly sort of checked and things. I'm not really a muffin person, actually. Used to be a song, didn't there? Do you know the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man? Do you know the Muffin Man who comes from down your way? And then apparently I then sing, yes, I know the Muffin Man, the Muffin... And so it went on. I think it was like a round, wasn't it? Yes, I know the Muffin Man who came from Drury Lane. Did he live in Drury? I don't know, where's Drury Lane? That's where the Theatre Royal is. That's where they had, 42nd Street was on at Drury Lane. Big theatre. Used to have soldiers in boxes standing outside, long time ago. They used it for the Royal Variety Performance. Huge. One of the biggest theatres in London. It's just you walk through Covent Garden, if ever you're allowed to. You walk through Covent Garden and then you come to the other end and there is Theatre Royal Drury Lane. It's lovely. It's supposed to be haunted. Mind you, everywhere's supposed to be haunted. Everywhere it's haunted, yeah. Doo-doo-doo. I saw it on one of those television programmes, yeah. You know when you flip around the channels trying to find something that's vaguely interesting, and it's really nice, like, oh look, and here's a couple who bought a place in Spain. Whoopie-doo. You know, and you look at them and you go, you're not going to buy it. You're just out there for the free holiday. And they go, and how much is this one? This one's 43,000. And you think, 43,000 for a holiday plate? And they go, oh, it's a little bit small. You think, well, you've only got a small amount of money. If you had a bit more money, you could buy a bigger place. I like the people who have businesses out there. Some of them work really well, and some of them just look as though they're some. There was one of them, it was a whole vegetarian restaurant. And actually, I'm not anti-vegetarians or vegans or other people like that who are selfish. I'm always thinking, if needs be, I could go veggie. I wouldn't be remotely bothered. I saw a lovely thing the other day. I think Ruth did something where she'd cut up beetroot and apple and all sorts of things, and it looked really nice, actually. So could you have a baked potato as vegan? Oh, right, so it's baked potato with all different fillings on it. I could have baked beans, yeah, baked beans I like. Well, there's a lot of sugar in baked beans. So you'd be better off with cutting up some coleslaw and adding some beetroot to it or things like that. That's quite nice. A little bit of cheese. Yeah, but it's got to be vegetarian cheese. You can't just have normal cheese. Yeah, I'm not interested in that. It's boring, isn't it? It's very dull. I might go and buy some more grated cheese. I do like grated cheese on a baguette. I could live on baguettes, actually. Do I buy it grated? Of course. How else? Of course I've had cheesy garlic bread. I'm 190. Of course I've had cheesy. What a funny thing to ask, honestly. Of course cheesy garlic bread. You go into Pizza Hut, Pizza Express, they used to do cheesy... Oh, I could eat a whole loaf. I used to go and buy it in M&S. I'd buy the baguette, stick it in the oven, and eat the whole lot. But you know you can buy garlic butter. Lurpak make garlic butter. It's a nice little bar. You just cut it and put it in... Oh, it's lovely. What are you looking at? Puppet, what are you looking at? We're looking at... Already grated... You've never heard of grated cheese? I'm sorry, have you been around life or anything? You've never heard of grated cheese? What, so you've got to wash up a grater? This is a bag of grated cheese. You cut the top open, it's resealable, and you pour the cheese out, then you reseal it and put it back in the fridge. Yours is you get the hunk of cheese out of the fridge, you unwrap it from the metallic stuff it's wrapped in, then you grate it, then you've got to put the grater in and try and get that clean again. No, you buy it grated. You've never heard of grated cheese? Good Lord above, where have you been? I mean, you know when you go out and you go and buy a steak, do you expect to take the whole cow home and sort of select the little bits you want yourself, or do you buy it pre-done? Milk, you know, well, just help yourself. There's a jug and the cow's in the corner. There's also goat's milk and anything else you want to... I can't believe you've never heard of grated cheese. Good Lord above. I mean, even in... Where did I go a short while ago? You can buy peeled oranges and stuff like that. It's for people like me. It's... No, grated cheese. No, in fact, it's got quite a long sell-by. You just seal the bag up again, like normal. What do you buy? A hunk of cheese and then grate it? Oh dear Lord, I've never heard of such a thing. Really? You can get the same cheese in slices. Oh, you've seen that? Makes you wonder which world we're living in, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, seriously, it's like going back to the Dark Ages. You know, the milk arrives in bottles. Bottles? Yes. Bottles at the front door, chink, chink, chink. You know, we have people called milk. Have you met a milkman before who comes from down Drury Lane? Now we've educated everybody on the fact you can buy grated cheese, which is lovely. And you can buy grated red Leicester, slice it, everything. It's all available. Cathedral. But apparently, according to Andy, he says it's got potato starch added to it, so I grate my own. Why would it have potato starch added to it? I shall check that. I shall go and have a look in Waitrose a little bit later on and report back tomorrow morning. 10 to 7, the front page is Will's My Love for Nando's. Boris Johnson demanding people do their civic duty and follow test and trace rules, but refuses to fire the rogue Dominic Cummings. We're back with that again. There's something about his face, isn't there? Why does he look like it should be on a wanted post? I don't know why. Just the way that people look, isn't it, really? Also, Ricky Tomlinson's criminal conviction, which led to him being jailed for 2 years, is finally to be re-examined. This goes back to to 1973. We shall watch that one. Keir Starmer says the rule breach is an insult to millions. And I've noticed actually that when he's writing in the Mirror, it's not Sir Keir Starmer, it's Keir Starmer, which makes you feel like he's sort of one of the people. Plus, the scheme is rushed out, track, trace, then trust. But only if you know the person. I mean, how would you know if you're with somebody who has actually got the corona? I wouldn't know that. And you know their name and their address and things like that? Goodness knows. Steve, good afternoon from Bangkok. Almost crashed laughing at the lack of cheese allege in your studio. Oh, I tell you, disastrous, wasn't it, really? And Melanie, listening to the show in Bicester. She says, making me strong for my mum's funeral today. She loved your show and listened for years. And thank you for making her laugh so much. That's always the way, isn't it? You be strong for it today. In fact, not being strong for you, be strong for her. That's what it comes down to, you know, so that at the end of it, you can say to her, see, I said that to my mum. She said, you will look smart. I don't know what she expected me to turn up in, tracksuit bottoms or something. And I said, well, you won't know about it. I said, but take my word for it, I will be looking smart. And I did. Tried to make a bit of an effort. What else is in the paper today? Kids of 9 caught with drugs. Schools discover thousands of narcotic offences on site. 9 years old. Heavens above, I can't quite believe it. The Daily Star, driving tips with Stevie Wonder. They've got a Stevie Wonder look-alike, so putting him in a car. Also, the ghost of Deirdre came to say ta-ra. Corrie's Liz, that's Beverly Callard, got the spirit of Anne Kirkbride to pay a visit to her. I can't believe she's not with us anymore. Isn't it funny? You can watch her back on the television, and they constantly show these things. Celebrity Jews facing the axe. Fantastic. Boxers at set held a crunch meeting. Keith Lemon has admitted it may not continue, but apparently Celebrity Juice has become one of ITV's biggest shows since 2008. Are you serious? Why is it not on mainstream television then? Why is it shoved away? Rubbish. Absolute rubbish. We can live without it, thank you very much indeed. Boris cut the 2-metre rule. That's running in a lot of papers, actually. He wants to get the measure lifted to get the country on its feet. I'm still going to be... Can you imagine if they go, oh, we're terribly sorry, we made a mistake. We made a mistake. And you go, oh, dear. Steve, great show. It's ridiculous that clothes shops can't be touched, but if you can, you buy from a supermarket. It makes no sense. I saw some people in Costco yesterday touching the clothes. One was trying them on. I felt like saying to her, I don't think you're supposed to be trying things on, dear. But, you know, that's up to the staff to say that. Grated cheese has potato starch added to it, apparently to stop it sticking together in clumps. Oh. I've never thought about it before, but I like grated cheese. It's easy, you can do it over everything. Bake, you know, potatoes, it's very handy with, isn't it? The idea of grating it yourself. My mum used to have a little orange thing, which you put a hunk of cheese in, you turn the little handle at the side, but they've become far more sophisticated now for grating cheese, but I can't really be bothered. It's too messy. Far too messy. It's all right if you're doing Parmesan, but if you're doing Parmesan, that's the one that's okay. But if you're doing the other stuff, it makes your grater all gum up, doesn't it, really? So Beverly Callard, we like Beverly Callard very much indeed. And they've got Mike Tyson says his body's been transformed by going vegan and having stem cell therapy. There you go. Have you had stem cell therapy yet, Luke? We'll put you forward for it, okay? It's on the list of things to do, you know, on your bucket list. That'd be quite a nice idea. I'll put you forward for it. Meghan, the royal fashion rebel. I really don't care, actually. I thought they didn't like the publicity. I think they do. The Prime Minister yesterday hit out at MPs for indulging in a political ding-dong over Dominic Cummings. If only Dominic Cummings would smile, that'd be quite nice. And the burger fans, I mean, to be honest with you, they drove 250 miles to get a McDonald's. I mean, it seems absolutely ridiculous. Such is the addiction to these things. And here's Heidi Klum. She's kissing a pig. It's a performing pig called The Pork Review. And it was on... what was it on, actually? This must be on... it's on America's Got Talent. Should we have performing pigs on the television? I don't think we should really have things like that. Also, Prince Andrew's sex accuser says he told her she was only a little bit older than his daughters before sleeping with her. It's not going away, is it? Which is what we predicted in the first place. Also, a pensioner died when he failed to seek medical help after being bitten by his dog. Got to watch these things. They were having... Sorry. I could always tell when there's somebody important coming in on breakfast. Nick wears his suit. Today he's wearing the suit. Very smart. Very smart. Also, who's this? This is Right Said Fred, making their comeback with an EP after 3 years away. Fred and Richard Fairbrass. That'll be nice. Too sexy. And it's a 4-track Good Times Everybody on June the 19th. They don't look any different. And when you think that they used to live with Henry's parents out there who works on our breakfast show, it's all too exciting for words, isn't it? Plus. Missing diplomat pictures released. This is police searching for a diplomat, trying to find him. This is Richard Morris. He left his home in Bentley and Hants. Search teams have scoured everywhere. They can't find him. He's just completely disappeared. Here's the police officer with his knee on George Floyd's neck during the arrest. And there's outrage in the streets, as you can well imagine. The looting, I do not agree with. That's got nothing at all to do with it. That's just people thieving. Front page of The Guardian. Summer on the Rocks, recreating the taste of a lost season. That's just people doing booze. You know, people like doing, jugs of Pimm's and I bought some lemon the other day. Was it lemon? Yes, I bought lemon. And it's just lemon juice with water and obviously sugar in it. But it's quite nice, actually. It's a bit sort of refreshing. Plus, Tories defy the Prime Minister to pile pressure on Cummings. And host rebuked, this is Emily Maitlis, after criticism of the Prime Minister's aide. So they've, because you're not allowed to have an opinion on the BBC. That's it. You can't have one. And so she suddenly realised, 1 minute. But as somebody pointed out, you're just a journalist, OK? Do your job, keep your nose clean, and you'll work forever. Also, happy new hair inside Britain's first COVID-secure salon on the front of the Daily Telegraph. The Times this morning, Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken on their way to Cape Canaveral. This is America's first crewed mission for going into space. Good Lord. It's the rocket's been built and operated by SpaceX under contract to NASA. Blimey, I didn't even think we were still doing stuff like that. But we obviously are. The Daily Express, Lawrence Llewellyn-Bowen, how my bid to get sacked backfired. And Test and Track, the key to our freedom, plus Kylie at the age of 52. Doesn't seem possible. Front page of the Daily Mail, Mail Force Miracle, the sequel. Millions of highest quality protective masks flown into frontline heroes. And starting today, Test and Trace revolution. His knee on his neck. Do you remember that one? Chauvin? It turns out he's got a history of this kind of thing. He's got 16 official complaints against him. One of the other coppers there, 6 official complaints against him for doing a similar kind of thing. This Mr. Chauvin apparently has a history of violence. What in God's name is he doing on the Minnesota Police Force? You have to ask yourself the questions. National Trust start to reopen the gardens, but the houses stay shut, which is OK. And the bad news is dentists will be reopening, although they've got to make sure that it's all cleaned down in between every single person. And you've got to be careful if you go to somebody's... I don't know, if it rains, you're stuck. You have to stand under an umbrella, so you can't go inside somebody's house. And they say break out the Pimm's. So that'll be... And they said Monday, but to be honest with you, I don't think most people will be doing it on Saturday and Sunday, won't they? They'll be doing it today. Why should you... I mean, what's going to happen on Monday that's going to make things any different? It's going to be exactly the same as it is at the moment. So the Maitlis rant provokes 18,000 complaints. Others attack the BBC apology. And then one person has called her biased, sneering, and using the BBC as her megaphone. I noticed the other day they put some completely different person on Newsnight. And I remember thinking, good Lord above, she's obviously been sidelined now. Having got the interview with Prince Andrew, which was, very good, but basically it was Prince Andrew talking a right load of old spherical objects, none of the stuff he was ever planning on doing. He just sort of, went along with this sort of stupid attitude that he's got. Nagaman Chetty's done herself a DIY haircut, but her hair was short anyway. They've got a faked-up picture of Eamon Holmes attempting to take the curlers out of Ruth the wife's hair, which, of course, we know he wouldn't have the faintest idea. I mean, I should imagine he's more Neanderthal at home than you can ever imagine. How many cars were made in Britain last month? 197. Seems a bit low, doesn't it, really? That's according to the Society of Motor Manufacturers and Traders. April last year, 70,000 cars. But now 197. Also, EasyJet... laying off 4,000 people. Could be more. Could be more people. They're following, and they say it's going to take them years to recover from this. So consequently, they're going to have to sort of axe a load of people. And of course, if you work for the airlines, chances are you live near the airport. Most of the people that you would live around would be airport workers. What do? We did this yesterday, didn't we, with poor British Airways? And now we've got this with EasyJet. Makes you wonder who else is going to be next. Jacqueline Josser and her desperate husband, or whatever he is, I don't know, apparently back together again. I mean, to be honest with you, it sounded like an old cover-up to me from the very first. And a water company which is urging customers to take a 4-minute shower instead of a bath, although I do hear that water is on the way. I think it's coming in. They've said it's going to be very wet and very damp. And I thought, well, that's good news, but it won't make any difference. Just a couple of days' water. It's not going to fill up the reservoirs again. But if you take a shower instead of a bath, and I always think that's quite a good idea, actually. I don't see any problem with taking showers. It's much cleaner than having a bath. Why would you want to wash yourself in a bath and then sit in the dirt? Surely the idea is stand in a shower and then it all goes down the plug hole, which is much easier. 2 cinema chains are planning to reopen again, Cineworld and Odeon. So that'll be quite nice, won't it? Not that I ever went to the cinema before, but I'm thinking about those people. I mean, what did they have the other day? They were so desperate to find something for Peter Andre's dreary little programme. It's a thing. It's on YouTube, and I think it's sponsored by The Sun. You know, not that Peter Andre does anything. He basically sits there sort of trying to pretend that he used to be a pop singer, but it was such a minor career, it wasn't really worth bothering about. And then they had him queuing for 2 hours at a McDonald's for his children. And the people who follow Peter Andre would go, oh, isn't that lovely? Oh, well done him. And I'm thinking, that's how empty his life is. He doesn't actually do anything. He doesn't make anything. He's not creative. We don't see him singing, thank God. But you do see him queuing for a McDonald's. And then they sat in the corner of a Tesco car park eating it. And apparently that's his idea of being a good father. It becomes quite tedious, doesn't it? Quite tedious. Got a poem a little bit later on for you. And we shall take all your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. The pterodactyl skeleton has been uncovered on the Isle of Wight. I don't know why they wouldn't have thought they would have flown across, but there you go. And what was the other one? Oh, Robbie and the band. I should imagine Gary Barlow must hate it every time Robbie comes back, because they go, oh, Robbie Williams back would take that. No, take that. And they were better off without Robbie. Because when they did come back a short while ago, his language was so disgusting and so foul. You really can't do it. But they're all performing from home tonight. So that'll be quite nice, won't it? They're cleaning up as well Michelangelo's David. And Bob Waiton has died. Bob Waiton was the oldest man in Britain. He was 112. Well, he's not now. But he was to be honest with you, he died of cancer. But, he looked really good. He seriously looked very, very good. And Georgia May Foote, actress, former Corrie star, has hit out at Southern actors playing Northerners, saying the accent's too tricky. Sounds like out-and-out racism to me. I've never heard of such a thing. What are you saying? You're saying that Southern actors can't play Northerners? God, blimey, I think that's absolutely outrageous. I've never heard of anything like that in my life. Should be censored immediately. And the worshippers who got high on cannabis in a Jewish temple. That wasn't recently, I have to tell you. There was something like 2,500 years ago, 2,700 years ago. Plus, the coolest woman on the planet is Kate Middleton. It's another one of these peculiar things where some company will pay a few £1,000 and they go, oh, right, who do you think is the coolest person on the planet out of blah, 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 blah. And then you end up with sort of Kate Middleton. Bob Geldof sent 1,000 rats to American DJs, I think because they weren't playing his records, which seems to me like something to celebrate. Fancy sending rats to people. Whatever happened to the Boomtown Rats? I can't see them doing a tour anytime soon. What would they fill? Nothing. Nothing at all. Also, another huge day of rioting and destruction in the Twin Cities. This is all the way over in Minnesota. They haven't charged the former police officers yet. Is it Hennepin County Attorney, the FBI agent from Minneapolis, and the US Attorney had a press conference, and honestly, they just made things worse. People are incredibly frustrated that justice isn't being done. And over here in Painesville, the National Guard, the military transport helicopters are flying overhead on the way to the Twin Cities. And we're on the flight path for them to get to the cities. Seeing these helicopters fly overhead is a bit more frightening. It reminds me actually of the London riots. Yes, I remember things like that as well. That's from Jake, our minister, which is not good. We didn't realise actually. We were checking. They've actually done a sort of check on the the ex-police officer who had his knee on the neck of the man who kept saying, I can't breathe, and then died shortly afterwards. He's got history of this. He's got about 16 cases against him. He's quite clearly a very nasty little piece of work. And somebody else, one of the other coppers there, has got six outstanding cases. One is currently ongoing at the moment. What do these people? How do these people ever get jobs working as police officers? I find it absolutely unbelievable. Also, the Daily Mail today are saying that Cummings, Dominic, is set to quit in 6 months. I don't know how they know this and why it would be 6 months. I've got no idea. And hurrah, the hairdressing salons may open very soon, but there'll be enough to make your hair curl because they reckon the prices are going to go up. However, bad news for those people from Love Island, most of whom their hair is fake. It's hair extensions and things like that. Hair extensions will be banned. OK, there will be no hair extensions. Can't wait. You're going to see some very interesting looking people on television when you suddenly realise that most of them just can't survive. They cannot survive without their hair extensions. And a simple cut and root touch-up may be your only bet. You might be asked to wash your hair before you arrive. There's no tea and coffee or magazines provided. Appointments will be made remotely. No dropping in. And this is one which they've got here. Stylists will wear masks and gowns that are changed after each client. They're going to have to be putting the prices up, aren't they? They reckon about £6. Payments will be contactless with no cash tipping. And the temperature, you will be tested, I think, you and the staff on arrival. Juniors won't be assisting stylists, but sanitising sinks and surfaces. The reception desk will have a Perspex screen or be gone completely. And clients will be asked to wear masks and leave jewellery, handbags and coats at home wherever possible. Blimey. And that's just, I don't know if that's just for the ladies or what the men are going to be doing. I've got no idea. And they're going to be finding it very, very difficult. Very, very difficult. So they say the worst news is that they're going to put the prices up. They reckon it could be about an extra £6 per client. Mind you, to be honest with you, I'm actually prepared to pay an extra £6 just to get the haircut. I think that's about the only thing you can do nowadays, isn't it? But it's not looking particularly promising. And also, how many people are awaiting deportation? In other words, foreign-born criminals who should have been deported ages ago, who lie through their teeth. That's why they're called criminals. There's 8,500 awaiting deportation. Conservative MP Philip Hollowbone says some officials in the Home Office are clearly not doing their jobs properly. There was one of them actually they took all his clothes off on the flight in Germany. Said, we're not accepting somebody with no clothes on. Well, just wrap him with a towel and then shove him out the plane. Another one got on the plane and then discovered he was gay. So he couldn't go back home. And as I say, these people then go on to commit further crimes in this country and we're still stuck with them. Still stuck with them. Very embarrassing. Phil says, listen to your show from Perth, Western Australia. The situation in Western Australia is firmly under control at the moment. Hopefully things back to normal soon. I don't think we're ever going to get back to normal. Not in the next year. I really don't. I think it's highly unlikely. I think it's going to take an awful lot longer. And Mike in Kings Langley said, I appear to have developed, according to my bathroom scales, fatorexia. He says, do you know of any reliable handyman who could pop over and fit a padlock to the fridge? It's terrible, isn't it? No, why? We're not getting any of the exercise, which we were supposed to be getting before, which is not so good. We've got sort of staircases marked up and down so we know where we're going. But at the moment, it's all we want is a hairdressers and we want things to get back to normal. But I don't see it at the moment. Are these cafes going to be opening soon? No, we're still going to be distancing. We're still going to be going in there. We're still going to be queuing outside a shop to actually go in there. And I remember thinking before, that's obviously the way forward. I can't see it being any other way, is it? Steph McGovern, good God, she's not still around. Now we don't have her chat show on the television anymore. Apparently it might come back. There's more chance of her coming back than there is of Emily Maitlis coming back at the moment. The papers are having an absolute ding-dong of a day with her. And they spent 20 years. This is Simon and Barbara Campbell and their daughters Megan and Rosie. And they spent 20 years restoring a 16th century manor house. But now, right next to their place, they're building a quarry. And the council have approved of it. They bought the property for £270,000. It was a long time ago. It's got 2 lakes, its own woodland, 15 acres of land. They own an engineering firm. They were horrified to discover last year a firm had submitted plans to open a quarry less than 100 yards away from their land. They fear it will dramatically reduce the value of the land. Lincolnshire County Council and the Irish company Tamar Selby have the power to open the quarry under special legislation. The couple say at no point were they made aware of this special status. So they expect to extract 1 million tonnes of sand. Good Lord. Somebody from Lincolnshire County Council called Neil says we're currently in a consultation period. We'll be welcoming comments up until the planning application is put before the planning committee. Well, why were they not told about this? If this is one of these things, I mean, it should have shown up, shouldn't it, when they did all the searches and all the other things? 100 yards away, you've got them in sandpit. Not just any old sandpit. It's going to be a big sandpit, which is not very good. Over on the beach, as people are still going to the beaches, one bloke was fascinated to discover there's a World War II plane, which has been uncovered by the sand. And so they've started taking pictures. They think they've actually identified which plane it is, which means they'll know where it came from, who was in it, whether or not the pilot actually got out alive, and whether or not there's anything else still left on board, which might have been protected by the... Very interesting picture, which appeared yesterday in the Evening Standard. You'll find it online, and it's a picture of a man that the police would very much like to speak to. They think that this man could help them in their search for somebody who exposed themselves to an 11-year-old schoolgirl. This was on a train yesterday. The victim, 11, was travelling on the Bakerloo line from Baker Street shortly after 4 p.m. As the carriage emptied, a man sat opposite her, exposing himself before getting off at Queen's Park Station. And the police believe that the man who is pictured is the one able to help them in their inquiries. Now, somebody will know who he is. Somebody will know who he is, because he's quite smartly dressed. He's got a nice shirt on, got a nice little jacket on. But quite clearly, once the police have had a chat to him, things might look completely different. But it's not even as if it's a fuzzy picture. This is about as good a picture as you're going to get. Somebody somewhere will know. And as the Evening Standard was, it's pretty all over. You can find it all over the place at the moment. And the Metro will probably follow suit with it as well. This man needs to be in chatting to the police as soon as possible, I would have thought. It make it easier for himself. He's got those little earphones, little white things that stick out. Somebody will say, oh, I know exactly who that is. That's why I suspect that probably at some point today, the police will have a name and they'll have somebody to talk to. So what else we get? Eating oranges and olives can be remarkably improving for your health, which is lovely, except I don't eat olives. And John Terry, something very fishy about his catch of the day. We all thought he was a bit peculiar anyway. John Terry and the wife and the family. Yes, they've really got stories to tell. He had a picture taken of him fishing, and then there's a picture of his son holding the same fish. Exactly the same fish. Obviously, they both didn't catch it, can they? Unless, of course, because some people put them back again, don't they? Then they catch it. The fish just sort of like it because it gives them a bit of an airing, I suppose. David Beckham does a nice thing the other day, but even funnier hair at the moment. I don't know. He's obviously not used to doing it by himself. Spraying it on must be a little bit difficult. But I'm not too sure about householders told not to water their lawns. There's so little water about it. When we lose so much because it's all of these old pipes, isn't it? The old Victorian pipes, and they say, oh, this will be nice, we'll have the Victorian pipes, and then they go, but they leak. They leak. They're old lead pipes. So they're trying to replace them, but unfortunately it costs money to dig up the road, and at the moment, everybody's digging up the roads. I don't think I've been down a road in the past few weeks where, there weren't sort of the middle of the road dug up, the side of the road dug up, the pavement widened, everything being done at the moment. But yeah, I've never seen anybody working on it. Down here, I walked out yesterday and they've got a little bit of a thing going on in Orange Street, which sort of cuts across the bottom of Leicester Square. Well, yesterday at 7:05, they're just sitting in their lorry chatting on their phones. Do these people work, or is it sort of, we'll start work a bit later on, shall we? I thought the whole idea is to get it done as quick as possible. It's been sitting there for about the best part of 3 weeks now, and nobody's been doing anything. I've never seen such a small wonder they're all overweight. Goodness sake, I must say, get it done, get it sorted. And then you can move on to something else and hold up the great British public. What was the other one I liked? Oh, yes, we're now facing an invasion of disease-ridden mosquitoes. Thanks very much indeed. And Brenda says, when will we have to start paying the bus fares? Well, they've not put a date on it or a time on it. They've still got the bus drivers isolated at the front, and so they should be. Why would they want people? People just getting on the bus coughing and sneezing and wheezing all over them. Why would they want that? But unless they're going to move the swipe-in point, it's not going to happen for either. They'll have to take all the buses back in and put the swipers back in again. I don't know why they just didn't bother just sort of leaving them as they were before, because they've just sort of made basically a rod for their own back. which is not good. But at the moment, I'm still waiting on a date. We're still waiting on a date and everything, although they're now saying, they seem to be bringing the dates forward, don't they? If you want to go to the pub, you can go to the pub, but you won't be sort of allowed to hang around next to somebody. You'll all be sort of isolating at tables and things like that. Sounds balmy, doesn't it? But only 6 of you, which is just about the amount I can get if I go to see my godchildren, because in total there will be 6 of us. And that'll be it. You can't have any more. But I mean, luckily, because they've got, sort of quite a big garden, you could easily self-isolate and probably not see anybody for ages and ages and ages. And also, Dean says, even though she came up with the idea, I don't see why one person should decide that everybody should now stop clapping the frontline staff on Thursday. Yeah, they said that last night was the last night. I think people are still going to do it. I really think that that people should carry on clapping. You're just saying thank you to them, aren't you? But she said no. She thinks it should stop now. And a couple of other people have said that. And, I agree with Dean. Just because she actually came up with the brilliant idea of clapping, I think in Italy they sing, why should people stop clapping frontline staff? Can't see it happening anytime soon. So poor old Emily Maitlis, so she has a little bit of an opinion, which, as you know, is fatal on the BBC. I noticed, actually, the other day, they've got the Jeremy Vine show on Channel 5, presented by what can only be described as the phone-op. The phone-op was presented yesterday, some Scottish girl, and it's a little bit watching sort of a very junior version of Lorraine Kelly, and she seemed to have taken on the show yesterday, and I'm sitting there thinking, I thought she was just the phone-op. How can you jump up that quickly? It wasn't particularly brilliant, actually. I think she sort of jumped before she can walk. Tom in Southend says, I would like to take the opportunity to say thank you for relaying the feelings of the majority of the social distancing abiding people of Southend by telling people who plan to come to the beach from outside the area, bog off. They don't want you. Stay away. They don't want you. They don't want you in Blackpool. Mind you, we don't want to go to Blackpool either. But, all the people, for some reason, Southend became the target, didn't it, from all the outsiders. I mean, you couldn't move for chavs on that beach, Tom, as you know. It was absolutely chock-a-block. And I think Brighton as well. Brighton was fairly chock-a-block. Bognor and all these other different places because, people think if you sit on the beach, perhaps the sand absorbs things. And we've had a few, crackers people who sort of say, it's something to do with the sea breeze. It sort of washes it all away. What a load of codswallop, honestly. People do come up with rubbish, don't they? But then people believe stuff that they read, don't they? Like the 5 group. I call them 5 because there's probably just about 5 of them, sort of believing everything about these phone masts and everything else, and that's it. They are the devil. They must be destroyed. And they like sort of reading stuff on the internet because they sit there at night. Most of them have got, slight drink problems. They must have, otherwise why would you believe this rubbish? Oh, by the way, good news, my plants arrived. Although, bad news is my fan's disappeared, so I don't know where that's gone to. It says we delivered it yesterday. Pfft, I should be checking the CCTV. Unfortunately, for all these delivery companies, we have CCTV all over the place. I can catch you from outside the building, coming into the car park, leaving the car park. I think there are 6 cameras on the car park. There's cameras on all the staircases, internally, externally. And on the front door, there's a camera on the front door, a camera in the front door hall, a camera in the next hall in. So if they claim, because they tell you the time that they deliver these things, we just go back in the hard disk, find it, and see exactly where it went to after they allegedly delivered it to a neighbour. Unless the neighbour's currently enjoying the delights of it, I should imagine. If I find them, I'll kill them. Usual sort of thing. It's my fan. I want it back. What else? What else we got? Happy birthday to Rupert Everett, which is very good. And the Hunt groups who are trespassing on train tracks. Believe it or not, there are still people who go out in hunts. Well, they bought the outfits, they might as well wear them, and they've started trespassing on train tracks. We did find a hunt a short while ago who were actually hunting a fox, but they're not supposed to do that. They can do drag hunting, which is sort of roughly the same kind of thing, but without the fox. But these ones are now trespassing on train tracks, which is a shame. And we've also found Rhiannon Sugden again, the one who really doesn't do anything apart from sell stories. Now she's launching a self-tan. You don't want to go near self-tans. They're not really good for you. If you're going to go and get a tan, go and get a tan. As long as you sort of, do it properly. But self-tans, not very nice. Not very nice at all. And a homeowner who put a scarecrow up of Michael Jackson in his garden has been told by the police to take it down. Somebody complained about the fact that he'd done a sort of, I have to be honest, it didn't really look like Michael Jackson. It just looked like sort of a woolly hat with eye holes sort of cut out. It looks somewhat bizarre. I'm not surprised somebody complained about it, but he's now replaced it with the Village People. So I don't know whether or not you can sort of get away with something like that. And I will tell you that story for the betting judge. I told you the story of the young man who got so addicted, he ended up losing £119,000. £119,000. And they were fined £3.5 million, but they decided to sort of not really bother with it. Anyway, they've done a giant U-turn. And this £3.5 million fine for somebody's death is now going to be honoured. To be honest with you, I mean, I think it's absolutely shameful that they covered him with all sorts of things. They were saying, "Oh, look, have this. This is a bonus. This is something else you can have here. Here's an Apple Watch. Here's this and this." All they were doing is just sort of reeling him in. And of course, because he absolutely loved gambling, I mean, he was earning 60k a year, but his one vice was gambling. And he would, on some days he banked like 20,000 quid. On other days he was down, and that's when they started offering little sweeteners. They were basically just sort of making him gamble more and more and more. So he got to the max on his credit cards. Of course, the ultimate end for this story was not the best. He ended up taking his own life. And they were saying, where was the help for him? They must have known. They saw how much money was going into the account. They saw how much money he was taking out of the account. Why did nobody offer him any help? And the answer is because they didn't. They just didn't. But they've now admitted, I think, mistakes. So we'll come round to that story a little bit later on. In a minute, we'll take the news. We'll give you all the details on that one. And we'll take more of your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. But first of all, it's 4 morning. So I'm just checking this thing here. Delivery by Amazon. Thursday, 28th of May, 3:07, delivered. It came out at 10:53 in the morning. It took it such a long time to come from Weybridge, but at least they did it. And then it said parcel was handed to resident. Well, who? That's what we shall want to see. But because I know exactly the time, and I've already ticked the little box to say it's not been delivered. I couldn't find it unless it's been disguised as something else. We shall find out. But Carol says, I got a notification from Amazon last week that my package had arrived, and it hadn't. I contacted customer service who said it was their mistake, delivered a few days later. Yes, I mean, to be honest with you, luckily, because we've got CCTV, so much of it. And so I'll be able to know at that particular time. They'll be caught. Now, whether or not they actually sort of just, take it away again, I've got no idea. We'll find out. We shall find out over this weekend. Also, Steve, I used to go up with a girl from Wickford, says David in Hampshire, which was my first mistake in Essex. The second was go to Southend with her on a regular basis. The place is rough. What possessed people to go there? Oh, I used to love Southend. Oh, yeah, I really did. I mean, at night time, I think it's a different thing. You get the boy racers going up and down, up and down, all hoping to get, into sort of either The Only Way is Essex or a Love Island programme, but not really the brightest pennies in the box. But that's all they do. They drive up and down the Esplanade. Whereas when we went there, I thought it was good. We used to go to the Kurzel. You go and enjoy the fun fair. I love stuff like that. That was a big deal of going to the seaside. Never could be bothered to sit on a beach. Why do you want to sit on a beach? My mother used to sit on a beach. And my dad used to sometimes sit on the beach, but the rest of the time we'd go off to the amusement arcades. You go with a shilling. You could have 12 goes on a penny machine. It was so much nicer. Kevin the Milkman says, Steve, I don't mind the huntsman being on the train tracks. Hunting an Intercity 125 could be a far fairer event than hunting a poor fox. I know. But of course what they've all failed to realise, Kev, is that it's illegal. They're trespassing. And you think to yourself, no, we make them pay. I mean, I know people write to me. I'll probably get a letter now from somebody going, oh, you don't understand the ways of the countryside. Of course I bloody well do. I lived in the countryside. I live in the countryside now. I'm in Twickenham. We have a river and everything, which is fantastic. The River Thames. It's very nice, very useful. They say the Brits could fly off on foreign holidays from July. Good. I don't know who you're going to fly with. It doesn't seem likely there's going to be any airlines. If they're axing 4,000 staff, and that's just from EasyJet, and then all the other thousands and thousands of people who are being axed. I just don't know how people are going to fly. And also, where are you going to go on holiday? Is everything open? Have you checked that everything's open? Ridiculous. I mean, Matt Hancock says he absolutely wouldn't rule it out. This is, people going for foreign breaks as soon as July. He said he couldn't rule it out when asked if Brits could get away despite the 14-day quarantine for returning travellers being imposed next week. you imagine you come back into the country, but by the way, you're now on quarantine for 2 weeks, and you go, well, I've got a job to go to. They go, unfortunately not. That was your problem. You went on holiday. So what's going to happen? What is going to happen? Are people sort of not going to be sort of going on holidays and just sort of sitting in the back garden? It's about as good as it gets, isn't it? Jake, my favourite Methodist pastor, says people have set the 3rd Precinct police station on fire in Minneapolis, and rumour has it the MN United Alliance Stadium is being looted and set on fire. So much chaos, so much damage, and it's just a matter of time when the military hit back hard, as the government has authorised them. The governor has to use force. Did you see the actual police officer who perpetrated the crime? His house has been covered with red paint. They've painted on the driveway to his house, "A murderer lives here." But then he comes with history. He's got like 16 cases against him for things which are very similar. You know, and I quite understand that police officers get things, but with him, he seems like he's a nasty little piece of work. So I feel immensely sorry for you, Jake. I can imagine your hands must be wringing them so many times, and trying to hope that things go back to normal. But we've seen these things escalate, haven't we? But unfortunately, after you've had, I don't mind people protesting against something if they feel that there's been an injustice. And in this case, there's been an injustice. Boy, has there been an injustice. But it's when they start looting. What's that got to do with it? People's businesses. You know, people, might be just surviving, clinging on. And all of a sudden, people start looting and doing all sorts of things. It's bad. There was a police, it wasn't a police thing. The police tried to break up a party the other day of a lot of people who were out sort of doing a street party in Cambridge, of all places, which had horrendous crime rate in Cambridge. Unfortunately, they couldn't. It was about 300 people. They were totally powerless to watch and do anything at all about it. So they didn't. Jacqueline Joss has moved back in part-time with her love. Oh, go away, for goodness sake. What a boring pair, honestly. The dreary twosome. The mum of 2 I'm a Celeb winner went to her parents' new home last week after the pair had been fighting. Are you supposed to be going to your parents' home, dear? Have you followed any of these things? She said she decided to return to the Essex home she shares with Dan and her daughters. And then an insider said Dan begged her to come home, but of course she has got a new clothing website. So great to get the publicity, isn't it? Great to get the publicity. Fantastic. And then Jacqueline had been struggling in isolation with Dan, who she married in 2017. She said, we're working together. I mean, to be honest with you, you've had that many breakups. It's a little bit tragic, actually. Steve says Silicon Valley Sue, May 29th. 'Tis today, would have been my only sibling's 65th birthday. Jim died in an apartment fire in Tucson, Arizona in 2018. I adore the stories you share about you and your brother. May you have many more years together. Cherish them. Lots of love as ever, says Silicon Valley Sue. Yes, people always say that, actually. He keeps trying to get me to get a cup of tea in his garden. I mean, it's not like he's sort of... I go down there, I drop a few little bits and pieces off, and then he goes, do you want a cup of tea? As long as I don't go through the house, apparently, that's okay. I can go through the garage to get into the garden, which is not a huge garden, but I can probably have a cup of tea. But I'll have to I might have to take my gloves down. Actually, I do have gloves. They're bright yellow marigolds. They're going to look a bit ridiculous, aren't they? Not so good. Steve, I was sat by the river last night when suddenly the clapping started. I thought somebody had won the lottery. Well, somebody did win the lottery actually, but it was on Tuesday. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Somebody won, so that was good for them, wasn't it? So anyway, so the plants arrived because that was very handy, and it's a fairly big box, but they're small little plants, but they're beautifully packaged. So I shall take those out and water them today, and then start planting up. And that way, I feel. And then the hanging baskets. I got notification of those yesterday that the hanging basket's going to be arriving on Sunday morning. So we got 8 of those. 8 hanging baskets. So it's all looking very promising, actually. All looking very promising. In fact, actually, I've just realised, Sunday... Oh, shame it didn't arrive on Saturday, but never mind. Dan Wooten, writing in his column today, says, if Ireland can have a gay Prime Minister, surely the time has come for footy stars to come out. Well, if anybody outs them, Dan, it'll be you, won't it? You seem to delight in things like this. I've got no idea why. Because the closeted players, he said, should look to Philip Schofield's coming out announcement. What the This Morning host probably believed was going to be a life-changing event dominating his every waking moment has now been largely shrugged off. It was a damp squib in the best possible way. Sure, Philip's gay, But he's still hosting This Morning with Holly, and that's what people talk about. We don't care what he's sleeping with. I don't know, you seem to be obsessed with it. You seem to be obsessed with it. I mean, I couldn't understand why there was somebody from The Sun there when Philip Schofield decided to come out. Because he says here, we don't care who he's sleeping with. Well, apparently, nobody. Unless he's doing it, sort of, I don't know how you do things like that. I've got no idea. I don't know what to think about it. I suppose it's sort of, a virtual piece of sex. But to be honest with you, Philip's getting on a little bit now. He went back the other day to the house. He's got a place in town. What was the point of him coming out? Nobody cares. I mean, people have got way past that kind of thing, haven't they? We've moved on a bit. Moved on a little bit. David Attenborough will spell out his vision of how to save the planet in a new book. I don't know. Can we save the planet? Apparently. The publishing director at BBC Books says it's David's masterpiece, a book with huge heart and urgency. In other words, we need to sell as many as possible. And somebody said, did you know that Amy Hart's been given a weekly column writing for The Guardian? I thought I was dreaming. I don't know, actually. I don't know anything about that. I don't really bother with Amy Hart. I thought she'd disappeared anyway. But writing, what on earth can she write for The Guardian about? Would it be one of those? I do remember somebody years ago, I can't tell who it was, but they apparently had a column in The Standard, which, of course, they wrote, but as they didn't have the gift of writing, it had to be rewritten by some of the subs there. So that's it. So Amy Hart... And she says here, she's a former cabin crew manager and a 2019 Love Island contestant. This is The Guardian. Is this Guardian Online, though? Oh, this is Guardian Online. It doesn't count. Doesn't count. Nobody will see that at all. Guardian readers will be going, I'm sorry. And definitely, she's talking here about, without government help for freelancers, coronavirus will destroy the theatre. I'm sorry, dear, you're a former trolley dolly. What do you know about it? You don't know diddly squat, do you? The self-employment income support scheme is due to end. This will be catastrophic for thousands of creative people, says Amy Hart. You not being one of them. Interesting. A former Love Island contestant. Is that it? That's it, is it? One article. I love theatre. I love the people, she writes. The community, the buzz. Did she write this? But the future of this industry is under threat. A pain felt But should you not be writing about trolley dollies, dear? More and more in your keeping, isn't it? Seeing as BA are just about to axe 12,000 people, and Ryanair, and Virgin, and now EasyJet. What are you writing about the theatres for, dear? I love the theatre. And so she's got a picture of the Palace Theatre. Lovely. And she talks about regional tours followed suit. Actors, musicians, technical, wardrobe, wigs, front of house staff, unemployed overnight. Yeah, wonderful. Unfortunately for the thousands of people employed in the... I mean, you're a bit old with this stuff, aren't you? They've been closed since March, darling. March, April, May... 3 months. Your article is that out of date already. Oh, blimey, honestly. Small wonder she's an ex-trolley dolly. So would you like peanuts with that? Tea? Coffee? Like a soft drink? OK, shall I put that in the overhead locker for you? That probably really taxed her, I should imagine. Steve, why do we need 2 weeks quarantine? Oh, what are you asking me for? I don't know. I'm not Dominic. But, I've been waiting for a DVD. I received a message on my phone saying it's coming today. Went to the letterbox saying I wasn't home, says Shane. I've now got to go to the post office to collect it. I know. Well, I've had that before. But this is a Tower fan. And they've said they delivered it. So I'm going to have to get Lynn today to check the CCTV system and have a look. We know the time, and we should know exactly because we'll see them at the front door. But did he deliver it, or are we going to be looking at an empty front door? And then they just get... Perhaps these people don't realise. They just put down, delivered to resident. And we go, oh, right, which one was that? I don't know. Because when they say sign it, you just do a squiggle, don't you? You don't write your name. Stephen Allen... And then little signature at the bottom. You don't do that, do you? They just go squiggle, squiggle. Everybody takes it as sort of done. So I wonder what Kylie Minogue did for her birthday. I hope she didn't sing to him. That could kill a relationship, couldn't it? 5:15. Heavy company, 12 minutes to 5, Friday. Thank God we've made it through the week. But the good news is you can start having, friends round as long as it's no more than 6 and they can't come in the house. They've got to stay in the garden. You've got to be separated. God, it's too complicated for words, isn't it, really? But at least we might get some bad weather. When I say bad weather, some rain would be nice. Hey, Siri, is there any rain today?
It doesn't look like it's going to rain today.
Oh, God, typical. Hey, Hey Siri, when do we get rain?
There's no rain in the forecast today. It might rain on and off next Friday.
Oh, God, I'm not sure I can wait till next Friday. Blimey, by that time we'll all be sort of sitting in buckets of water. It'll be terrible. So, no rain at the moment, even though somebody said, you know, it's a case of we will have some rain. I'm thinking, oh, good, we really need it. Here's a trainee accountant. He's a right little toe rag, this one, although actually it paid off for him. His name's Jake Curry, and he stole £60,000 from his employer to blow on 6 months of hard-drinking hedonism. Yes, Jake Curry, 26, faked invoices and frittered away 40,000 of it having a good time. He spent 10,000 on a BMW, 9,000 towards his mortgage. His university dropout, he was caught when he was made redundant for taking too much sick leave. His replacement at the travel company in Cheadle noticed 22 bogus payments. Oh, good. You know what I'm seeing here? I'm thinking, 10 years in Nick, 2 years. He was said to have mental health problems and stole for some sort of nihilistic pleasure. Yeah, well, he wanted a BMW and pay off half his mortgage. At the city's court, he was admitting fraud. He was given a 2-year suspended jail sentence. Hardly worth bothering, is it really? Why do we bother? But what is this rubbish about suspended sentences? Send him to Nick. He spent 40,000 quid. We're not going to get that back again. Not that it's our money. But, it's appalling, isn't it, really? We're so mamby-pamby in the court, so we're so sorry that you appear to have issues, so we're going to make it suspended. Yeah, OK, thank you. Walk out the front door. Pamela says it's not the South Enders on the beach. I've told you that. Are you not listening properly? Put new batteries in. It makes it so much easier. We've always said it's not the people who live in Southend. Why would they want to go and sit on the beach? You can go and sit on the beach any time you want. No, it's people from all over the country. It's ridiculous. So hold on to your hats, London. You're in for a second wave. Well done, says Pamela. Yeah, that's what I think. That's what I think. And Steve, I wonder if Dom and Gove's car insurance has gone up, says Jackie in Watford. That would be quite nice, wouldn't it, to think? That would be a very nice thing. Also, in fact, actually, it's very topical, very topical. Whether or not it's perfect for this programme, I don't know. Susan sends me hugs, which is nice. And then somebody else saying, the government is a bunch of dreamers. No one's going to go on holiday now. 18 of us were supposed to go to the Dominican Republic. 2 weeks all-inclusive. Not anymore. Gone are those sort of days. I mean, you've got to make sure, haven't you, that the hotel that you're going to is spotlessly clean, it's been disinfected. Otherwise, why would you want to go? Why would you want to risk it for the sake of, we're going to sit in the sunshine? It's all it comes down to, isn't it, really? I mean, I wouldn't risk it. I wouldn't risk it. But it's not up to me. It's up to everybody else. Oh, look, here's a picture of a very old man going for a walk with his wife, who's pregnant. He's 89, she's 44. The song for them should be It's Impossible. But anyway, so that'll make 4 children, I think he's actually got. They were in Gstaad, which is a nice place to go. Pimm's is on the menu, but they've said, if Johnson has said he's going to unlock Britain, bit by bit, but warns he'll bring back the curbs if the crisis worsens. So giveth away with one hand, taketh away with the other. The National Trust have started to reopen gardens, but the houses stay shut. So you can go to loads of places, Corfe Castle, Laycock in Wiltshire, Kingston, Lacey in Dorset, Killerton in Devon, Hardwick in Derbyshire. That's a nice place. I've got a documentary on that on a DVD. Cliveden in Buckinghamshire, Polesden, Lacey, Stowe in Buckinghamshire. So all their gardens are open. It's just that the houses are not, which is interesting because Cliveden's a spa, isn't it, as well, I thought. Plus, Premier League to kick off again. It'll be sort of done with all safety requirements in place, and they'll just have fake clapping and stuff like that. East of England, Sutton Hoo is open in Suffolk, the Gardens. Okay, just remember, these are only the Gardens. If you're a National Trust member, you will know this already. So it's only the Gardens that are open. Also, Cummings set to quit in 6 months. He will go after drawing a line under Brexit, so says Simon Walters. And then a couple of other journos were writing, the police, he may have broken rules with the trip, but that's it. They're not going to do anything about it. It's a case of it's gone, it's finished, it's past, which is what we predicted. So the coronavirus crisis, mateless rant provokes 18,000 complaints. Good Lord. I mean, that's some going, isn't it, when you think about it? 18,000 people could be bothered to write and complain. And she delivered her comments on Mr. Cummings on Tuesday's Newsnight. Now she's not on Newsnight. So, you know, they actually say now could be the time to axe Newsnight. They say her real political colours revealed on her Twitter account. She talks about all sorts of things. I never quite understood why she was the one who was picked to do the Prince Andrew interview. I really didn't. I mean, I thought they would have had other people, but obviously not. Obviously not. 1 in 10 diabetics hospitalised with COVID die in a week. And as you've already heard this morning, half of Britons have gained weight during lockdown, and 4 in 10 are barely leaving the house. Some 40% of Brits say they put on weight. 29% are drinking more alcohol than usual. And, amazes me that 41% had not left their house on 5 or more of the previous 7 days. Wow. That is some going, isn't it? Some going. Also, how many masks? The joyful carers with a message. Thank you, 1 million, because they've had all these masks delivered, which is very good, which is very, very good. And millions of self-employed workers are today expected to be thrown another lifeline by the Chancellor. Mind you, I do like this little story here. One of Cummings' most vocal critics, that's Dominic Cummings, by the way, just thinking you thought we'd moved away from him, is the Tory MP Roger Gale. Someone never mistaken for a ray of sunshine. Gale, who used to work on The Sooty Show at the BBC, is no fan of the popular press. So when he found himself at a formal lunch sitting opposite the Sun's editor, Kelvin Mackenzie, late of this parish, he was horrified. He wasn't going to break bread with a tabloid reptile, so he stormed off. As Gale took his leave, Kelvin raised his right hand, wiggled his fingers and waved him off in his best Harry Corbett voice. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye. Because that was how Sooty used to finish. Still does now. They still do exactly the same thing. They still go, bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye. And he would sit there with sort of, things dripping all over him, sort of ice cream and stuff like that. Steve, Colin in Morecambe. I can recommend Codebreakers documentary, BBC 2 nights ago. Merci bien, thank you. And Steve, hope you're well. Very well, actually, Lee, thank you. And I would not be surprised if there was a second wave, especially down in the West Country. Me and the other half were bored the other day, so we went for a drive. I'll just see if people were behaving, so I drove down the coast road. Unfortunately, not particularly good, is it? David in Hampshire says, I've taken up gardening. I'm regretting it now. I'm watering the flowers 800 times a day. We need 800 times a day? You only ever need to water first thing in the morning, before the sun has hit up. And it depends what you're watering. I shall put my plants in today, give them a good drench to start with, and that gives them a good start, and then they go, all this nice fresh earth, which is very exciting. Steve, I've just woken up. I thought I heard you say Amy Hart has written a Guardian article. Was I asleep, or is it true? Well, she's done something for Guardian Online. I don't think the Guardian readers will be very, very happy with something like that. And she's talking about theatres, only 3 months out of date, but at least she's made an effort, I suppose. Another one, which says, and somebody else who was hearing, and not too sure about this clapping thing, which the person who brought it to this country has said she wants it to finish, and now thinks that we shouldn't be doing clapping anymore. I don't think you're going to stop them. I think people want to go out and clap to say thank you. I mean, you've noticed that the numbers have crept up again a little bit. Hopefully they will then drop down, but I think we're going to have to be very careful. All this sort of idea. You're going to find pubs opening. There's going to be certain pubs in chavvy areas where they don't even know what the phrase social distancing means. They've got no idea. Yesterday at Iceland, they had a bit of a disaster. All of a sudden, people started pouring into the shop. They had way too many people in there. So the manager had to immediately spring open and put his ample frame into the doorway to stop people going in, saying you have to wait now for some people to come out. There are far too many people in there. Ridiculous. Also... And your wicked sense of humour has really been coming out lately, says Tam in Iowa. I'm trying to go to sleep, but unfortunately, I can't. Oh, you don't need it. Nobody sleeps on this programme. Nobody sleeps on this programme. And Susan says, so many hugs. Merci bien. And what was the other one as well? What was the other one? Oh, somebody talking about the Sun and Philip Schofield. Do you know, they happened to be there in the studio that morning that he came out. How lucky was that? How lucky was that they were able to publish it as an exclusive for them? Something smells quite rotten, doesn't it, in the state of Denmark? Kevin says, another dry, sunny day. Quick question. Are you managing hospital appointments during lockdown, or have you no need to go? I've no need to go. I don't have any hospital appointments. Don't have any hospital appointments at all. I'm sort of, I'm very healthy, thank you for asking. But also, if I had to go to the hospital, I would go to the hospital. But definitely not. My batteries are fine, Steve. My phone is fully charged. That's the ones in your ear, dear. The ones in you know, that one, you know, because they do go sometimes. There was, as I was coming out of Iceland yesterday, a little bag of goodies, there's an old bloke, and the manager said, he said, can you just wait a minute? And he said, no, can you wait a minute? And quite clearly, the poor bloke was deaf as a post. But finally got the message. Steve wanted to know your thoughts on the way Boris cut off the journalist yesterday. Well, I thought that was quite clever, don't you? Tactical. Yes. And then, it's a case of we don't really want to go back to that one again, knowing damn well that next time you wouldn't be there on a link, which would not be so good, would it? Did my weekly trip, Steve, for food shopping. Went to New Brighton, a seaside town near Liverpool. Never seen so many cars and motorhomes parked up like sardines. I reckon there'll be a COVID-19 spike up here, says Steve in Birkenhead. 29th of May, we're heading towards, by the time we come back on Monday, we'll be into the next month. It's amazing, isn't it? Seriously, where does the time go? Will we be celebrating Christmas this year? I've got my doubts. Joe's in Melbourne. Can't get bird's eye potato waffles for love nor money. Oh, all dripping in fat, weren't they, actually? And another one says, have you got a water barrel? Yes, but unfortunately, of course, we've been using it. So today I shall connect up the hose and I shall fill up the water barrel again. So we're back where we started. You tend to find if you put a barrel there and it's underneath the... you just cut off one of the downpipes, you can fill it up in like half an hour. When it rains, if it rains really heavily, it's fantastic. Victory as the betting giant U-turns over the £3.5 million death fine. MPs fury as they dodge the fine for the addict's death. The tragic gambler was groomed with bonuses. And Minnesota burning the second night of riots after the death of the black victim, Mr. Floyd. Other officers just stood around. They didn't do anything at all. He kept pleading that he couldn't breathe, and then he stopped moving. I mean... I don't think we know where to go with that one, do we, really? Minneapolis's Mayor Jacob Frey asked for the Minnesota National Guard to help restore peace. Back calls for the arrest of Officer Chauvin, who was sacked on Tuesday with his 3 colleagues. Mr. Frey said of the victim, he'd be alive today if he were white. How is this officer not in jail? It's a question everybody else is asking at the moment. So we'll come back to that a little bit later on. I'll give you the story as well of this tragic gambler, Chris Bruni. He's just not an isolated case. He's sort of only the tip of the iceberg. Only the tip of the iceberg. Poem for you today. You'd have heard this one before. Originally written by Rose Bonnet, or Bon. Okay, does that give you a clue? The moment you hear the first line, you will know exactly. But you'll be thinking it probably came from somebody else. But it was originally written by Rose Bonnet. There was an old lady who swallowed a fly. I don't know why she swallowed a fly. Perhaps she'll die. There was an old lady who swallowed a spider that wriggled and jiggled and tickled inside her. She swallowed the spider to catch the fly. I don't know why she swallowed a fly. Perhaps she'll die. There was an old lady who swallowed a bird. How absurd to swallow a bird. She swallowed the bird to catch the spider. She swallowed the spider to catch the fly. I don't know why she swallowed a fly. Perhaps she'll die. There was an old lady who swallowed a cat. Imagine that. She swallowed a cat. She swallowed the cat to catch the bird. She swallowed the bird to catch the spider. She swallowed the spider to catch the fly. I don't know why she swallowed a fly. Perhaps she'll die. There was an old lady that swallowed a dog. She was a hog to swallow a dog. She swallowed the dog to catch the cat. She swallowed the cat to catch the bird. She swallowed the bird to catch the spider. She swallowed the spider to catch the fly. I don't know why she swallowed a fly. Perhaps she'll die. There was an old lady who swallowed a goat. She just opened her throat and swallowed a goat. She swallowed the goat to catch the dog. She swallowed the dog to catch the cat. She swallowed the cat to catch the bird. She swallowed the bird to catch the spider. She swallowed the spider to catch the fly. I don't know why she swallowed a fly. Perhaps she'll die. There was an old lady who swallowed a cow. I don't know how she swallowed a cow. She swallowed the cow to catch the goat. She swallowed the goat to catch the dog. She swallowed the dog to catch the cat. She swallowed the cat to catch the bird. She swallowed the bird to catch the spider. She swallowed the spider to catch the fly. I don't know why she swallowed a fly. Perhaps she'll die. There was an old lady who swallowed a horse. She's dead, of course. There you go. I bet you thought that was from somebody else, didn't you? I bet you thought somebody else wrote that. But there was an old lady, originally written by Rose Bonnet, or Rose Bonne. Whatever it was written some years ago. Steve, does Boris live alone at number 10? You're kidding. There's loads of people who live at number 10. Loads of people. And Jackie says, do you find you don't talk much out of the show? Almost mute. You're so right, Steve. The Iceland mash, the best. You don't need anything to just pure bliss on a plate. I know. I was amazed at how good it actually tasted. I thought it was going to be horrible. But as you know, Shane in Sydney said it's getting colder here. 16 degrees. Winter starts next week. I wish ours did. I wish ours did. I really do. Chris Packham's views on how the countryside should be looked after. So he's now got his stepdaughter, Megan McCubbin. She turned out to be quite good, actually. But he's now 60 and still doing his double entendre jokes, you know. Becomes a little bit tedious, but at least he's making an effort, I suppose. And he's quite passionate about what he does. Doesn't his girlfriend or wife or whatever she is live on the Isle of Wight or something like that? Whatever it is, they don't live together. They appear to live separately. So this is her daughter from another marriage, I'm assuming. From the Daily Mail archive, 1972. What do you think happened on this day, 1972? Believe it or not, the Duchess of Windsor will fly in the RAF plane bringing the body of the Duke back to England. She'll stay at his side as the body of the man who ruled Britain for 325 days. In 1936, is taken first to lie in state and then to a private burial near Windsor Castle. That'll be Frogmore, won't it? The Duke died at 2:25 a.m. at the Paris house, where just 10 days before he'd been visited by the Queen. He was 77 and had been ill for some time. I'm assuming that they would have said, listen, he's going now. You need to come over. So that's what happened. Christopher Reeve in hospital on this day in 1995, suspected fractured spine after being thrown from a horse. The man who played Superman is said to be partly paralysed. Never was the same ever again, was he really? Rupert Everett celebrates his birthday today. And he's 61. 61. He was actually expelled from the London Central School of Speech and Drama for insubordination. He was friendly with Madonna and sang backing vocals on her remake of American Pie, which he'd persuaded her to record, but they fell out. He later called her a whiny old barmaid. John F. Kennedy was born on this day in 1917, and Katie Boyle was born on this day in 1926, died in 2018, used to come in and do programmes at LBC. She grew up in an Italian palace, hosted the Eurovision Song Contest 4 times in the 60s and 70s, was the face of Camay soap, telling viewers, you'll be a little lovelier each day with Camay, although she was allergic to it. Oh, I could tell you stories about Katie Boyle. And in 1953, Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay conquered Mount Everest. What a day that was. What a day that was. Doesn't interest me. I never understand why people want to go climbing mountains and Everests and stuff like that. But they do. And the reason they do is because it's there. They have to do it. But I always think about the dangers. You know, the dangers would be you're going to fall down a gully and you could disappear forever. You're never going to... Yeah, Steve, the spider wriggled and jiggled and... Yes, I know. Colin in Morecambe loved that poem. I'm 9 again at primary school. Yeah, you and me together. You and me together. Let's take some more of your... I didn't know that Nessun Dorma translates to none shall sleep. Perhaps that could be your signature tune. I wouldn't mind that. Kev Miltman says, I've just driven over Waterloo Bridge, looking at the sunrise over the city. Absolutely stunning. Although I've done it for years, I never get bored of the view. I used to do it. I've said that I used to, when I came back from our studios in Fleet Street years and years ago, I used to drive over Waterloo Bridge at 5 in the morning, about 5:10, park, the days when you could park up there, and play Feed the Birds, Tuppence a Bag from Mary Poppins. And it was the perfect scenario. There it was, you know, the top of St Paul's and all the other buildings that were going up along the banks. Oh, it was beautiful, absolutely beautiful. See, you've just done it, and the sunrise over the city. I mean, nothing beats it, does it, really? Even though you've done it a million times, it's, amazing. Steve, you can go through the house to access the garden if there's no side access. I'll have to check that because I'm aware that you can't. If you use the toilet, everything's got to be disinfected. Everything's got to be disinfected. So you've got to wipe everything down. So the idea is not to touch anything. It's going to be a clever one, isn't it, really? Picked up some bits from my mum from the shops. One of them was a twin pack of medium-sized apple pies. I'd added them to her shopping. Steve is a surprise treat. She then said she was going to have one with some mash and peas. She thought they were steak pies. Imagine the shock with the first bite. Actually, I don't know why, but isn't that funny? You know, you sort of say, you don't sort of put mashed potato with a pie. Why don't you put mashed potato with a pie? I don't quite understand why you can't. But it's apparently you can't mix savoury and everything else. Yes. And somebody says, bet you don't say hello to anyone. Bet you don't say hello to anyone. No, I say hello to loads of people. Loads of people. It says, don't pretend you're posh. Never pretended we're posh. We're working class. You, of course, have got a big chip on your shoulder. You are Harry Ramsden's, aren't you? Because you've got a lot of issues. I mean, it's not your problem. And, Steve, I think you should recite for the Spikes, The Boys Stood on the Burning Deck. Yes, of which there were so many, actually. However, as we take this small step forward, this is from the government's website. It's critical that those from different households continue to stay 2 metres apart. And it remains the case that people should not spend time inside the home of their friends and families other than to access the garden or use the toilet. OK? Is that clear to everybody? You know what you're doing now? Do you? Hope so. So you can't sort of hang around inside the house. You're not going to hang around inside the kitchen. You go in the house, into the garden, OK? If they don't have access. I can go through the garage to get to the garden. It's so much easier. And we'll be going tomorrow. Whether I have a cup of tea or not, I don't know. I'll have to think about that one. That might be a little bit too far. Oh, look, here's Georgia May Foote. Apparently she was in Coronation Street. And now she's not in Coronation Street, but she thinks that us Southerners, well, Southern actors and actresses, can't actually play Northerners because we can't do the accents. So that's why. So she's sort of saying, really, we shouldn't be doing it. Southern actors playing Northern parts, the accent is too tricky. She hit out after fans blasted White Lines for its dodgy Mancunian accents, including that of Londoner Laura Haddock, who plays the lead role. One reviewer described fellow star Lawrence Fox's accent as a mixture of Manchester, Yorkshire, West Country. Well, I mean, but it's the same. If you go to America, you will actually discover that half the Americans can't do a British accent. You know, somebody says, oh, can you do a Manchester? Because we just think Americans, everybody talks like that. Well, of course, that's just one sort of accent. Steve, the spider poem is a song, says Jackie. Well, it became a song later. It was by Burr Lyre. She swallowed the spider to catch the fly. I don't know why she... Yeah, but written by this woman. It was a poem written. And then it originally came, and then it came back as a little thing. Steve. Katie Boyle was meant to be the British Arlene Francis, but never got to that level. She was very glam. Let me tell you, Katie Boyle was very glam. Very, very glam. Steve. What was the other one? Did you know Kenton Cool, the British climber, has climbed Everest 14 times? No, I just don't understand why. What's the point of doing it? I know that people do it. So I just don't get it, actually. Steve, Amy Hart, heard it all now, writing for The Guardian. It's only The Guardian online, don't worry, it doesn't count. A Love Island reject, famous for getting her boobs out on television, says Ailsa. I know, well, they've got to think of something, haven't they? They've got to think of something. What can we do with her? Let's pretend that she's really bright and she's going to be writing about theatres. As I say, they've been closed for 3 months. And only now has she decided to write about it. I thought she'd be writing about, bring it up to date. Write about EasyJet. Can you believe? You won't believe this story. This is somebody on YouTube. Again, it's another dimwit. Her name's Micah Stauffer. OK, I don't know who she is either. But she decided to adopt a little boy from China, of which there are many children who need adopting. Anyway, so she ended up with this little boy called Huxley. Huxley turned out to be autistic. So, as opposed to actually sort of looking after him, he's 4 years old, she's sort of got rid of him. She's had him rehomed. She said Huxley had a lot more special needs that we were not aware of. She adopted him, but claimed his file was inaccurate. One person writing to her said, children aren't pets, you don't just rehome a child. What a thick woman she is. So she gets a child who turns out to be autistic, and she goes, oh, I don't want one of those. Let's find another one. Can we find somebody who's sort of... So they've rehomed him. They've given it... Honestly. He's 4 years old. Small wonder these poor children don't know what's going on, do they? Must be a nightmare. Steve, a lot of people talk about American accents. I was trying to come up with some American accents earlier on. I decided I wouldn't, because everybody just goes back to that same one, don't they? They go back to the, God blimey, Mary Poppins, when Dick Van Dyke attempted to do the English accent. I never complained about it. I thought it was okay. Listen, I wasn't going to sit down there and start criticising the poor man, because he's still alive. Robbie Williams and Liam Gallagher are pals again. Oh, who cares? After the ex-Oasis star reached out to his rival after hearing his dad was sick. Blimey, a heart. Surely not. Eamon Holmes pretending he knows how to take rollers out, but he doesn't really. This is Ruth having her hair done. And they're fronting the TV show when apparently Philip Schofield and Holly Willoughby take time out for half-term. Why Pip Schofield takes time off for half-term, I've got no idea. He hasn't got any children at school, so what would be the point of that? Schools to reopen, football's back, racing, Royal Ascot will have no spectators, and football, we'll wait and see. Dentists, there's somebody in Altrincham in Manchester, he's fully gowned up. Of course, I mean, you have to be careful, you have to be safe on this. We had the second highest total excess deaths per million people. We're number 2. Spain is number 1. Can we have an ice cream van back as well? Always used to like those. More on the Hunt groups. Endangering train passengers by trespassing on railways. This year, Network Rail recorded 5 incidents of a month of hunts or hounds on or near lines. So that's not good. They've been hit by trains once, 30 at a time. A spokesman for the Countryside Allowance said the group treated trespass incredibly seriously, but she added, we would have to question whether the reports recorded actually involved registered packs of hounds. So they do these pre-laid scents at the moment, although, you know, I don't think all of them are following the Steve, your brother won't you again, you might have COVID-19. I think unlikely. I think we'd know about it. Do you not think so? Honestly, these snowflakes, honestly. The trouble is, for Snowflake, Reid, really stupid. I mean, so it isn't a case of, you know, they have a brain cell. There is no brain cell at all. Dominic Cummings can now check his eyesight on his wife's birthday whilst having a barbecue together with his sister and 2 nieces. Well, listen, I think we've closed the pages, haven't we, on Mr. Cummings? I know the government have, and everybody else appears to have. Another one here, which says, I greeted Alexa, Echo, with a good morning and was given a piece of information. A piece of information on things that happened on that day years ago, says Dave. I was told on the 28th, Sir Francis Colchester, who's he? I've never heard of. You mean Sir Francis? It's not Colchester, and it was Francis Chichester. Yeah, but that's probably what the device is putting out on Echo. Sometimes they don't know, do they? So, but you know, some people. I know it was because I met Francis Chichester. So, and I never thought it was that great either. But he died a long time ago, 1972 in Plymouth. And he's got 2 children, and he was knighted by Queen Elizabeth, becoming the first person to sail single-handed around the world by the Clipper route and the fastest circumnavigator in 9 months and 1 day, overall in 66, 67. Isn't it funny, the Queen, his boat was Gypsy Moth. Do you remember? You must have seen it on the television. I mean, to be honest with you, I wouldn't. I mean, it looked, you know, some of them looked highly dangerous, these things. Gypsy Moth, I think there was Gypsy Moth 1, Gypsy Moth 2, and Gypsy Moth 3. You wouldn't have found me anywhere at all. I mean, it looked highly dangerous to me. He was all out there by himself. I suppose we have to take his word for it. He did actually do it, you know. Very sweet, very sweet. But anyway, he did it. R.I.P. D.S. Roach, tributes to the Bill legend Tony after he dies aged 74. And actually, in an episode of the Bill, they had Paul O'Grady, who was in it in 1989. He obviously, I mean, he was good even then. He was good even then. The dog walker finding the wreckage of a World War II plane in the shifting sands. The wreck was lost but has now been uncovered. They think it was a Bristol Beaufighter. Crashed in April 1944. 2 crews survived. He said it's amazing, isn't it? I'm assuming that somebody will go down there and take all the details of it, so it then becomes, as recorded, it becomes a wreck. Corking wine They give everything a mark now, don't they? Sort of, different things that people drink, like Francis Ford Coppola and Graham Norton, John Turode, Brad and Angelina, Sam Neill and Ian Botham. For some strange reason, they get on there. And France is home to the great winemakers of history. I've never really been that bothered by wine. I do drink wine, but not a huge sort of amount of wine. My father used to drink German wine, which was way too sweet. Somebody says, Steve, Alexa doesn't understand a word I say. That's why it's now in the bin. And Steve, that lady that rehomed the boy, she did that after taking donations for his adoption. Will she be giving the money back? I've got no idea. They don't tell us about that. They don't tell us about that side of it. I just think it's a bit odd that you take a child on from China and you take him. I mean, I don't know how they were allowed to do that. And then she discovered he's autistic, as opposed to looking on that as a great challenge and sort of helping, to sort of change his life. She decides to have him rehomed. Terrible, isn't it? Mind you, I've heard people say that before. They've had children who are damaged or flawed, and they said, had I had the opportunity, I would have aborted. I would have had the child aborted. And I think that was in the case, wasn't it, of the boy whose skin was falling off. His mother had said that had we known it was going to be this bad, and it was really, really bad, she said we wouldn't have gone through with it. Steve, you mentioned the Jeremy Vine show, says David in Hampshire. Storm Huntley presented his Well Versed. She's been on the show for 10 years. No, she hasn't. No, she's definitely not been on it for 10 years. Definitely not. I'd remember that because he's not been doing the show for 10 years. So why would she be on the show? No, there was another one. This is the Scottish one. So I don't know too much about her, but she's definitely not been there for 10 years. But no, we like Anne Diamond. Love Anne Diamond. Of course we do. Good. The other one, she looks like 12. And somebody says, love listening to you, about to climb Box Hill, not quite Everest, says KP. Not quite, but I mean, at least it's that's very good exercise. Very good exercise. Somebody says, what qualifications did you get in school? I got nothing. Absolutely nothing. Zero. Surrounded by people who've got, doctorates and all sorts of awards and this, and I've got nothing. And it's my programme. That's how clever it is. That's how clever it is. I've had producers who've had, they've got all sorts of these awards that they've got from university and stuff like that. Very well learned, my programme. My programme. I've got no O-levels, nothing at all. Left school at 15. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. As I say, I laugh all the way to the next contract. It's as simple as that. It's that common touch. It works. So, only going to prove. I mean, put it this way, what possible use of qualifications now? Years ago, they weren't. There wasn't much point in having them, unless you wanted to be a chemist or something like that. But I mean, or work in a bank. But I mean, if you're just a normal person, they didn't ask you what your qualifications were. Even though, I mean, I think I've only ever done one CV, and I filled it in, and I went to school. I learnt how to read. I can write. I can spell. And that's all you needed. The rest of it was sheer bluff. And I'm still getting away with it. Storm was on for a long time with Matthew Wright, says David. I don't remember. I don't think she's very good at it, though. Poor old David, honestly. Stuck down there in Hampshire, watering 800 times a day. Again, gross exaggeration, of course. More of your texts and emails in a moment. A lot of people talking about adopting a child and then just sort of rehoming. Yes, I didn't think you could do that. I thought it was such a complicated process to take a child. And also, they don't like, generally speaking, giving children from another ethnicity to somebody else because there's going to be all sorts of complications. You adopt a child from China. Surely this child is going to be speaking Chinese. Would you not think? That's how I would think about it. We know that there's loads of children that need adopting, but there's loads of children here and in America that need adopting. Why you'd have to go to China? But then to not get the one you wanted, having gone through that huge, laborious process, and then to go, oh, we couldn't cope with that. It was a bit too difficult for us, so we've handed it back. Poor child. That's all I can say. Poor child. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Somebody says, how do I mute you using the Global Player app? I've got you on in the cab on the DAB. I'm just using the app to text you. You're asking the wrong person. I left school at 15. I'm not supposed to know about things like this. I've no idea. No idea. But always a challenge, I think. Always a challenge. Somebody will know. Somebody will tell you how to do that. So how do you mute using the Global Player Do you know, I really wouldn't know. I really wouldn't know. There's like a pause button, okay? That's all I could tell you. You were right, as usual, Steve. I tried beans and mince last night. It's a winning combination. I also tried it yesterday as well, with the double cream. With the double cream, because ever since they said you can have all these sort of cream, and oh, how lovely! And so we had some double cream in it, and it just adds something to it. I can't tell you what it is because it seemed, well, apart from double cream. Brian said, as a Canadian listening in Toronto, should I be offended by Harry and Meghan leaving us in Canada high and dry? No, I would look at it as a blessing, an absolute blessing. You don't want them; they don't do anything. You know, she was sort of an actress of some time ago, only did one series and a couple of other minor things. One involved lying in bed, sort of, you know, flirting with somebody. And he was sort of Harry. He was sort of, you know, he was the fun one. And he was out there and getting a bit drunk and taking his clothes off and dressing up as a Nazi and doing all these other things which the papers used to delight in printing about. And then eventually his brother gets married. And so Harry becomes the third one. So you've got William and Kate, and oh, there's Harry again. And Harry found it very difficult because he's not the brightest penny in the box. You know, he just happens to be in the family. And so then all of a sudden he meets Meghan, and all of a sudden Harry's got a girlfriend. And it turned out that she was quite famous in her own little way. I mean, to the world, nobody knew who she was. And so they then decide that they don't want to dress up and be part of the royal family because she wants to take him away and do whatever she does. And so they then decide to sort of opt out of the country. And then she goes to Canada. They go to Canada, where again they rent a house, but they haven't got any money, of course. Well, they have. They're just too tight to spend it. And she better hang on to it because if they divorce, she will get nothing. There will be no money, no nothing. There would have been, not a prenup, but he doesn't own anything. He is one of these sort of members of the they're all doing it, the whole royal family. Nobody owns anything. It's all in different trust funds, so she can't, you know, get a house out of it or something like that. So we just have to wait and see what happens. They left because they were going to be financially independent, which was the biggest load of cobblers we've ever heard in our life. They weren't financially independent. Prince Charles is having to pay for the security. A so-called friend of a friend, you know, which is sort of Oprah Winfrey, has lent them a house. They're living on an estate which is full of paparazzi. They're moaning about the drones going over there. I mean, if they really want to be anonymous, believe you me, they can be anonymous if they choose to be. And then there was Frogmore. So we paid 2.4 million to have this done up. And of course, the one thing it didn't have, and we didn't realise it was going to be an issue, it doesn't have a tennis court. And of course, I mean, as we know, Harry plays tennis like all the time. Not. And so we then sort of pump all this money in, and then they opt out of the country. We're going, we decided we want to leave the... Good. Give us our money back. And so now they've agreed to give us our money back, but they're not giving it back all at the same time. You know, like we didn't pay it in instalments. They're paying back in instalments. $18,000 a month. It's going to take them 15 years. By that time, he'll be old and gay. Great. And he'll be, you know, it'll be a case of they'll still be paying this $18,000 a month off. I don't know where you get $18,000 a month from. Ridiculous, isn't it? Steve, am I boring you this morning, says Ian the Skip? Yep. Billy says you're a culinary wizard. No, I'm frugal. To be honest with you, why bother to cook? There's restaurants. Well, there were until we got coronavirus. Now, we're all looking around going, are they opening them soon? Hello, Joe Allen's? Are you listening to me? Little Italy? I want all these places open again. I want to see people sitting down there. In fact, we were talking about it yesterday, me and my friend Jordan, when we went out to Little Italy with Mr. M and my friend Danny and loads of other people. And we had a nice time. And I want all those times back again. Really, I definitely want it back. Thank you very much indeed. I don't mind when it is. Just soon would be nice. There was also, what was the other one? Oh yeah, the worshippers who got high on cannabis in a Jewish temple. And you're probably thinking, hello, what sort of story is this? This is a temple from 2,700 years ago, and they found cannabis all scattered throughout the place. Now, whether they used it as burning as an incense, I've got no idea. Or whether or not that's what people did actually used to take when they went to churches. Because bearing in mind, some people had different things. And I'm assuming that cannabis must have been sort of fairly high up the list. People then... I mean, can you imagine the first people that to discover cannabis? What's this one like? You can imagine, and that's the vicar. You know, the vicar's sort of having a little bit of a sort of a toot, and he goes, "Yes, for what we're about to receive." You can imagine it, can't you? Churches could take on a whole new meaning if the entire congregation was stoned. You know, okay, we're all going to sing together. No, we're not. You sing one, I'm going to do, you do Hark the Herald Angels Sing, and I'll do We Plough the Fields and Scatter, and we'll see if we meet in the middle somewhere. Can you imagine what it would be like? Gosh, truth, honestly. I'm not sure about these sort of things. It worries me, actually. I'm so glad that I was kind of too late for the hippie flower power kind of stuff, and too late for sort of doing drugs. You know, people say, I smoked. Every time they do drugs on LBC, when I say they do drugs, when they open up the phone lines and people talk about drugs, they always sound a bit like that. And it has no effect on me whatsoever. And you think, have you heard yourself? Have you heard yourself? Listen, I'm a better person because I've taken cannabis. Now they're saying, if you take what's higher than cannabis, skunk is apparently very strong and very dangerous. And they say it inevitably will lead to mental illness. And yet people go, oh, because once you've tried cannabis, you then think, oh, it's not having any effect on me, I'll try something else. It's like smoking cigarettes. You know, you smoke one cigarette, then after a while it doesn't have the same effect. So you then try another cigarette. It's like sweets. You try one sweet and you go, oh, it's not quite strong enough, I'll try another sweet. And that's what people do with the drugs. And they go, okay, so I'm going to do cannabis. Whee! And driving the car is amazing. It's like really... We were behind a car as we were coming into Leicester Square this morning, sort of in the roundabout way. And the car in front of us, they were off their faces. They had to be. They nearly stopped in the middle of the road. They weren't in one lane or the other. And then they went straight over red traffic lights. Seriously. I mean, I should have taken a photograph because I could have put them up on the internet. Avoid these people. And on Sunday morning, I always get the little boy racers who've driven up from Slough, or as we call it, Slough. And they drive up and they've got their room cars, you know, with the tinted windows. So luckily you can't see the idiot that's driving it. Generally driven by snowflakes. I mean, seriously, you know, it's almost as bad as jacking the back of the car up and putting lights underneath it. And they put their foot down the Mall. They reach the dizzying heights of like 30 miles an hour and then boom, boom, because they've cut a hole in the exhaust to make it sound like a sport car. And their mummy and daddy don't know where they are because they said they're going to visit their friends, but they don't have any friends. Have you tried salmon, pasta and mayonnaise for dinner, says Graham, Elephant and Castle? No. I'm not a fan of pasta. I'm really not a fan of pasta. I had meatballs yesterday. I've just remembered what I had, and I bought them from Waitrose. They were beef meatballs, and compared to the meatballs that were in the Marks and Spencer's spaghetti, which were dreadful, absolutely dreadful. I've never had such bad meatballs. These ones were proper, solid. Put it in your mouth. It was a solid meatball, and it was lovely. Re-footy, Steve. Hardly matters to me that it's coming home since I can't watch the thing. Instead, I play Football of the Mind, where Man U hoist the cup. See, you could talk to me about football till the cows come home and it wouldn't have the slightest effect on me. I don't know how many people play in each team. I don't know their names. I don't care about them. I don't care that years ago everybody looked the same with their shorts down to their knees. I've seen it's Australian football where they're wearing the tightest little shorts you've ever seen. Mind you, they have lifeguards on the beach wearing Speedos. That in itself is a worry. But I cannot get excited. I can't get excited of even rugby. And I live in Twickenham. Even though the rugby is actually over there in the next little place over. It's not actually sort of in Twickenham. You have to come out the station and go up the road. Jay in Essex says, you and James O'Brien should do a two-hander. I don't think so. And I'm not sharing my audience with him. He can beg all he likes. I'm not sharing it. I've worked hard for this audience. Steve, I'm doing my morning ritual of lying in bed, listening to you, and I'm crying with laughter at Stoned in the Temple. Don't you think that's just so brilliant? It could be fantastic, couldn't it? It could be so much fun. Okay, all together, we're all going to do the Lord's Prayer. Our Father... It could take you 15 minutes to get through it, couldn't it? And then if the choir start halfway through, that could be so funny. That could be so funny. I don't think anybody else would ever appreciate that until you've sort of ever seen somebody who has been very high as a kite. and even higher than kites sometimes. But I could tell you some really cracking jokes, but they're totally unrepeatable at this time of the morning. In fact, at any time, they're totally unrepeatable. Steve, that little cannabis high voice made me laugh out loud, said Liz. Cheered me up. Good. We need cheering up, don't we? I'm not convinced about this sort of meeting up in somebody's garden bit. Just supposing we make a terrible mistake, and all of a sudden we've got this thing back worse than we ever had it before. That's what worries me. So I'm going to continue being careful. Today I'm going to look after my plants. We shall have a bottle of Prosecco on the patio, distancing, of course. Me and Lynn, we always do that, and it'll be nice. I'll just be sort of very, very laid back and chilled. I don't want to be sort of. I can't wait to see what these plants look like. I looked at the box. I thought, oh, that's for me. It's the plants. We were so worried just in case they weren't going to be arriving, and I'd have to sort of try and remember who I ordered from. Just got to find the tower fan thing at the moment. Steve, says Jackie, I gave up smoking 10 years ago. Good. On my deathbed, I'm going to ask for a packet of cigarettes and smoke myself to death. I had a friend like that, Michael. He was blind. I've told you the story before. And he had cancer. And he was in hospital. He was in the West Mid. And they said he was dying. He knew he was dying. He was quite matter of fact about it, and he went outside for a cigarette, and the nurse came out and berated him, and she said, "What are you doing?" He said, "I'm having a cigarette." She said, "You can't have a cigarette." She said, "You've got cancer." He said, "And?" He didn't see anything the matter with that at all. It didn't make any difference to him. He enjoyed having a cigarette, and that's what he was going to do, and so he died happy. He died, doing something that he wanted to do. I mean, I'm quite glad that I gave up cigarettes when I did give up cigarettes. And, Steve, it's Tyler Perry, not Oprah Winfrey's place. Are you stupid? I said it was a friend of a friend. You must listen properly. I can't help it if you don't understand. If you can't listen to something, I mean, there's no point writing to me thinking that you're right and I'm wrong, because I absolutely know that Tyler Perry is a friend of Oprah Winfrey, and they got the connection because Oprah Winfrey knows them. Tyler was Cheryl, who thinks that Charles wanted to scale the monarchy down and did this. So he was the one who sent away Harry and Meghan. Shoo, go away. He says, "You seem to be so bitter as if it's your money." I think it is our money. Perhaps it's not your money, Cheryl. But never mind, you don't need to worry about it. It's so sweet to hear from you, even though we don't understand what you're talking about half the time. But never mind. Steve, I'm trying to work out the logistics. When stores with more than one floor reopen, I assume they're going to say only so many people allowed per floor. So are you going to have to queue at the bottom of each escalator, therefore creating overcrowding on the floors below? Well, I mean, I've been into places and you just queue and you're 6 feet away at the tills. I mean, I don't see that as being such a problem, because it's really good, actually. That, I mean, as I say, I was in Iceland the other day, and there seemed to be quite a number of people in there until somebody realised they should have had the manager on the front door. He had far too many people in the store, and because it's not the biggest place going. And but it was very funny when he was sort of trying to keep people out of the store, as opposed to say, wait till Marks and Spencer's, one out, one in. So there's only 2 or 3 of you in there, but they seem to have relaxed their families going in. There was a family the other day, 2 little children, a woman with a pram, and the husband as well. Ridiculous. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Susan says, I think your audience and James O'Brien's audience would be totally different people. I don't think so, actually. I don't think so. They're all highly intelligent, well, apart from Cheryl and a few others. But, I mean, no, I think they're very similar. We've actually done shows together anyway. We have done shows, so I think it's all radio, isn't it? So the people who listen to me, listen to Nick, listen to James. That's what it is. It's that curve. I know this to be true. I know it to be true because the management have told me it's true. It's that pick up in the morning. It's that spike. Even people who don't know what the spike is talk about the spike. They talk about the spike at 4 a.m, and then it continues on through. And that's what's so good about it. So not totally different at all, Susan. Not totally different. Steve, I've got your youngest listener on board, says Rose. 17 weeks pregnant today, and we all love your show in our house, so this little one will too. I've told you before, I've met people who've been along to shows and they brought their kids, and then they come back years later and their kids have grown up. They're like sort of, oh my goodness me, I've got godchildren your age. Steve, Kim in Montana, we get you from 9 p.m. to midnight. 9 p.m. That's quite a good time to actually get, isn't it? That's a good thing. Bit of home, because we are right. If I could show you a picture, we are right in the middle of London. We're right in the middle of Leicester Square. That's where Global's offices are. This is where all the studios are. We've got 8 floors. 8 floors of radio studios and technicians and people from the canteen and, people driving programmes, people setting programmes up. Very busy. When everybody's back in, there's a lot of people. Over 1,000 people in this building. Big. And this is just one of the many buildings that we have. Brian says, have you ever gone mudlarking? I think not. The mudlarks were kids who used to go along the banks of the Thames and they would pick up objects and then try and sell them. It featured in a film. Oh, God, what was it called? You've got to watch this film because it's very good. It's a very, very good film. And it's about mudlarking. And I think, oh, God, what is it called? It features Queen Victoria. It features Queen Victoria in it. The Mudlark. What's that film in 1950? Have a look at that. And tell me who's in it. The Mudlark, 1950, down on IMDb. That one there. Okay. So who's in it? Who's in? That's right, Andrew. You've got to get this film. I'm sure I know it's available because I've watched it, and it's got. It's about a little boy, and he's an orphan, and he goes mudlarking in the Thames, and he picks up some bits and pieces, and they try and rip him off, but he finds a cameo of Queen Victoria, and he goes, she's beautiful. And Andrew Ray turned out to be a very good friend of Kenneth Williams, and he featured in a couple of Kenneth Williams. It was always rumoured that Kenny Williams had a bit of a thing for him, and so he wants to see the Queen, and so he breaks in to Windsor Castle. And he's got this little cameo. Bearing in mind, he's a mudlark. He's lived by the side of the Thames for years and years. He's never seen the Queen. He knows that there's big houses and everything else. And so he sort of breaks into the house and he hides, and they find him underneath the table. And he's got this thing, and he goes, I want to see the Queen. He's only a little boy. It's so sad because you can see his sort of heart's desire. And he's got one of those faces. Andrew Ray's got one of those sort of faces when he was a little boy. Because the year is 1875. And eventually Queen Victoria goes, come here. And he gets taken to see the Queen. And she's quite touched by it. She's very, very touched. And she's been widowed for 15 years, dealing with the grief. And she spends all her time at Windsor Castle. And then he goes there and he goes, I love you. And of course, she's never seen anything like this. It's a real weepy. So if you get an opportunity to get hold of it, you watch it. Never wrong. But it's the fact that he's there and he so wants to see the Queen, but he's only got that image. You know when you see somebody at the cinema and then you actually get to meet them and you go, oh, I can't believe I met this person. I've had that on a few occasions where you meet people and you go, blimey. I met Julie Andrews. I sat we didn't even socially distance. I was practically on her lap. Lucky woman. But she was, kind of thing. But so, you meet these people and you chat to them and you just can't stop. In fact, sometimes I think in the Julie Andrews interview, she stops talking and I'm so gobsmacked. I just sit there staring at her thinking, it's gone quiet. Why has it gone quiet? Oh, I'm supposed to say something. And I remember thinking, it's Julie Andrews, for God's sake. It's Mary Blooming Poppins. It's the Sound of Music. And then she got her boobs out, and then everything changed for me. I was never too sure, and it became Mary Pop-Outs. And I was never too sure whether or not we could be friends after that. But she signed my copy of The Sound of Music, and that was good enough for me. Good enough for me. So, mudlarking, no, Brian, but thank you for reminding me of the film. It's really good. Really, really good. Have you ever lost your voice? Says Kim. Yes. I remember my boss telling me, he said, I think I struggled on with it. I struggled on with it for about a day and a bit. And he phoned me, he said, you've got to stay at home. He said, you've got to save your voice. And I said, are you sure? He said, yes. Because what would happen, I developed a cough. Of course, nowadays, this would be fatal, wouldn't it? The cough that wouldn't go away. It was a tickly cough and it was really difficult for me. And he said, stay at home. And then every day, I'd wake up in the morning, I'd have no voice. Went for about 3 days, I think, and I go, and it was awful. And then eventually it just magically came back. But worst time of my life. Worst time of my life. So, been listening to you about 3 years now, says Kim. Thank you. Spread the word. Spread the word. Another one that says, don't do a show with O'Brien. No. You're never going to get everybody who sort of loves everybody, are you, at the same time? Not even the Almighty, Perhaps I should do a show with God. I wonder how many people would object. You can't do a show with God. Why not? And Gary says, the wife asked me to pick up fish and chips on the way home from work last night. She really regrets me letting name the twin boys. Do you know, I think we had that last week. And what's the best Prosecco? Any of them. Any of them. They don't... I can't taste the difference. I did have we had a very good one sent in, but I forgot which one it was now, and it was lovely. It was dry. It was really wonderful. It was really wonderful. Sag says, you always bring a smile to my face, and wait until the Christmas shop, Steve. It's going to be chaos. I know. I'm trying not to worry about it, actually. And Steve, it annoys me how Cheryl Cole makes us call her simply Cheryl, as if she's famous. To be known by one name like Dolly, Kylie, Cher, Steve. That's the way it works, isn't it, nowadays? Fame is a very, very odd thing. Very odd thing. Steve, I've lost it now. Oh, where's it gone? I've lost the blooming thing. Wait a minute. Can you imagine how volatile... Oh, it keeps going. When bars reopen and the person on the door says to the chavs, no, you can't come in. We've already got the allowed number inside. You have to wait for somebody to leave. Because nobody leaves bars, do they? They stay there forever and a day. Ever and a day. Steve, the youngest listener, we've done that. And social thing. People worrying about Christmas. I also want to worry about Christmas. There's been a road closed at Cadmore End, Buckinghamshire, for 2 days. No work being done for a new water pipe. I agree with what you said earlier about the workmen digging holes, clearing off, or sitting in the lorries. That was that song, wasn't it? So there I was, digging this hole in the ground, so deep and sort of round. And it was basically nobody doing any work on it. Which is what they are now. They either drink tea or on their mobiles. How long does it take to, put the pipe in, fill it in, put the cobble... it's not difficult. I'll do it myself if you give me the blooming lorry. I love it. I love it. So we've read everything out. We're doing very well this morning. About the first time we've actually got to 6 o'clock, we've read every single text message, which is brilliant. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We've got the news coming up, and I know... breathe sigh of relief. Everybody's saying, oh, fantastic. So what are we looking forward to? Monday. Apparently Monday is the day where things magically change and you can meet up in somebody's garden. Only 6 of you. You can walk through the house, don't stay in the house, go to the garden. If it rains, you've got to stand under an umbrella and just basically get wet. And you can use the toilet, but make sure everything's wiped down afterwards. It's going to be like opening hairdressers. Can't wait to see how this is going to be used in operation. I've seen some of the dummied up, and it looks terrible. It looks so complicated. Going to the dentist will be opening very, very shortly as well. And somebody says, Steve, I tend to agree with you about the second flaring up of COVID-19, but things seem to be moving a bit faster than I thought they would. I know, I thought that. All of a sudden, we've sort of gone from distancing, don't go out in your car, now you can go out in the car, and they're sort of giving you a little bit of a leeway. You can meet people, and you can go and see. But Prince Andrew breathed a sigh of relief because he's not on the front page of the papers. But don't worry, we've not forgotten about you. We've remembered. Oh, yes, we have. Oh, yes, we have. It's going to taint you for the rest of your life. All you had to do was come clean. All you had to do was tell people what you knew, and everybody would be very happy. Julietta says, I love James O'Brien. He speaks a lot of sense. Very good presenter. Very good presenter. But that's the good thing about LBC, isn't it? Every presenter is completely different. I don't think you've got any two presenters who you could say, oh, so-and-so's like, I never get people saying, oh, Steve, you're just like Eddie Mayer. I never get that. I don't know why, actually, because I always thought we sounded very similar. Similar sort of politics, similar sort of stance and way of getting, at the interviewees. But no, nobody ever said. They never say Steve. In fact, they more say Steve, you're a bit like Sheila Fogarty. And I go, do you think so? They say, well, when you stand sideways, yes. And so I try not to stand sideways. But no, everybody's completely different. Everybody's completely different, which I think is brilliant. So you can never say, oh, I've heard that before, because somebody else said that. Even though sometimes I do think, wait a minute, I'm sure I can almost predict what is going to be in the newspapers. And from Dan, he says, another week over, and welcome to the weekend. For one former colleague, it's not a good weekend. This poor bus he sent me a picture, had a run-in the Norbiton Bridge last night. How did they get it wedged in on 2 wheels? It's literally the bus is on side. You have a nice weekend. I hope everybody has a nice weekend. I'm in Rotherham at the moment, says Mark, who's a glorified bin man. I don't think we're allowed to call you bin men. There's a name for you, isn't there? I'm sure. But he says, I've just messaged somebody in Slough to stick the radio on. We love listening to you. I think so too. Actually, if you're driving a bin lorry, it must be very boring. Very tedious. Very tedious. And somebody says, it's Friday, so I will survive. Don't forget Afterlife by Ricky Gervais. I've not seen it, but I've heard very, very good things about it. Very good things. Steve says, Richard, at the risk of stating the obvious, the NHS test and trace will only work properly if everyone has a smartphone. I just suppose you don't know the details of somebody. You know, if you don't know somebody's address or something, how would you know? I wouldn't know what I'm looking for. Ridiculous. Very good mudlarking section at the Docklands Museum. They've also got an 18th century dog collar tag, one of the old pubs by the Thames. Well worth a look. Yeah, you know the one thing they actually collect out of the Thames? What do you think is the most popular item that they pull out of the Thames? Sorry? Bicycles? No. Not bicycles. No. What do they pull out of the Thames? Much smaller than a bicycle. A weapon? What do you mean a weapon? What, like a sword? Oh, like a gun? No. And women used to do this as well. Women used to do this thing. In fact, actually, it's about the only thing that we used to, that you don't even do a double take on because you just assume that loads of people were doing it at the time. And then throw them in the Thames. Something sexual? Where are you coming from? Honestly, why do you have to drag it down to that level? Why do you have to take it down to that... Oh, my goodness sake, honestly. They didn't have batteries in those days. Anyway, so, you know, I mean, if they had have done, life would have been different in ye olde England. No, pipes. Clay pipes. Because once they snapped, they threw them in the Thames. Clay pipes. So they pull out lots and lots of clay pipes. Something sexual, honestly. Obsessed with these sort of things, honestly. Oh, look... 4 AA batteries and I'm happy for the weekend kind of thing. Good Lord above. No, clay pipes. They've got loads and loads of clay pipes because they were cheap. They would have been very, very cheap things. And women used to smoke clay pipes. It was quite, because, you know, they didn't have Benson and Hedges or Rothmans or something like that. You know, or Dunhill International. You can imagine the old, you know, Marge from down the Barge pub down Shoreditch High Street, you know. She wasn't going to be going into the cigarette shop anytime soon. So that was it. Richard says, left solo at home, I must cut my hair. Locate old hair trimmer. Electrical gizmo. Locate mirror. Deploy gizmo. Conclusion, do not do this under any circumstances. I've tried it. I mean, absolutely, you know, no. It's not working. I wish they'd hurry up and open. Seriously, I'm looking like stick of the dump at the moment. And Seth says, did you know Nigel Farage name-checked you last night towards the end of his show? Did he? Well, we don't want that. We'll have to stop that immediately. Can you send a note to his producer? Just saying, listen, do not, without... I mean, you know, we have rights over my name. I can't have somebody just taking my name in vain and going, oh, I heard Steve Allen the other morning. That's outrageous. Waste disposal operative is the current PC term for a bin man. Waste disposal operative. I'll go for that. Excuse me. I'm more than happy with that one. I think that's I think it's a bit ridiculous. Afterlife is brilliant, Steve. And get the tissues ready, though. Oh. Steve, your comment about everything happening now, could it be a sweetener to keep the public quiet over the Dominic Cummings thing? Yes. That's what I think. Of course. This isn't the BBC. I have an opinion, and I'm not afraid to tell you. No, I think they'll do anything to hush up the Dominic Cummings thing, although the Mail today think he'll be gone in 6 months, which takes you up to Brexit. They think that'll be an opportunity for him to sort of slide out gracefully. You know, he's got 6 months' money behind him. Gary says, I agree with you about LBC. All really good presenters. I know, well honed. He says, I think Tom Swarbrick's presenting style is very similar to Nick Ferrari. I think he models himself on him. Oh, do you think so? Do you think so? I don't know, actually. He's very good looking, Tom Swarbrick. Sickening and tall. Tall and good looking, which is actually how people... never describe me, and you know, but it doesn't matter. Listen, I didn't come into radio to get sort of people commenting on my sort of male model looks. And I said to my 80-year-old mum she needed to get a smartphone. She said, "There's nothing wrong with the one I've got right now. It's not that scruffy." Steve, I've just found The Mudlark on YouTube. I'm going to watch it. You must watch it over the weekend. It's really good. But Andrew Ray is a little star in that, and Queen Victoria. Queen Victoria, brilliant. Jay says, Farage and Allen, the dream two-hander. Farage and Allen, doodle-doo. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Karen is in Forest Hill and says, stop making me laugh. I've hurt my back, and every time you make me laugh, I get a painful twinge. Oh, the worst. The worst kind. It's awful. Also, this track and trace can't work because there wasn't enough testing since it began. I don't think it's going to work either, but, you know, I'm prepared to give it a bit of a go, I think. Steve, first physical visit for work today, work for myself since mid-March, crucially or critically examining a cancer treatment radiotherapy machine, feeling slightly anxious, not exactly the virus, but following new workplace protocols, gloves, masks, etc., says Mark in Reading, which I know very well. Also, Ian, a trucker, said, you're absolutely right. I can listen to LBC all day, but you brighten my morning. That's all you need, isn't it, in the morning? Sometimes I feel guilty that I'm leaving here in 45 minutes and going home for the weekend, but then I think it's all right. I'm back tomorrow morning between 5 and 7 with the best of Steve Allen, and Sunday morning I'm here as well between 5 and 7 with the first look at the Sunday paper, and I've got the producer back again. How did I get that short straw? I've got no idea. Nobody asked me. They didn't say, how would you like your producer that you've had all week to be with you Sunday morning? And the answer is, I'd rather eat dead toast. You know, it's as simple as that. But, no, he's going to be there. I wonder if he wears different clothes at the weekend. I bet not. Yeah, it's coming in shorts. Oh dear, not coming in shorts. We used to have salesmen years ago, and when you used to see them in the weekend in the studios, they were all casual, but because you've been so used to seeing them all in suits, I mean, we don't really have suited salesmen now, we don't have, it's all gone far, but we used to have suited salesmen, and so when you saw them in casual clothing, you used to think, oh no, that's not right. You look so much better in the suit. Ian, I've got no idea. Might be Friday, but ever since I've been furloughed, Steve, every day seems like Sunday. When I lived in Kingston, many vehicles got trapped onto that bridge in Norbiton. I used to see it for myself when at the laundry, says David in Hampshire. God, you have got a checkered life, haven't you? David was worrying the other day about all sorts of little bits and pieces. Jan in South Norwood says, good luck with the planting and the Prosecco. Planting's going to be done today. It takes me 5 minutes. I think there's about 6 or 7 cases, no, it must be 6, mustn't it, of these plants to put in. They're all begonias, and they are going to burst forth. And then I'll take the pictures, as per usual. Hanging baskets arriving Sunday, so I'll take the usual pictures when they... I normally take some pictures at the beginning, and then I take them halfway through when you will go, oh, my goodness me. Because we always use Tomorite. Brian says, how does one pronounce Marylebone? Marylebone. Yeah. Some people call it Marylebone, but that would be double R, wouldn't it? So I don't call it Marylebone. I just call it Marylebone. Marylebone. Yeah, you could probably use Marylebone. I don't think the people who live there care, actually. They're way too far gone for things like that. They have no worries. No worries at all. Jill says, re-lockdown hair. Pity us with curly hair. I currently look like all the Jackson 5 rolled into one. Morning, 19 minutes past 6. So we found, at vast expense, the little Nigel Farage bit, which occurred at the end of his programme. Yes, you're such telltales. You really are, honestly. Somebody, first of all, we had Eddie Mayer doing the clips. Then we've got the James O'Brien clip. And so what we're going to do, we're just going to play the both of them. We're going to play the Nigel Farage clip from yesterday, hotly followed by the James O'Brien one, which we play regularly on this programme, just so we sort of blend in with everybody. Okay, so here comes Nigel.
I couldn't do what Steve Allen does in the morning, Daniel, I tell you.
Lovely. And then James O'Brien says...
Never question Steve Allen, he's always right.
Amazing, isn't it? I'm more worried by the fact that Nigel Farage could be listening to this programme at the moment, thinking I could never do what he does. A friend of mine said that yesterday. I spoke to a friend of mine who's also in radio, not actually on the radio, he's a behind-the-scenes person, and he listens back, as he's finishing... He listens to the first hour of my programme, for it gets him home quicker, apparently. And he said he seemed to repeat my whole programme the other day, verbatim, the things you were talking about. He said, do you remember what you talk about? I said, no. Absolutely not. I can't. If somebody said to me, "Oh, last week you did that," I can't remember. They'd have to play it back to me and remind me if it's something in particular. And he said you were talking about this, talking about that. He said the interesting thing is, he said you just sort of pick up on all sorts of different things. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. And I go, it is absolutely. Wendy says, as a little girl in the 50s, I always remember Billy Cotton with his band show singing, "There's Another Hole in the Road." Absolutely applies today. Well, they make all their money out of holes in the road. Do you remember what Billy Cotton's thing was? He used to start at the beginning of every show, he'd go, "Wakey, wake, cow." And then the bam, dun, 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 dun. God, I'm hoping I'm not, not that old to be doing things like that. Steve, Scotland has to do one better. We have 6, they must have 8. When are the nail bars opening? My toenails are desperate. I can't seem, says Sandy, to get down there and cut and colour. Seriously, I agree with you. I agree with you as well. And Paul in Kent says, hopefully it wasn't just the sun burning your ears this week, as your sound advice last week about not cutting down wisteria prevailed. The old posts are being replaced, but the wisteria remains very much to the dismay of the builders. Steve Allen 1, Bob the Builder 0, says Paul. Never take wisteria down. It takes forever to grow. It's absolutely perfect. I love it. Steve, do you have a line on a Saturday morning when you don't have to go to work? No, I don't. I wake up quite early, but then what I'm able to do is go back to sleep again. But tomorrow I'm going down to my brother's place, so I should be up early because I don't want to sort of bump into loads of cars. So I'll probably leave about 8 o'clock. It's lovely. Steve, I'm an Essex fire officer. My watch has been listening to you for 10 years. Thank you very much indeed. And John says, have you ever done a radio phone-in? Of course. I've been here 40 years. Of course I've done that. I've done every programme. I don't think there's a programme I've not done, actually. Would you be able to step in and cover for a presenter who suddenly became sick? Well, how would that be? I'm here till 7 o'clock in the morning. I don't think I could sort of pop back a little bit later. I've stood in for Nick when he's been late or something's happened, there's been an incident. But, yes, I used to do phone-ins for years and years and years and years and years. You're all unique, Steve. You've all got your own individual charismatic presentational style. We value immensely, says Dev, how you come across. That's why the numbers are on a constant rise. I know. I mean, seriously, I've become very grateful. Mind you, not half as grateful as the management, which is quite nice. When they sort of say, figures, shall I run through the figure? Oh, I don't know. Do you really want to? Everybody gets nervous. Everybody in the business gets exactly the same. We all get a bit sort of jittery around audience figures time, because what you want them to say is, they've gone up. And luckily, we've gone up. Steve, just woken up having tea, but every morning I try and visualise how big your home is with all these box sets. I'm in fact living in a box from Amazon at the moment. It's very nice. And the hanging baskets, well, the hanging baskets are outside, they're not inside, quite clearly. And there's 8 of them. There will be 8 hanging baskets. Well, it depends whether my neighbour wants 2 of them and another neighbour wants 2. We'll have to wait and find out. Somebody else says, oh yeah, a lot of people ask you about that. When you said I'm leaving, Steve, I gasped. And then you said I'll be back tomorrow. Relief, as I thought for a moment you were leaving LBC. No, I'm on contract. And somebody says, I've been listening for 2 years. I wanted to see what you look like. So I went to the YouTube and I watched Five's Company. That'll teach you. Yes, Steve Allen on Five's Company. Actually, it was a very innovative programme. Launched Nick Knowles, Esther McVeigh, quite a number of people we had working on the programme. And it was a fascinating insight into how television companies, compared to radio, put themselves together. You know, there's an awful lot of try not to look at yourself in the monitors because it makes you look peculiar. But I couldn't. John Barrymore was on the show as well. Yeah, we had loads of people. I mean, there were 5 of us. And we went and stood on set. We had an audience. It was great. Dale was a guest. He came on as a guest. Well, I remember them saying, can we get... Because the problem was with the programme, not that there was a problem with the programme, but because it was brand new, agents were very reluctant to put guests on it because they didn't know what it was. But then luckily, because I had experience with lots of agents, they went, oh, Steve on it? Oh, that's fine, okay. So I got a lot of the interviews, and it was good fun, but it was nice. I've still got all the tapes. I've got tapes of it. You can find a lot of them actually on YouTube. Another one here. You are the nation's tonic. Yes. I was reading a story about tonic the other day. That bizarre thing. You mentioned tonic, and I was reading about it. So here we go. Can't wait till we'll meet again. Now family and friends can gather outside from Monday in groups of 6. So, as I say, if there are 6 people in the family you're going to visit, you make it 7. One of them's got to go inside. You can only have... Who's going to come round and police that? How are they going to do it? And so, are we all going to be sitting there with masks on in the garden? My godchildren could probably do that. They've got sort of quite a number of acres around their house. And so you could sit in the garden. You could probably do it on the telephone, actually, in their garden, which would quite be good. Steve, I'd be lost without you and your show, and also Eddie, Ian, and all the gang. Are you all mates? No. I mean, the trouble is, it's not physically. Do you have nights out together? Good Lord above, no. I don't think I've known any presenters do that. It's very difficult to do something like that because we're all on at different times. So, I'd have to go home, have a sleep, then come back again, and it would be very, very difficult. Where was Fives Company filmed? It was shot in Stephen Street, off Tottenham Court Road. You go up Tottenham Court Road, Dominion on the right-hand side, first turning on the left, the building was on the left, and that's where our studios were. They built it from scratch. They built, not only... did they... I think it was a Channel 5 building. I can't remember what it was, actually. But they actually built the studio. So when we went in there, when we were first shown it, it was just an empty room. And then the next time, they put in a control room, dressing rooms, seating for about 150 people, a scene dock where they made all of the scenery that we needed for different bits and pieces. And there was a green room, makeup room, hair... Everything. I mean, literally, it was all put in for us, and we had it for the best part of a year. It was very interesting to see how they do things like that. So that's where the studios were, just off Stephen Street. Somebody else says, I love listening to LBC. Well, that's how it's panning out at the moment. David Beckham, oh dear, he looks very odd. He's either shaved his sort of beard or he's sprayed his hair on wrong. And he left a 5-year-old girl speechless by sending her a video message. For her fundraising campaign, she's raising money for a hospice which provides special end-of-life care. And they always need money, hospices. So he did it, but it's just... every time you look at David Beckham, you start thinking to yourself, what's that? He couldn't go and play football now. Every time somebody hugged you, his hair would come off in their hands. It'd be terrible. So Georgia Mayfoot hits out at Southern actors playing Northern characters. I suppose it could work both ways, couldn't it? Northern people trying to be Southern. I mean, do we really have north-south divide at the moment? I didn't think we did. I thought we'd sort of moved on from stuff like that. Angela Griffin, who stars, was born in Leeds, while Lawrence is from Yorkshire, but went to Harrow School. Yeah, but it's people's accents, and all the time they mention, oh, Mary Poppins. God blimey, Mary Poppins. And you think, well, some people do talk like that. You can't sort of cast everybody. And there's been a lot of people who've never got the accents right. I went to see Secret Garden in New York, and there was somebody doing a Manchester accent. Didn't sound anything like a Manchester accent. Steve, no hugs, though. It'll be torturous for grandparents meeting baby grandchildren for the first time Monday onwards. Says H. Yes, does look possible. Looks like room for another scorcher. Hope you and your family are well. Steve, says Kay. And just to let you know how well loved you are by all your fans. Oh, I know. I think I can guess that one, which is good. Oh, Steve, ours are more than just bin men. They're reassigned domestic material technicians. It's a pity these professionals aren't paid the money they deserve. I don't think they do too badly, actually. I don't think they do too badly. Did you ever interview Sid James? No, sadly not. I went to see Open House with Glo Hunniford at those studios once. Yes, Gloria took over from us at the studios there. Nick Knowles started on TVS. Esther McVeigh did GMTV. Yeah, but they weren't as well known. They weren't as well known. Fives Company didn't launch them. It certainly did. Yes. And Esther, can you find anybody who remembers Esther McVeigh from GMTV? I think not. I think not. Nick was on TVS. Nobody knew who he was. We didn't know when he walked in. Nobody knew. It was as simple as that. He just applied, same as everybody else. So, one up on you again. Do you own a 4K television? What's that? What's a 4K television? Super HD. Oh, right. No, I don't. I've just bought one. I think they're great. 4K. Oh, right. So it's the actual... Right. Oh. No. I'm not really bothered about television, as long as it's got a pic... I mean, televisions are so much more advanced than they ever used to be. Years ago, televisions blew up on a regular basis. Now they don't. They don't. They last for years and years. Morning, nice to be company. 10 to 7. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast. Noreen says gardens. We really aren't garden people. Don't like sitting in the sun, the insects. But since the pandemic started, we've lived in the garden. We'll be out there most of the day with iPods, iPads. I watch lots on YouTube. So have a nice time at your brother's. Say hello from us. Safe journey. Thank you. I will do that. I will definitely do that. I'm looking forward to planting my stuff up today. I'm so excited about that. That's almost beyond belief. I didn't think something could be that exciting, but it will be. Yvonne in Luton says, Steve, I remember you doing a phone-in show in the mid or late 80s at 4 p.m. I used to hurry home from work to listen to you. You were a tonic then, but you've improved with age, like a vintage wine. And you could be right, actually. You could be right. Steve, the spirit of the clap for the NHS has dwindled. What the NHS needs is better pay and working conditions, says Anastasia. Yes, you could be right, actually. You could be right. And somebody says, it's little Julie, been resting up a bit, fell over, hurt knee, always bad. So I've had to give Zumba and Lindy Hop classes a miss, but given me plenty of opportunity to listen to you in the garden this week. You've spoken about interior design. Michael, from the original Spikers Facebook group, suggested maybe you could design a room for Make Some Noise. We've got a couple of things which I think are going to go through. I can't tell you what it is just yet, but I will, as soon as I know, as soon as it's been, it's got to go backwards and forwards. Connie in Stockwell says, as a mother of an autistic son, I'm disgusted what this woman did to this little autistic Chinese boy. This is a YouTuber who adopted a little Chinese boy. Then she discovered that he was autistic. So they've rehomed him again. I mean, that's the whole idea, isn't it? I hate to sort of bring it down to that, but when you adopt a child, you go through such a long legal process to make sure that you're the right person and that the child is going to have a happy home. And so you've been there 5 minutes and they've shoved him off to somebody else. I think that's absolutely appalling. Absolutely appalling. Somebody somewhere didn't do the right thing. Because what they actually should have done is sort of worked with it. I mean, why would an autistic child be any different from any other child? They're looking for love, not, you're the wrong sort of child, let's change you. It's like going to the supermarket and you pick a packet, don't you, with a photograph of a child on, and you swallow it, and then you have the child that matches the picture. This is like, the child doesn't match the picture, so we're going to get rid of it. Awful. Awful, awful, awful. The Daily Mail. Salons may open soon, but they'll be... It's not going to be the same as it was. I don't think anything's going to be the same as it was, but as long as we're all together, that should be absolutely fine. So it's Happy Monday. Groups of 6 may meet in public and back gardens. Of course, if you're a snowflake, not only do you not have a back garden, but you don't have 6 friends. So you must be really suffering at the moment. It must make you mad. Grandparents can at last see grandchildren. I don't think you can hug, can you? We're not doing hugging or something like that. So this is the first major easing of the lockdown rules. So can you have a barbecue? Yes, but you must wash your hands, be careful about passing food or plates, respect social distance. It's too complicated for work. Don't have a barbecue. Don't have a barbecue. Just go and get somebody to deliver a pizza or something like that. Can you stay overnight if you camp in a friend's garden? No. Prime Minister said no, you cannot do that. Can people who are shielding take part? No, you've got to continue to shield if they're in the clinically extremely vulnerable group and have received a letter from their GP. And before you write in, I have not got a letter from my GP, OK? That was the one that came out ages ago. Can you visit a relative in a care home garden? That would depend on circumstances and the care home's management. And can the over 70s take part if they're not in the shielding group? OK. And we're a family of 6. Can we meet anyone else? No. How are they going to enforce this? I really don't know how they're going to do it. I appreciate the sentiment behind it and how it's going to work, but I just don't see how they're going to manage it. So here we are, the joy of 6. 6 people can meet in parks and gardens, 2 metres apart. As I say, it doesn't apply to snowflakes who don't have any friends anyway, so you'll be sitting there all by yourself. Tom Fletcher, McBusted bandmate, were in stitches at his secret rock and roll vice, knitting. Now, I know a few men who knit. We used to have a boss years ago, and he knitted. His name was John. Well, it is John. And he knitted, and I was always amazed, actually, that men knit. And there was a very famous knitter on the television called Kaif Fassett, and he used to do knitting. And he did patterns and everything else. My mother used to knit. Loads of you listening, used to knit. So, but if you're a man, it's seen as a bit funny, but not when Kaif Fassett did it. It was very good. Claudette says, Matthew can come to my garden if he wants. OK, that's a nice idea, thank you. He'll be quite frightened at that, I think. He has only just got married, hasn't he? Has he just recently got married? Yeah, only a short while ago. So I'm sure, listen, Claudette, I'll pass the details on. If he wants to come and see another garden, you know, I mean, I'd be more impressed, to be honest with you, without being rude, if it was sort of, you know, the Queen phoning up saying, he can come and use Buckingham Palace, and you could go round there and you could watch Boris jogging round. Matthew would like that, you know, but all he wants is a hot tub. A man of simple pleasure, a hot tub. See, I'm not a hot tub fan, actually, but never mind. Steve, one treats the child as one's own. Disgusted. What happened to the child, says Anastasia. Me too. I can't use language that I would want to use for something like that. Somebody says, Steve, if my hair gets any longer, I'm going to look like a woolly mammoth. Listen, don't talk to me about hair. I'm just living in baseball caps. Seriously, I mean, it's the only way, otherwise people will be laughing. If you see less than 6 people in the gardens, can't you make up the numbers and go and join them? I don't somehow think it works like that. I mean, it'd be nice to think that it did, actually. But I think not, actually. I think not. So 6 people are now allowed in one place. Yes, Gareth, yes. That's what it is. But I think you're still socially distancing. I think so. I think that's what it is, actually. I think. But listen, good luck. Good luck for it. You know, might get the knock on the door. Hello, we are the police. The Daily Mirror, Liam and Robbie end a 20-year war of words because apparently Robbie's dad's not very well, so Liam's going, oh, it's awful. Also, the police, we would have turned back Cummings. It's a bit like turning back time, I suppose. And families reunited. I mean, it's going to change a bit, isn't it? I mean, I do hope so. For a lot of you who are not doing very well with this isolating bit. The Sun, Jacqueline Josser and Desperate Dan. I mean, seriously. She's launching a clothing company, isn't she, or a range or something. It's where she puts her name to something. And I'm assuming that's the only reason to generate some sort of interest. Pretend you've split up, then get back together again. Because, I mean, seriously, it's a bit like Crying Wolf, isn't it? It's like Gemma Collins and Arge. You know, we're together, we're not together, we're together, we're not together, we're together, we're not together. Back of the net, footy kicks off June the 17th, fans' joy, all games on television. No crowd. No crowd. And the joy of 6, they're all using that gag. This is the Eye this morning. Plus beating ageism. Who are you calling elderly? Daily Telegraph, a cause for applause. And Johnson insists he's drawing a line under the Cummings row. Here's a picture of Michelangelo's David, by Jove, being cleaned for the reopening of the Galleria della Cadamadia in Florence. Because they need people to go back. I've forgotten how big David is. When I say big, tall. Very tall person. Very tall person. And the PM, according to The Guardian, stands by the advisor after police say he may have breached rules. I've got to go.